Great. Hi, everybody. Hello, everyone. Is the microphone working? I think it is. Hi, everybody. Great to see everyone here. Huge welcome to the TUC's Decent Work Conference from me, and thank you so much for coming. My name is Nicola Smith. I am Director of Policy here at the TUC, and it is a huge pleasure to me that we are able to run this event today and that we have so many amazing speakers to come from and such a great breadth of people in the audience to hear and debate and discuss with us. My job is to take you through the immediate housekeeping before I introduce our General Secretary, Paul Novak, to give the opening address to the conference. But I also want to put on record my sincere thanks to Aberdeen Financial Fairness Trust for their support of this event, which has really helped us to be able to put on such a broad programme today. So, practicalities, if you need the toilets, you need to go straight out and back to the left. They're all very well signposted. If you hear the fire alarm, it is for real. So if there's an emergency, please plan to evacuate the building. The fire doors are here, behind me, over there, at the back. And TUC staff will direct you what to do. Please, nobody get in the lift, okay? My job will have been worthwhile if there's a fire alarm and everybody takes the stairs. We are running a tight schedule today, so sessions are going to have to start and finish at their allocated time, and so that might mean we can't get every single question in, but we will do our best. And also, before I hand over to Paul, I just want to remind everybody of the TUC's Code of Conduct for Events, which you will have by email and should by magic, I think, be appearing behind me now. It says the TUC is committed to organising activities at which everyone can participate in an inclusive, respectful and safe environment. The TUC has zero tolerance for any type of harassment. This supports the commitment set out in the TUC's rules to promote equality for all and to eliminate all forms of harassment, including sexual harassment, prejudice and unfair discrimination. The Code of Conduct applies to all events, whether in person or online, and all forms of communication, including postings on social media. So thank you for listening to that. Thank you for engaging in a respectful and ambitious day. Let's get started. With no further ado, I'm going to introduce our General Secretary, Paul Novak. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Nicola, and welcome everybody to the TUC's Decent Work Conference. Let me start by thanking Aberdeen Financial Fairness Trust for supporting this event and to thank all of our speakers today for generously giving us their time. The TUC's defining mission is to make the world of work better for all, and the theme of today's conference is simple and speaks directly to that mission. Decent work is fundamental to our future success as a nation. It's the foundation of how we build a stronger, fairer economy. It's the key that unlocks prosperity, security and opportunity for all. And it speaks to a very human need to be recognised, to feel that what we do is valued and to be rewarded for that contribution. As the American writer Studs Terkel once put it, work is a daily search for meaning as well as bread, for recognition as well as cash, for astonishment rather than torpor, in short, for a source of life rather than a Monday to Friday sort of dying. But decent work does not happen by accident. It is a result of conscious economic and political choices. And amidst all the disruptive forces that we face, whether it's the technological change, the rise of AI, the demands of net zero, global fragmentation, the threat of trade wars, an ageing workforce, we must choose to do things differently and address the UK's problem with bad work. And it is a massive problem. 1 in 8 workers trapped in insecure work. Well over 1 million people working on 0 hours contracts. And of the 15 million people living in poverty in Britain today, over half are in work. And it's important to remember at events like this that they are not just statistics. These are real people living real lives, not knowing where their next paycheck is going to come from, not knowing whether that paycheck will include enough to feed them and their kids or pay the bills, whether the ping they get on their phone at 6 o'clock in the morning means they've got a shift or they haven't, and the impact that has on their working life. So bad work exacts a huge human toll, but it comes at a massive economic cost too. It undermines our productivity. It costs the Exchequer billions in lower tax receipts, and it sees taxpayers subsidising low-paying employers through the benefits and tax system. That's why we do need fundamental change. Fair pay, fair working hours and fair treatment, stronger rights, greater flexibility and more fulfilling jobs, and crucially, a genuine voice at work, and not surprisingly here at the home of the TUC, a union voice of work as well. I think the good news is the government gets this. That employment rights bill that's going through Parliament right now is living proof that they do get it. It's a landmark piece of legislation that will benefit millions of workers, particularly those in low-paid, insecure work. And it will be the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, tackling zero-hours contracts and fire and rehire, delivering day-one employment rights, and introducing a new fair pay agreement in social care, and much, much more. Crucially, it also gives workers a stronger voice at work. It makes it easier for people to benefit from union representation. And for the first time in my 35 years as a union activist or official, it repeals anti-union legislation, helping to level the playing field for unions. That's good for workers. It's good for unions. I want to be clear about one other thing as well. It's good for employers too. That bill will bring Britain within the international mainstream. It will prevent the majority of good employers being undercut by the cowboys and the dodgy bosses, and it will help address chronic churn in our economy, with so many firms struggling to recruit and retain staff. Now, some people may have noticed over the last few weeks, we've heard quite a bit from lobbyists about the challenges facing British businesses, and the narrative has all been about increases in the minimum wage, the uplift in national insurance for employers, and the impact of the Employment Rights Bill. Now, I get some of those concerns. I know that for some employers, any change, any additional cost presents challenges. But it's time that we had, rather than just a one-sided focus on cost for business, time to highlight the benefits that it will bring to business and employers as well. Because all the evidence shows when people are working more securely, when people are happier, healthier at work, they're also more productive at work, more likely to stay in the job. So better working conditions will reduce, for example, annual staff turnover rates of over 50% in retail. It will help us tackle the 131,000 vacancies that are undermining the delivery of social care. And it will address staff shortages that are reaching critical levels right across the economy. This time last year, the CBI warned that almost 4 in 10 UK businesses couldn't grow, couldn't respond to new opportunities because they couldn't recruit and retain staff. And it's the same story right across the economy. Virtually every workplace I visit, every business I talk to, people will talk about the challenge they have in recruiting and retaining staff. And that's why we need change. And it's also why, beneath the gloomy headlines, actually when you talk to managers, and we alongside the IPPR surveyed 1,000 managers, they are strongly in favour of those provisions in the Employment Rights Bill. Over 6 in 10 managers in hospitality, in leisure and in food say day one protection from unfair dismissal will have a positive impact in their business. 7 in 10 employers favour getting rid of zero-hours contracts. So it is time to change that gloomy narrative. The Employment Rights Bill is good for workers, it is good for business, and it is good for Britain. And I think just like the minimum wage 25 years ago, it'll have a package of measures that will have a positive long-term impact. It will also help build a broad and deep consensus about the importance of decent work. And I think the bill, it's important, it's just a starting point. It's time to make sure we deliver the broader make work pay commitments the government made before the election, to invest in the skills, the talents and potential of all, and to put good, well-paid, secure jobs at the heart of a stronger economy. An economy that actually rewards work, not just wealth, that measures success in living standards, not just GDP, something I think we'll hear from the Prime Minister on later today, that values workers as well as investors, and that makes decent work an explicit goal of public policy. Maybe just let me finish on this point, because I know, Nicola, you've got a huge amount to get through today. We'll talk a lot at the event today about the challenge that all of this presents for government and for business in terms of delivering positive economic change and good jobs. But it's also a challenge for unions, because after all, the reason we exist is to deliver fairness and justice and equality at work. And the best way we can do that is by rebuilding our collective strength, by being more representative, more diverse, more inclusive, reaching out to more young workers who need unions most of all, reaching out to more private sector workers who need a strong union voice at work, and helping to actively shape the world of work where it is those challenges posed by new technology or the climate emergency, or demographic change, or anywhere else. And we've got to play our part as a trade union movement here in the UK. In fact, right around the world. It was, after all, the International Labour Organization that first developed the idea of decent work. So we will be working with unions here in the UK, but worldwide, to push for better work for all. It's why we're campaigning for decent work to be incorporated into global supply chains, why we want trade to be fair and to uphold high standards on labour and human rights, because at home and abroad, decent work matters, and it is a noble pursuit. The core human need that I talked about before for decent work, I think, is greater than ever. The social desirability of decent work is greater than ever. The economic dividend from decent work is greater than ever. It is time collectively as a nation to raise our sights, time to raise our standards, and time to put decent work at the heart of our economic future. I hope you have a fantastic day of discussion and insight. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thanks so much, Paul. I'd now like to invite Gavin Kelly to come up to the stage with the panel, and Gavin will introduce and lead this session. Thanks.
Right. Good morning to everyone. Come sit. Don't leave me on my own. Is the mic working? Excellent. I'm Gavin Kelly. I'm the Executive Chair of the Resolution Foundation, and it's a genuine pleasure to be here. And I say that not in a kind of chair warm words at the beginning of an event kind of way. I mean, it's a real pleasure to be here because I have spent probably too much time in the last 15 and more years in events talking about the need for good work of one sort or another. And those events have kind of often spent a lot of time talking about opportunities missed, great reports which have been shelved, employment bills which haven't actually been published, and so on. And today, we're doing lots of things today, I think, but one of the things today is that we are in part reacting to an agenda for better work and for a stronger employment protection which has been put out by a government. Now, and I think it's heartening to be having something to grapple with, which is actually making a case for improved work rather than moaning about its absence. That does not mean that I anticipate that all of you will necessarily agree with all of it. There's loads to debate. Life is full of trade-offs. We're going to talk about some. But I am excited to have something really big and substantive to respond to, and that's the sort of spirit in which I sort of view today's event. I also I sit here knowing that the Prime Minister is, I think, probably on his feet, setting out what he's going to be accountable for over this Parliament. So I thought we should channel a bit of that spirit and try and say what we're going to be accountable for in the next 40 minutes. The first thing is Nicola has threatened me with all sorts of things if I overrun. And I don't want to run the risk of the wrath of Nicola, so I'm going to try and keep to time. We're going to do a bit, I hope we bring some perspective to our we're so parochial in this country. So I hope we bring a bit of international perspective to the whole debate on the quality of work and why it matters so much to economic performance as well as workers. I hope we do, as you were just hearing from Paul, hear about some of the benefits as well as some of the trade-offs of higher quality of work. We're very quick in this country to sort of skip past that bit of the benefits and get straight to problems. And we need to talk about both and weigh both, including the costs of today's approach. And this is really very heroic, and we may not get time to this, but if we can, in doing all that, touch on how some of the big trends which are going to shape our whole labour market over the next few decades, from ageing and ill health, digital, climate change, and so on, how good work relates or is kind of intensified by some of those challenges, that would be wonderful too. But if we get all through that in 40 minutes, it will be a minor miracle. But you live in hope. To power us through, we've got a fantastic panel this morning. I'll do it in the order in which they're going to speak. We have Sandrine Kaz to my immediate left. Oh, being heckled? No. Oh, no. We have Sandrine Kaz to my immediate left. Sandrine is a senior economist at the OECD. I'm not going to read out her whole CV because it's incredibly long and impressive, but basically has worked on a lot of labour market issues, collective bargaining and labour market performance, and I think is really well placed to bring some international perspective to our proceedings. Then we're going to hear from Professor Damien Grimshaw, who'll be known to many of you, who's a Professor of Employment Studies at King's College London. And Damien was previously at the ILO, where you were involved in leading a very major piece of work of the Global Commission on the Future of Work. So great that you are here, Damien. And then last but definitely not least, we're going to hear from Sarah O'Connor, known to probably a lot of you. Sarah's a columnist and an associate editor, is that right? Yep, at the FT. And for my money is the best writer on the world of work in the UK by some margin. And she's writing a big book. What's your book called?
Human Robots.
There you go. Human Robots. So we're going to hear from Sarah too. And we also, we're going to make sure we squeeze in some time to hear from you. So that's what we're going to try and do in the next 40 minutes. But our speakers have promised, I'm going to labour this, they have promised to speak for no more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will be grumpy. I'm going to, with that in mind, I'm going to hand straight over to you, Sandrine. You're going to give us a bit of international perspective and save us from our parochialism.
Thank you very much. I think there is an echo, no? You can hear me well? Okay, very good. So indeed, I'm Sandrine Caz. I'm a French economist working at the OECD for quite a while. But before, I was also at the ILO more than 15 years. So I'm very happy to talk about these topics, which is really close to my heart. So thanks for the invitation and looking forward to the discussion. Maybe I wanted to start with a few introductory remarks and quick reminder about the importance of the topic, job quality, for the policy discussion. So the notion of job quality, is not new. I mean, has been attracting a lot of interest for decades, both at the international and national levels. So the ILO, we had the decent work agenda, obviously. The G20 in Ankara in 2015 adopted officially job quality as an important topic. And the OECD also engaged into the discussion, aiming to bring job quality really at the forefront of labor market performance. So not only assess labor market performance in terms of quantity, employment rates, etc., unemployment, but also in terms of job quality. So assessing labor market performance in terms of more and better jobs. This is also the EU 2020 agenda, as you know. And the OECD engaged into this with both the concept of job quality, but also the well-being agenda. So this was based on the work of Stiglitz and others. The ultimate objective was really to enhance well-being, workers' well-being, the society, the well-being of the society. I think what is important is that this approach builds both on the idea that job quality is an end in itself, because people spend a lot of time at work. They spend a significant part of their life at work. So it's really critical to have try to enhance, improve job quality, working condition, etc., for itself. At the same time, and I would like to echo what you said, is it's also a means to economic performance. And I think it's important to recall this, as it's a very important argument, because job quality determines, for instance, labor force participation. And as you know, it's really an important issue in times of labor shortages, low employment, low labor supply, etc. And I would like to recall maybe this figure. At the OECD, we publish every summer our flagship publication regarding employment and labor market issues. That's the Employment Outlook. And in the latest issue, 2024, what we found is the fall in employment rates during the COVID-19 pandemic, as you know, was primarily explained by a rise in activity rates in most countries because workers left employment or they stopped job search, etc. Now, the important point in the UK is one only of the 3 OECD countries, so OECD has 38 countries, alongside with Colombia and Costa Rica, in which a labor force participation remains below its pre-crisis level by more than a percentage point. And this inactivity is particularly high within the population age 15 plus and men. Now, maybe the good news is that these labor force participation rates among women, and particularly young women, have stood up relatively well and now exceeded even the pre-pandemic levels. The other thing is job quality also matters, you said it, for commitment, for health, mental health, and physical health, and therefore ultimately also for productivity. Because as we know, workers who are committed, who are more rested, who are happy with their type of working time arrangement, for instance, but working time arrangement that they have chosen, not that was imposed, right, are more satisfied and are more productive at the end. So in that sense, job quality is also a means to economic performance. And I will finish here with my introduction remarks just to say that despite this growing attention in the international policy debate, job quality remains a relatively complex and difficult to measure concept. And I think maybe this had also slowed down a little bit the action, the concrete action for job quality. This is due to the multidimensional nature of job quality, and also the difficulty to provide comparable job quality indicators, right? You would like to have these indicators comparable across country. I mean, the OECD, we do a lot of cross-country analysis, also over time, and then also, more importantly, we want to go beyond the average, because the average often gives just a rough, inaccurate picture. We want to go by groups, by sectors, etc. And that's where you see really the differences and the inequalities across workers. So later on, maybe if you want, I will provide some results for the UK afterwards, because we developed a measurement framework at the OECD to compare OECD countries' job quality. Has some shortcomings, as I mentioned, but maybe I'll provide the UK picture afterwards.
Thank you very much, Sandrine. That's excellent. So much we could get into there, and I'm going to let myself ask you one question before I turn to Damien, which is, as someone kind of keen consumer of OECD reports, I'm always struck by how, by the kind of confident argument that is made that collective bargaining, set up in the right way, can be a kind of driver of successful labour market performance, not just good for workers, but kind of good for overall labour market performance. Now, but every country has a different system, it's complicated and so on. Just if it's not unfair to ask you, give us like a minute or so on what's behind the OECD's thinking that is a kind of that can be part of the ingredients of a successful labour market from an economic point of view, not just from a worker point of view.
Okay. Well, indeed, we produce a cross-country analysis of collective bargaining systems across the OECD countries. So the idea was to unpack the systems. Yep. I mean, collective bargaining systems are complex. Very often, I mean, in economic terms, they've been analyzed roughly in terms of trade union density and collective bargaining coverage full stop and how they deliver. So what we did is we first open this black box and look very carefully at all, the functioning of the systems, go beyond predominant level of collective bargaining, look at coordination, look at the existence of mechanisms that bring or broad coverage, like extensions, yep, but also mechanisms that allow to opt out or derogate. So to have an accurate picture of how they really actually function, right? I won't be too long. So the main results was that there is, of course, not a single way, sure, right? Not a single models, but still systems that combine inclusiveness, so broad coverage, yep, right? Either through high, like in France, we have this automatic extension, yep, so people are like covered, or through other mechanisms, so broad coverage. At the same time, have allow some flexibility, right? For instance, for small firms, I mean, sometimes cannot apply yep, things negotiated at sectoral level. So such systems that we called sectoral decentralized but organized systems, because there is coordination among systems. So typically, like if I may, the Nordic country, right? Those deliver better in terms of inequality, lower inequality, in terms of inclusiveness, women, young people more inserted, and also in terms of job quality and resilience to macroeconomic shocks.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay.
That's a lot of work distilled into a very pithy answer. Damien, let's turn to you. As you know better than anyone, the debate in this country on employment protection generally and just quality of work overall can be incredibly binary, which is that if someone puts forward a proposal of some sort to advance, if you like, some dimension of work equality, then immediately there's well, that will be a cost and a negative influence on labour market flexibility, or it'll be a straight hit to employment numbers or so on. But there's an immediate zero-sumness always and everywhere, in my experience, in terms of a lot of the reporting, even though that isn't the research evidence, but that's how the debate happens. What's your take on what the reality is, and what is the potential, if you like, to win an argument about the benefits of higher quality work for the economy overall?
Well, yeah, I think now is the time to focus on the benefits, as Paul was saying in his opening. I think I'm sort of done with the trade-offs. I mean, we've talked and championed Britain's labour market flexibility for just too long, and we've sort of fallen behind, I think, in constantly championing the need for labour market flexibility for job growth, for economic growth, for profitability, and so on. And, so much so that it's difficult to get beyond the hype. Most international organizations, the ILO, the OECD, and so on, have moved with the times, moved with the research. The last one standing is the World Bank. I was looking at their new, what do they call them now, business-ready indicators, which send a strong signal to investors, where to place investors for a good bet in different countries. They still give negative points to any legal restriction on flexible employment. It's quite bizarre. And they're wrong in that regard, because it's sort of out of step with international research. It took the OECD a few years to get on board, right? It was 2004 when they sort of changed, and Sandrine's part of the new wave, I think, of bringing the international research to bear in how international organizations report. So I think we should now focus on benefits. So I want to just give a couple of examples of, the big challenge facing organizations today, which is how to adopt and design digital technologies. And for trade unions, it's about how to do that in a way that benefits decent work. So there are many, many studies which show quite clearly that the secret ingredient isn't, fire and rehire, and it's not using more zero-hours contracts, and it's not carving up your workforce into a core and periphery on insecure contracts. So there were some nice studies, for example, of photography firms who were early movers going from analog to digital. And the secret was to look at the workforce, look at those experiences they had with analog, and build bridges to new skills and new knowledge with teamwork, working with high-tech firms in the ecosystem, and, of course, training and skill investment. There are nice studies also about librarians as a profession, how they've evolved their identity about who they are and what they do. Now they're connectors between people and information. They've got a broader range of tasks and knowledge. But again, it wasn't about insecurity and so on. You could even see studies of hotel cleaners. And there are nice country comparisons which show you that where there's employment stability and job security for hotel cleaners, they're able to come to work, talk to their colleagues, get their schedule for work, and figure out the most efficient route using a wearable device or a digital tool in a way that enhances their work. Whereas in Britain, you're more likely to find teams of cleaners on insecure contracts, on zero-hours contracts, or even having to invoice for their hours because they're false self-employed. In that context, the employer is more likely to use a digital tool which strips out human experience and strips out tacit knowledge. And so we end up moving towards a new class of precarity and low-wage work using digital tools, and we're adopting digital tools, but in the wrong way for a sustainable future. So if I can just say one more thing, there's another nice study which brings out the sort of, it's usually, it's the Scandinavian countries that do much better than Britain. But again, it showed that if you have forms of work organization which they refer to as discretionary learning, which means you have teamwork, it means that you retain complex tasks, so you don't allow them to be routinized with technology, and you have worker voice. So you have a lot of engagement, individual and collective, between workers and with managers. You're more likely to have lead innovator companies. That was a really strong result. So they're more likely to, post patent applications and spend on R&D. Britain, by contrast, came out in that particular study as having more sort of outmoded, tailorist type work organization, and a cost-led lean production type, which again fosters the wrong kind of technology adoption. So I think that's the big challenge. So employment stability, job security, I think is fundamental to having the right kind of technology adoption in the British economy.
Thank you, and very, very timely too. So let me just ask you one thing, Damien, which is, so that's, you've kind of given us a picture, if you like, of a kind of a better equilibrium, if you like, where workers are treated in a better way, particularly in low-paying, insecure sectors and industries, and firms adjust to that, and they can sort of, thrive in that new framework, and it makes workers better able to take risks. It makes firms more inclined to invest and so on in that workforce. So, but that's a kind of story which I think some of us know well. Just give us a bit of a flavour of some of the kind of dynamics of adjustment to that, because there are lots and lots of firms, and I don't need to tell you this, whose business models is predicated on having a low-wage insecure workforce, right? And the world you're describing will be very scary to them. So what happened? Do those firms basically, in your world, do they basically go out of business and the other firms who can adjust better expand, or are they made to get on board? And what's the process through which they will adapt? Because I think that is often the barrier, and that people get scared of that process of adaptation to a kind of world in which work is higher quality.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's complicated. I mean, I think no single firm operates on its own. I mean, we do have a set of institutions on which firms can draw on, not least, regional chambers of commerce, not least trade unions, and local further education colleges and so on. So firms don't act in an isolated fashion. Employment stability is important for so many reasons. I mean, it's not only about low-wage work. I mean, I think, IT workers are facing huge challenges. They're going to be very grateful for, abolishing fire and rehire and day one rights, and in far higher paying sectors. But of course, I think low-wage sector deserves our focus because it's such a large part of the British economy. When the minimum wage was introduced, many of us expected that to have a very strong catalyst effect on productivity and skill development, and it did have a little positive effect. The ONS showed that with some research as it grew and was lifted relative to the median. But it could be a lot stronger now. If only we had these day one rights 25 years ago with the minimum wage, we would have had, I think, that strong positive catalyst effect. So rising minimum wage with employment security. I think the potential gains of a rising minimum wage were really knocked out by the rising zero-hours contracts, which happened more or less coincidental with the rising minimum wage, and there's no accident there, I don't think. But also there was some devious use of agency work, and as we know, the false self-employed. So hopefully now we can get back on track with more standard employment contracts so people know where they are. And when employers have to do that, because this is a beneficial constraint. It's a beneficial constraint. If you don't have a business, that you can't support that. It's not a business. So once you've got that in place and you're competing on a level playing field, as Paul said at the beginning, I think then we'll see the productivity gains in low-wage sectors and more businesses moving into higher value-added segments. I think that'll be beneficial.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fascinating stuff. Sarah. Damien may be done talking about trade-offs, but you're not, because you wrote a column, a very good column a few weeks ago, I think, where you basically sort of foregrounded the potential trade-off of what the government's trying to do, and I think you basically said it was a sort of step into the dark. I don't think you were saying it was a step they shouldn't take, but you were just sort of saying it was there was a lot of uncertainty, and we know. There's increases in employment regulation of various sorts. At the time, the minimum wage is going up pretty fast. Employer taxes going up, yada, yada. That's the basic. And I think people know, we've heard that in the media, and we've heard that from business loud and clear. I suppose what I kind of would be great to get your take and your reflections on, a lot about kind of where the UK labour market is now, light touch regulation, relatively high minimum wage, poor enforcement, lots of fear about the minimum wage over time, which repeatedly found not to be true. Given all that, how do you think this trade-off is going to play out? Or is it actually not so much of a trade-off as Damien is saying? And in 5 years' time, we'll be in this room saying, do you know what? The bad stuff didn't happen and plenty of good stuff did. What do you think?
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. I guess to begin with, while I think that trade-offs do exist, I still think that this is something that the UK should be doing right now. I spent the last 10 years reporting a lot from the ground on the UK labour market. You know, I've talked to people who work in factories, and if something goes wrong with the machinery, the agency workers are told to go and sit in the canteen unpaid until the morning when they have to get the bus home. You know, I've spent time in Leicester where people are paid correctly and then have to take half their wages back to the factory owner the next day so that they actually only get paid £3 an hour. You know, I've stood with gig workers when they suddenly find out they can't log in anymore because they've been, you know, disconnected, and that is effectively they've been fired, and they have no recourse whatsoever to find out what happened or why their livelihood has suddenly disappeared. So, you know, I very strongly believe the UK has a problem with poor quality work and that something needs to be done about it. And, you know, as Damien said, I think the one lever that policymakers have pulled over the last 10 years has been the national minimum wage. And while that has been successful at pushing up hourly pay, it hasn't really done anything about this and might indeed have exacerbated some of it. I mean, there are studies that suggest that one of the reasons that zero-hours contracts have grown is that employers have used that as a way of minimising their rising labour costs. So, you know, I think this should be done. And, you know, even this question of do trade-offs exist, I mean, I do think there can be win-wins. You know, I think sometimes FT readers in particular, who often are business owners, they get very annoyed by this line that what's good for workers is good for business. And often what they will say was, if it was good for business, we'd be doing it already. You know, like, don't tell us how to run our businesses. This is literally what we do all day. And to that point, I think sometimes businesses don't always know what's good for them. You know, I always think about a brilliant study that was done by Susan Lambert at the University of Chicago with Gap. So Gap had very chaotic last-minute scheduling. You know, they basically had one of these algorithmic things whereby people would only find out their shifts like the day before and they could be cancelled. And Susan Lambert ran these tests where with certain stores, they put in more predictable scheduling. And what they found was a 7% increase in revenue in those stores. And you're like, wow, okay, that seems like a significant improvement. Why wasn't Gap aware of this? But what else she found was that actually all of the reasons that treating people badly and giving them chaotic schedules, you know, that did lead to people not putting the effort in and the stores looking a bit rubbish and, you know, all of that sort of thing. But the managers never saw it because whenever the executives were scheduled to visit a store, they rostered more people in. So the store always looked beautiful at the moment that the executives, so they're like, oh great, you know, we've squeezed our labour costs and things look really good. You know, so I think it is possible sometimes that businesses don't always know what's good for them. All of that being said, I do think that trade-offs do exist, and you know, while I would love to be over them, I think that would be a slightly sort of risky thing to say. I mean, clearly, what happened with the minimum wage is kind of reassuring, right? Because everyone thought that it would cost jobs, and it didn't. You know, all of the studies show that basically employers, they partly sucked it up with profits, they partly passed it on with prices. They didn't. There wasn't really a kind of disemployment effect. So we might see that as reassuring, and maybe the same thing will happen again. I guess the reason that I'm slightly more worried this time is that I think it is suboptimal that the Labour government is proceeding this with a massive increase in employers' national insurance contributions. You know, clearly they felt that they needed to raise tax, but I think adding to employers' costs at the same moment that you are doing something that feels a bit frightening to them and will be quite complicated to get their head round, I think could be problematic. I was talking to the owner of a sort of small chain of hairdressers, and she said they've always done HR in-house. They've always managed to do it, but now she's so frightened of all of these new regulations that are coming in, she's going to have to get kind of external HR people, and that's going to be a massive extra cost as well. So I think, you know, don't underestimate the idea that businesses are really worried about getting this wrong. You know, and I do think it's possible this time that there could be an employment effect. Part of the problem is that we don't really know what's going on with the UK labour market because the ONS has said it won't be able to get us any decent data until 2027. So this is part of the reason that I feel like we're doing this in the dark. To be honest, the thing that I'm more worried about is not job losses. What I'm more worried about is that you sort of squeeze the balloon, and what will happen is you will get more companies moving people outside the boundaries of the firm, which is something that we have seen for the last decade, and there is every reason to think they will do more of that. They will find ways to make more people self-employed or bogusly self-employed, contractors. You know, I've already started to see this. I'm going to write about it in the next couple of weeks. You're starting to see retailers now using apps whereby they can get workers in on a sort of freelance basis rather than actually employ them. And so that is my big concern, that actually by the time we get to these things being implemented, some of the people that would have benefited might have actually been moved into an even more precarious position. And that's not a reason not to do it, but it is a reason to probably foreground the enforcement stuff.
I thank you, first of all, that's brilliant. You managed to both do trade-offs, but also downplay some of them. I think on your last point, which I really worry about this, is, I mean, I think at the moment there's like a framing of is the government trying to do too much at once? And I can understand that, but I actually think the bigger concern is, in some ways, they're not doing enough at once. And not in a coordinated enough way, which is like, we could have, we've got a large tax incentive to make people self-employed. We've got a massive tax incentive for bogus self-employment in this country. It's been made bigger, just made it bigger, and we're on the go slow in terms of employment classification, because it's really bloody hard, right? But that, for me, is a real problem. And we could see the pressure. Your pressure has to come out somewhere, and either businesses have to adjust, or it comes out somewhere else, and it may come out through unanticipated, in some ways, growth in self-employment, and I think that would be a real mistake. But that is not a recipe for not doing things. That's a recipe for actually doing it, in some ways, on a grander scale. Right, I have lots of questions that I'm not going to ask these people, because I want to let you ask some questions. So I don't know if we have mics in the room. We do have, we have mics in the room. If you don't have any, I'm going to ask loads, but I'm imagining we may. I've got a gentleman near the front here. Anyone else? You're all very meek. Can't believe we've got a meek audience at the TUC. Come on. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just pick up Sarah's last point?
Can you tell us who you are?
Sorry? My name's John Spain. I'm from Law for Life. It's a charity specialising in assisting litigants in person. Your point about more contracting out of labour, the trouble is that the Inland Revenue for years have had IR35 saying, well, if you have control over when these people are supposed to be there and what they're supposed to be doing, they're an employee. So I would have thought that would be a natural way of controlling any unfair extension of this. On the other hand, sometimes this works really well. Some people don't want to work for a particular employer all the time, but if they're sent there for a while, agencies have a place in the economy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've highlighted why this is a really difficult question. I mean, so part of the issue is that there's a tax status for employment or self-employment, and then there's the employment status for your employment rights. Those are two separate things that sort of don't quite align, so that's already a complete mess. And then clearly, there are people who are genuinely contractors, and that works for them and that works for the firms, and you don't want to crush all of that out. At the same time, there is an awful lot of bogus self-employment happening, and when it is happening, it's very hard to sort it out. Particularly on the employment side, you have to go to an employment tribunal. That might take many years. You might then get a judgment in your favour, but it only applies to the specific worker who took the case, and then the business model can basically continue. So I think it's really difficult, which is, I'm sure, why the government has sort of kicked it into the long grass a little bit. But I worry that the longer you leave it as this mess, the more the benefits might sort of seep out through the cracks. Yeah.
Damien, do you want to come briefly on this?
Yeah, just briefly, that I think this is spot on, this idea that employers may be pushing people outside of the sort of bounds of the employment relationship. And I think it's worse, because now we just did a new survey showing that firms are using crowdsourcing for tasks that would have originally been done in the firm. So they're using, Fiverr, Upwork, and all these. So, but the point, I think, is that we're already sort of 25 years behind on employment regulations, and now we also have to regulate what we mean by work on digital platforms and so on to catch up. It's a matter of catching up, I'd say. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Can I see who else wants to ask questions? Because so we've got a gentleman over there. We've got lots of gentlemen. If anyone, and we've got a lady in the front row. So I'm going to get that, and then we're going to make sure we bring in the lady in the front row too.
Thanks. Tim Sharp from the TUC. It picks up on some of the points that Sarah O'Connor already made. Can you talk a little bit about enforcement? Because we have lots of rules already around things like the minimum wage that are often not enforced. Is there anything we can learn from perhaps what other countries have done in terms of how we can shape state enforcement or the role of trade unions in sort of unionised sectors? What more can we learn to ensure that when there are new rights introduced, they're actually adhered to and have an effect?
Right. I'm going to take one big group of questions given the time. No point creating rights if they're fake and not enforced. This lady, and then the gentleman in the row behind.
I'm Margaret Beales. I'm the Director of Labour Market Enforcement, as it happens.
Oh, that was a nice segue, wasn't it?
But my question is slightly different. I am strongly in favour of simplifying the worker status. I think it is ridiculous that it's so hard to work it out. Yep. And I was just wondering if anybody has done any work about what it would be if we just simply aligned on the tax split and just said, well, we've got this division, it's there already, let's go with that one and use that. And I think there's just lots of people saying it's all so difficult, it's all so difficult. It always will be. And at some stage, somebody's just got to say this is what it's going to be.
Very good. Yep. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you very much. Patrick Brown, Employment Law and Trade Union Relations researcher at the House of Commons Library. I just wanted to pick up on something that Sarah mentioned, which is the problems that we've been having with labour market statistics and the labour force survey in the UK. I know Sandrine mentioned at the beginning that the UK is unusual in having still lower labour market participation than before COVID. How confident can we actually be that that is the case, given the problems we have with the statistics collection, and how much of a difficulty will it be in assessing the impact of any of the current reforms on employment or measuring good work in general at the moment?
Yeah, that's a bugbear of mine. There's a gentleman, and then there's a gentleman on the other side too, and then I think we'll come back to the panel.
Good morning. My name is Peter Vilchnig, and I'm the Senior Policy and Networks Officer at Focus on Labour Exploitation, or FLEX. We're a policy and research charity working at the intersection between migrant rights and workers' rights. And I was interested in the framing used by Damien whenever he mentioned people being pushed outside of the bounds of the employment relationship. And I also wanted to just ask about the labour migration system and the fact that we're seeing an increased use of exploitative and restrictive visas. And we've seen an explosion in exploitation in the adult social care sector, in agriculture and horticulture, so on and so forth. And the Employment Rights Bill seems to be somewhat silent on the point of migrant workers' rights. And in this sense, what needs to be done to make sure that workers are able to access the protection set out in this bill in the first place, in order to make sure that workers on these time-restricted visas are able to, join trade unions in the first place, go to employment tribunals, so on and so forth.
Good point, well made. And then lastly, there's Mark. Yep, gentleman there with his hand up. I'll come to
it. Thank you. My question is actually very similar to the previous one, which is, it was an observation that in a lot of these occupations that we're talking about, there's a very high proportion of people employed who are from abroad. And is there a implicit contract between us as consumers and exploitative employers where we benefit from the lower cost services that come from the worse treatment of the workers?
Thank you. Right. We are going to finish on time, so we're going to give our panelists just kind of one go, which is, and they're not going to answer all of those points. Each job will be here for about 3 hours. So pick the thing that a minute or so each. So pick the point that you most want to speak to from what you have heard. And I definitely want thoughts on what we should do on the self-employed from a few of you, because I think that is a massive issue for us. Damien, you start.
Well, on the self-employed, I looked recently at the job growth data in the last 4 years since the end of the pandemic, and I was surprised, in fact, that the self-employed as a share of net job growth hasn't changed. I was surprised about that, and maybe that's something that is going to shift. In fact,
a hell of a lot for a long time, and then flatlined.
Yeah, but still, it's surprising. Most of it actually was men in part-time jobs, which is a whole other story, sort of demographics. Enforcement, I think, can be massively supported through trade union representation in workplaces. We know that from European studies. So the statute is then applied and monitored and evaluated by trade union members in workplaces. That's very good, which is why all the work on whistleblowing and so on is also very important. And that also benefits migrants in work if they're mobilized by trade unions, and unions are already extending their mobilization activities to migrants. But we have a bunch of exploitative employers, and it's the role of trade unions to root them out. So migrants working with trade unions and hopefully with are less fearful of joining and raising their concerns in workplaces. Hopefully we see this now, and this is the first step towards that.
Sundri, any lessons from a kind of OECD international perspective for us on either enforcement or how we regulate self-employment and migrant workers?
Actually, I wanted to react on the minimum wage, if you allow me, because I was part of the equivalent of the Lopé Commission in France. There is also a SMIC expert group. And one concern maybe I would like to add for the minimum wage seems to me is that when you increase, I mean, it was good that the minimum wage had to be to catch up, and with the inflation, cost of living crisis, etc., there was really a need to increase the minimum wage. And actually, you can see in one of the indicators of the job quality that earnings quality indeed improved. But one risk I would see is that you have then the people just slightly, like middle class, slightly above the minimum wage. We had this in France, right? Being sort of caught up by minimum wage earners and having a strong feeling of being dragged down. See what I mean? So déclassement social, as we say in French. So there has been the whole discussion in France about smicardisation, etc. And I could see a potential risk also of happening with the increase of the minimum wage and the squeezing of the earnings distribution. Another comment I wanted to make, listening to you and the trade-offs, I think one of the things we advocate when we measure job quality at the OECD is that we consider 3 dimensions that are complementary. We need to push on 3 fronts. So not only earnings quality, which looks at levels, but also distribution of earnings, but the security, labor market security, right? And not only look at laws, legislation, but how they deliver, right? In terms of actual security of people. And thirdly, all non-monetary aspects that are critical. So whether the jobs you do has a meaning, whether these kind of things, whether you have access to training, all these kind of things. And I think it's important not to consider that there are trade-offs, but push on 3 fronts. The final comment I wanted to make regarding the work status, etc. I think one of the key challenges also for unions is that you have public policy, you need to deliver like consistent package, right, regarding tax benefits, employment protection legislation, active labor market policy, etc. Collective bargaining also has a role to play. I mean, I said it, but one important challenge I see here is all these people not covered by trade union, right? There are, with the AI, all this new business, new form of contracts, etc., we have data on trade union density, and there is a strong gap between people having what we call regular contract versus non-regular. 50% people on average are not part, I mean, there is really this big gap between permanent and non-permanent. So in that sense, I think also that would be something to be addressed.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm going to answer the labour market statistics point, which is, I don't believe the labour market statistics, which is not a very controversial thing to say, unfortunately. But I also don't really believe that inactivity is probably much higher than it was pre-COVID. I think that's probably, I can't say that with certainty, no one in this room can, but my best guess is that's untrue. That's based on the work we've done at the Resolution Foundation, and that we've been saying something repeatedly ad nauseum, which isn't right. And I think that will probably, in 2 years' time, we will look back and think, we had a few years of narrative about something which didn't really happen. And that's, now I may be wrong, but that's my best guess. And that is not a happy place to be, as Sarah said, at a time when you're embarking on lots of changes. You just do want good data. And so but that's where we are. And I don't think we should use that as an excuse to do nothing, just to be clear, but I think it is deeply unfortunate. And on so the great question about should we be aligning tax and employment classification sort of approaches. Judith Freeman at Oxford is the person who I think who's done really good work on that. And I'm afraid the conclusion is it is really, really complicated. But I would defer to her on that. But it is definitely a thought which other people are having and is worth pursuing. Sarah, you've written about migrant workers actually, and the kind of how are we all kind of benefiting from their ill treatment through our lives in terms of the choices we make. So I was hoping you might speak a bit about that and anything else that you want to pick up in final remarks.
Yeah, I mean, the immigration and the enforcement thing, I guess, in some ways go together. I mean, I remember interviewing some Ukrainian and Belarusian farm workers who had come in on the new seasonal worker temporary visa who were being very badly exploited. If they weren't picking fast enough, if they weren't meeting whatever the kind of pick rate was for their raspberries in Scotland, they were simply told, you've got to go and sit in your caravan now. You know, like you've not met the rate, so you're not going to earn anything for the rest of the day. They had nowhere else to go. They had, their job was tied to this employer. They requested to be moved to a different employer and were told no. They called the GLAA and basically just didn't really get anywhere because they're very badly resourced. And I think that's what I would say is, I think there might be a panel later on about the Fair Work Agency, if that's what it's going to be called, which I think is it makes so much sense to bring these things together. But it needs two things. It needs much better resourcing because we just don't have the number of labour inspectors in this country compared to what the ILO recommends as the adequate number. But also it needs a better attitude. It needs to be willing to kind of bang some heads together and just walk in and say, this isn't right and we're going to do something about it. And I think it's been and apologies to people in this room who might have worked for some of these agents, but I think the overall approach, I think Leicester is a good example. This has been a kind of festering sore in plain sight that we still haven't been able to sort out. And I know it's difficult, but also there has to come a point where you just say no, and you have much tougher penalties. And also I think you need to be able to call out a business model. You need to be able to say, as the Fair Work Agency, we see what you're doing here with whatever new gig platform this is, and we do not think this is going to be compliant with the law. Rather than wait, 7 years down the line for an employment tribunal to say the same thing. So I think it needs to be much more proactive. That's what I'll say.
Thank you very much. We are out of time, folks. I think you've heard a pretty robust case, if you like, for measures to try and improve the quality of work. Although no one, I think, is sanguine about some of the challenges involved in that, made worse by the fact we're flying blind in terms of data about the labour market. But I think that was, and we've also got, as I was hoping, we got some real international perspective, and which I hope carries through the day, and that we kind of remind ourselves that there are other countries who've addressed these problems and made some progress on them that we might learn things from. And I think we've had great contributions from our three panellists. So I would like you to thank them and the TUC for laying this on. Thank you.
Huge thanks also, Gavin, for chairing that panel so well, and just wonderful to hear such an informed and thoughtful discussion about both the need for change and the benefits that change can bring. I would now like to invite Kurtzia Bateau, our Equalities Director, to take the stage, and colleagues from several of our affiliated unions who are going to speak about the experiences that their members have at work. So Kurtzia, over to you and colleagues. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Nick. That's the first one up, so I'm going to end up sitting beside you. Nick, are we waiting for one more colleague?
I think she was outside.
Well, I'm going to introduce, she's getting ready. Thanks for joining us this morning for this really important session, which is all about hearing from union organisers and union members, and that's the really important part, about the impacts of work insecurity and its impact on different sectors of the economy. So over the last 15 years, working conditions for far too many people have plummeted, and far too many people are trapped in insecure work. Many of them unable to exercise employment rights that would give them greater job and pay security, or any job and pay security. And over that time, policymakers have lacked the will to act. Trade unions have consistently and constantly made the case in workplaces and the political arena for a better deal for working people. We've shown how insecure employment and in-work poverty harms workers and their families, and that's what this session is all about. It's all about hearing from union organisers about the impact that work insecurity has on their members working in different sectors of the economy. We'll then show a video which includes direct testimony from workers employed on exploitative zero-hours contracts about the difference that employment rights bills would make to their life. And what's really important is not many of those workers were able to join us today because of the nature of their work. But it's really important that we hear from them today because they're out doing their day-to-day jobs, and it's vital that they have the opportunity to contribute to this debate about the future of work and about the future of their jobs. And I'm really pleased to be joined by an absolute expert panel today. I've got Amanda Gearing, senior organiser from GMB, spot on timing. Taira Lopez-Lister, who is the Director of Organising for Unite, and Chris Morris, who's the Deputy Head of Research and Policy at Asdor. So I'm really pleased to be joined by you. And Chris, I want to start with you today, if that's all right. Don't look so shocked. You know what you're doing. Your members primarily work in retail, warehousing and food manufacture. I'd be really keen, and I'm sure everyone else here would be, for you to tell us about the issues they're facing at work, and specifically issues relating to insecure work.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you all for attending today. Yeah, Asdor is a union of about 365,000 members, primarily in retail, but also distribution and other associated sectors of transport, food manufacturing, warehousing, call centres. And we get a lot of feedback from our members, some that goes direct to officials through grievances and issues arising at work, some that we get through sort of pay review and what members are asking for to improve the terms and conditions, and then some through motions to conferences and other democratic structures. But we've also quite regularly survey our members on issues, and we've recently ran a survey related to issues within the employment bill that had 7,500 responses from members, which gave us a great sort of piece of data in terms of being able to assess what the impact of the employment rights provision, the bill's provision would be. And just before the general election, we ran a cost of living survey, which had about 6,500 responses to it. And the earlier survey showed that sort of compared to 5 years earlier, 73% of our members felt financially worse off. 2/3 reported that financial worries were impacting their mental health, and 16% reported that they're missing meals every month just to pay essential bills. And while some of those figures have come down a bit from the height of the cost of living crisis, we've still got 3 times as many people reporting that they're missing meals every month to pay bills compared to a survey we ran just before the crisis started. And sort of a lot of that may just seem it's linked to income and hourly rates, but I think it's quite clear that the ability to afford to live is linked to the much broader set of terms and conditions that people are on, which is something we're hoping to address through the employment rights bill. If someone's unable to guess what or be aware of what income they'll have next month, they won't be able to budget financially, they won't be able to enter into contracts for rent and mortgage and phone contracts and that sort of thing, and they won't be able to have decent mental health because they're always worried about money. In one of our recent surveys, there was a member from Northern Ireland who reported that although they were working between 35 and 40 hours each week, when they applied for a mortgage, the mortgage provider would only look at the 20 hours that were in the contract. And as a result of that, they were unable to get a mortgage, which resulted in them having to give up the rental accommodation and move back in with the parents. We had another member who reported that despite saving all money possible, when they could get additional hours, whenever they found the additional hours cut, they had to resort to using a food bank because they just weren't sure of what money was coming in from 1 month to the next. And we've repeatedly found evidence over the last sort of 6 or 7 years that the more people are reliant on insecure hours for their income, the more they're likely to report that financial worries are impacting their mental health. Now, for us, though, our agreements have generally got rid of 0 hours contracts. Most people within us door members have a contract with some guaranteed hours, but the issue that we see is short hours contracts, so people who are employed on sort of 4, 8, 12-hour contracts but regularly working significantly above that level. And those people end up relying on what's termed as overtime, but in practice it's not overtime. These hours are scheduled in every week. When they get the rota, they have little choice but to do the shift. But if their employer decides that they don't need that shift covering that week, or a bad manager has a gripe with that individual, the shift is simply cancelled, and therefore they're having to take the full financial risk of a downturn in trade, or just your face not fitting for a little while. We had a worker in Blaydon who reported that to us that despite rotas being given out 3 weeks in advance, managers will regularly just change that from 1 week to the next. It's not uncommon to hear of our members having to screenshot the rotas in an attempt to be able to go back to the manager and saying, well, this was my shift when you published it. But there is a complete imbalance of power quite often in trying to enforce that, and the employer knows what the contractual provisions are and the ability to change those shift patterns. And we do find that even where members do get sort of 2 weeks notice of shift patterns and the managers don't change them at the last minute, those members still find it impossible to organise childcare or organise general sort of parts of life. I think there's been a recognised need, certainly since the Taylor review, to tackle one-sided flexibility, but 7 years later, we're still seeing the same issues that our members face, sort of day in, day out. Another issue that our members have quite a big problems with is sick pay. Something that rose to prominence during the pandemic. Our recent survey showed that 3/4 of our members believe that they don't believe that they can afford to take time off when they're sick. And this is caused by 3 things. It's the low rate of statutory sick pay. It's the having to wait 3 days before you receive any pay as a result of the structure of statutory sick pay. And it's the lower earnings limit, which means that the lowest pay just don't even qualify for statutory sick pay. Retail is already a typically low-paying industry. We've found that 72% of our members are currently earning below the real living wage rate, and when they go off, that extra loss to earnings is just completely unbearable. At the moment, the average full-time worker, according to the ONS, is on 36.9 hours a week. If that worker is just earning the national minimum wage and they drop from that rate to the statutory sick pay level, they lose 72% of their earnings for that week, because statutory sick pay is just not kept up with the increases in minimum wage. We've heard of members with long-term health conditions who, when they have to take time off work, they've not had the heating on at home for the last 2 winters. We had another member who called in and they're awaiting treatment for cancer. They're about to lose the company sick pay and drop down to statutory sick pay. And they've got all of the medical health issues that they're worried about, but now it's financial issues as well that are going on top of that. And this is just leaving massive sort of financial holes in their ability to budget from 1 month to the next. And then if you're happy, just one more issue that we see quite often, it is fire and rehire. And I think there's quite a lot of headline cases of fire and rehire, sort of P&O, British Airways, Tesco's, cases where employers just decide that they can cut employment terms at will. Usdaw was able to win a recent case against Tesco for fire and rehire, but that's very much an outlier based on specific provisions of that case. But one thing that we see, it's not the high-profile cases that are, well, there is a much deeper issue than just the high-profile cases that are seen. When we surveyed our members, almost a third of our members reported that they'd been asked to change the working conditions in the last year, and 1 in 5 of those felt compelled to accept what the company was offering them because the company offered fire and rehire. And I think if you talk to our officials in negotiations, when a company wants to cut something, they'll threaten fire and rehire and say, look, this is the nice package. If you force us to go down the fire and rehire, we will take a worse package because we've got the ability to at that point. And I think the continued provision of fire and rehire is just meaning that every job across the economy becomes insecure. So that was just a quick snapshot of some of the issues.
Brilliant, thanks Chris, and I think that gives a real comprehensive roundup of just what members are facing. Tyra, can you tell us about the experiences Unite members have of shift work and insecure work?
Yeah. Thanks very much for having me. It's one of the things that I found very interesting about the invitation to speak here was actually to bring the experiences of workers on the ground, because I think sometimes whenever you're talking about legislation, it can become very distant about what people are experiencing on the ground every day. So we represent workers in pretty much every sector of the economy, and we have a big membership in well-established workplaces with recognition agreements, etc., but also in sectors like in hospitality. And I was kind of listening to the end of the conversation of the previous panel in terms of self-employment. We actually, very interesting, over the pandemic, we started organizing self-employed workers that are actually, the expectation that people have is that self-employment is you own your own business, when actually we were looking and we done a big campaign with registered childminders. So women that are working in their own homes, helping other women look after the children, very isolated under this guise of self-employment. So there's that aspect as well of members that we have. I think whenever we're talking about the Employment Rights Bill, I think there's a couple of the points that you were making that stick out to me from our members' experiences. One is in terms of sick pay. And before coming, I was talking to some of the organisers to kind of see if they had other experiences different than mine. And I heard about this one worker that didn't have entitlement to sick pay, was feeling very unwell, contacted the employer and said, can I take a day's annual leave? Because he couldn't afford to be off. And the employer says, no, you can't take your annual leave, you haven't accrued enough. So he goes into work, and he took a very bad turn, and he unfortunately died in the workplace. No security for the family, nothing. And actually, possibly, we think that if he had been allowed the time off and he had been to the doctor, etc., that could have been avoided. Sick pay, we represent a lot of workers in food processing, and obviously during COVID, that was a very big issue, that the employers didn't want people showing up to work sick, but the workers didn't have a choice but to show up to work sick, and we've seen what happened in the spread of the virus in food processing factories. So sick pay is one of the ones. The other one, the issue around shifts and reasonable notice for shifts. And obviously hospitality is one that it's a recurrent issue, and that we have experiences of members. And in hospitality, we have a lot of young members as well who find it very difficult to challenge with the employer. My daughter being one of them, that she'll say, I have to be there. And I says, what time do you finish? Because you need picked up. You're 17 years old. You're not going to be getting in a taxi by yourself. I don't know what time I'm going to finish. You're starting to work at 8 o'clock at night. What time are you going to finish? I have no idea. They will tell me 5 minutes before you're ready to go home. It's totally unacceptable, but it's common practice in hospitality. And she's lucky that she's told a week in advance her shifts, but there's workers that get told the day before, and they're told, if you don't show up, you better not show up again. The other one in terms of shifts is no set hours that people are expected to start at a certain time. So we had a strike in Northern Ireland in a food processing factory, ABP Meats, that We had majority migrant workers, and people were expected to start at 7 o'clock in the morning. And you had families, husbands and wives, that worked in the factory, and they didn't have access to childcare before 8 o'clock in the morning. And what they were trying to argue was that one of the two should be able to start work at 8 o'clock, and the company wasn't open to that. And equally, in the lead up to Christmas, that there should be an option for people to choose to go home after 5 o'clock in the afternoon or 6 o'clock, and that security wasn't there. So these workers went on strike. And it's not surprising that that was the same workplace that workers had to ask for authorization to go to the toilet. So we're talking grown adults having to ask for authorization to go to the toilet. And we had, unfortunately, an incident that somebody soiled themselves on the line because they weren't given the authorization to go to the toilet. This is I'm a union organizer, so I have a respectful disregard for legislation. But I think that legislation needs to be strengthened for the most absurd situations not to take place. And I think what's been happening is that the context of work and insecure work has spread so much that these practices now are commonplace. And then what we're finding is that in our well-established workplaces where we have recognition agreements, where employers don't need to be using insecure work practices, they're starting to make use of agency workers on temporary contracts, zero-hour contracts, because then they don't have to deal with the HR element of it. They can pass it on to these companies. They can wash their hands of responsibility, and then all of a sudden in these workplaces it's undermining our agreements. And then I think the last point I will make is in terms of recognition agreement and the pathway to recognition agreement. Now, we work in Ireland as well, so we don't have a legal pathway in the Republic of Ireland for recognition. So everything is on the basis of collectivising and mobilising workers around it. But in the UK, we have the pathway through the CAC and the Industrial Court. But what we find is that the number of hoops that we have to jump through to secure that, and even then at the end, what we end up is a very weak agreement that unless we have the collective, we can't enforce. And I'm sure Amanda will be talking about Amazon. It doesn't really matter if you have that piece of paper, because that piece of paper will be so weak by the time you get it that you almost wonder if it's worth it. And the employers, what they do is they flood bargaining units. We had a workplace, Seagate, that the company had said they would never allow the union to come in, and that was 20 years of us battling to try and get a recognition. Workers eventually mobilized, and what they done was they employed private consultants, union busters from the US to come and have one-to-one meetings and conversations with workers. Yeah, my first experience of that was back then was Flybe, and it was two American guys, Brad and Chad. And they would meet workers on a one-to-one basis. And then whenever we're trying to operate from what the law says, what's facilitated for us in terms of access, we're given a pokey room with a time limit that nobody's going to be able to come and see, while the employer has toolbox talks twice a day that they can have their arena to talk about how the union is bad and weak and they're only there for your money, etc. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Tahira. And that leads us really nicely on to Amanda and the experiences at Amazon. We had a conference yesterday and heard from a lot of workers about, the absolutely abhorrent conditions. So it'd be really good to hear from you about, the experiences at Amazon of workers and what led them to unionise and some of the challenges that they faced.
Absolutely. Hello everybody, I'm Amanda and I work for GMB. We're a general workers union, so much of the stories that we're experiencing around zero-hour contracts and fire and rehire are similar. And some of these things don't just happen in places like Amazon and in retail and things like that. They're in our NHS, they're in our care work. They call it bank staff instead of 0-hour contracts, but it means that low-paid workers don't get to do overtime and get paid at overtime rates, because we have these 0-hour contracts that are brought in to undermine those terms and conditions. So, it's across the piece, and it's just spread wider and wider. As this kind of Tory government has been in, we've seen, you had rights after a year, now you have rights after 2 years, and these are things that we're really hopeful that this bill will be able to sort out. So we welcome that legislation. We work for a union, we work for the movement, so we always fight and get better terms and conditions for our members, but it makes it harder and harder when you're fighting against the law that's just not there for workers. So we do welcome it in that sense. As we mentioned around places like Amazon has been kind of a live experience for us, because we've just come through a recognition ballot that was kind of like a fight for our life, if you like. And I've been working with Amazon workers for 13 years, so it's not something that, just happened in the last couple of years. The conditions in there are appalling. We talk about asking to go to the toilet, they're monitored on that basis as well. So, if you take longer than a couple of minutes to go to the loo, then you're on idle time, then the algorithm means that you go down to the bottom and you can get disciplinaries and that kind of thing. So people are urinating in plastic bottles, just so they don't have to go to the toilet and up that idle time, which means that they could get dismissed from their workplace. We've got excessive amounts of ambulances going to site. People collapsing at work under the pressure because they don't know what their targets are. It's all done by a computer. And these are things that recognition could actually address, because once you start to train your safety reps on the inside and they start to look after each other and do those investigations and make that, keep that company accountable, this is at the point where, we're able to change these things. But the process to get there is so difficult. And even from the very start, you have to put in a letter and wait 10 days. It gives the company 10 days to be able to do what they want with regards to start changing the narrative, flooding the bargaining unit. Our bargaining unit we were over 50% when we first applied, and they flooded that bargaining unit by 1,500 workers in 42 days. You ask me how they're able to do that, because I don't know, but that's what they did. So it meant that we had to withdraw that application. But, our leaders in there were strong, and they kept going, and they recruited more and more people till we got to the point where we were ready to put in that second application, which is in March this year. And from the point that we put in that application, the fight was on. We didn't get access and for another 142 days. And in that period, they had 7-hour-long meetings with every person on site. Amazon had never, in the whole 13 years, they'd never translated a single policy during a disciplinary, and this is a workforce that is from many different countries. But during this period, they brought in managers that spoke different languages that we'd never seen before. They brought in translators. They translated everything about union busting. They said the union will take 2 years to negotiate your pay if you vote for this. The union will negotiate away your terms and conditions. This is bad. This is not something you should vote for. And by the time we got in, this was the narrative that we had to fight against. They brought in 30 different managers from across the country to fight against this recognition. This is a multi-billion-pound company. They can afford to put right in a day what's wrong in those fulfilment centres. They choose not to. This is not about profit at all. This is about ethos and not wanting workers to have a secure job, because all they want is to bring you in, work you, break you, throw you out and start again. They're not interested in you being there longer than 2 years. Everybody that works at Amazon longer than 2 years has an injury. So that process for recognition, that needs to be tightened up. It's one of the most important things, because all the other stuff that we talk about, these are the things we can change once we're in there, once workers are organising themselves, once they're, electing their own safety reps, doing those investigations. We cannot let this continue, and hopefully this bill, this legislation will, help us to do that. But we're going to keep talking about that and pushing that until that happens, because we know that sometimes that can get lost in the detail, and we mustn't get that lost in the detail, because we have to remember this is not about sitting around a table and discussing. This is happening to real people, their lives. They're not able to afford to put food on the table. They're borrowing money from month to month. This really happens, a process of working with people for 13 years and, their lot in life barely changes. We want people to thrive in work. We're not against companies thriving and making profit, but what we're against is making billions of pounds of profit through a pandemic where our members at Amazon were declared essential when it was crafts and stuff like that we were sending out, not medical supplies, and then forced to work through that. And then when the cost of living crisis hit, they wasn't even given more than 50 pence an hour. This we have to change, we have to chat, and we've got a moment right now, so let's not waste it.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all my speakers. We have run out of time. Thank you so much, and thank you for really bringing your members' testimony here. And we heard from your members yesterday, all of your members, and what was really heartening was that they are absolutely determined, absolutely strengthened. And, whilst companies will try, I think members have even more resolve to build and get those recognition and really defeat this. We're going to run a short video in a minute, but before I do, I'm really pleased to welcome Darren Jones, MP, who's Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who is joining us today, and you'll be hearing from shortly, so you're very welcome. And I hope all of this testimony has really gone straight to the heart of what policy is going to be.
Hi, my name's Tamara Beattie. I'm a care worker and I'm on a 0 hours contract. For those of you who don't know, a 0 hour contract is a contract employment agreement where you aren't guaranteed set hours of work. So this might mean that one week you're working a week with full shifts and then the next week you might not get any at all. In theory, it's meant to offer flexibility, but in practice, it offers instability. Working on a 0 hour contract means that I'll never know what I'm going to be earning each week, which makes it hard to plan ahead. Things like paying rent, utilities, or even knowing when I'm going to have time to spend with my family becomes difficult to plan. Never being able to plan your life around your work, especially when you have a family like I do, makes it quite difficult to know what you're going to be doing on a daily basis. It makes it difficult if you're called in last minute and working long hours. More and more 0 hour contracts are coming about with people working in care. We're often working long hours on short notice with little pay, and it's very unstable. Most jobs have guaranteed pay and guaranteed hours, so why shouldn't care workers like me? I think that the government's going to ban 0 hour contracts. Quite frankly, it should have been done a long time ago.
When I was recovering from cancer, I caught COVID and then pneumonia, and I couldn't work for 5 weeks. But because I was on a 0 hours contract, I didn't get sick pay. I lost around £2,000 just for being too ill to work. Nobody should ever find themselves in this position. My name is Karen. I've been a teacher for almost 42 years. When I started teaching, most people, including myself, got permanent contracts, but not now. Now, insecure work is everywhere. I'm a specialist in education for children with additional support needs. Teachers being on 0 hours contracts is bad for the young people I teach. It really disrupts their education. For young teachers starting out, how are they supposed to buy a house and start a family? And an unstable workforce is also a burden for the school, as teachers have to constantly manage handover and training for temporary staff. The Employment Rights Bill will help educators like me, and crucially, it will help those who depend on us.
I'm Mark. I'm an engineer supervisor at Oscar Mayer. Oscar Mayer are removing paid breaks, removing bank holiday pay. It will make their lowest paid staff £3,000–4,000 a year worse off. Ironically, they're one of the biggest food manufacturers in the country, and yet they're happy to take food off the plates of their poorest employees. Oscar Mayer have targeted the migrant workers, the hourly paid staff. They're threatened with dismissal without compensation unless they agree to the changes in their contract. This is an example of fire and rehire being used as a tool to cut real-time wages. We call on the government to outlaw fire and rehire. We can't let big companies like this get away with it.
Why is Amazon so scared about me joining a union? My name is Garfield Hilton. I work for Amazon Coventry, and my job is to process goods and receive goods. So the weight of the actual box with the goods may be 5 kilos, 10 kilos, or even 20 kilos plus. My role then is to remove this box when it comes to my station off a truck and then ship the goods onto other warehouses. It's a very demanding job. We have to work at blistering pace across the shifts. I used to work 40 hours when I first started. I've had to reduce my hours down to 24 hours. Lifting a box every time has a detrimental impact upon your back. I've had to learn to endure the pain and push through it because I'm fearful of the consequences, the possible loss of my job. We spent many years talking to Amazon and we realised they weren't listening to us. We felt that we had to join a union so our voices would be listened to as a collective. We were up against a lot of union busting tactics from Amazon, attacking us to scare us to death by saying that by joining the GMB union would see us losing our basic rights. Unfortunately, we lost our vote by just 28 votes. Amazon are extremely determined to stop workers from having an independent voice. Everybody should be treated fairly with respect and dignity and have the choice whether they wish to have union membership. Union busting should have no place in modern Britain. I, for one, definitely have faith in the Employment Rights Bill to address the issues facing workers and give them hope of a fair working environment.
When a patient beat me at work and almost tore off my finger, I got no sick pay for weeks. My name is Sylvia and I'm a care worker. One day I was caring for a patient with severe mental health issues. Suddenly, he bit my hand, almost tearing off my finger. I had to take time off work to recover, but I was on a 0 hours contract. I received no sick pay. I lost hundreds of pounds and I went in debt. When I was well enough, I had to borrow money just to afford petrol to see my patients. Luckily, I now work for the NHS and have a stable contract. But I know lots of care workers who still have no financial security and who live one week to the next. We can and should do better than this. The Employment Rights Bill would improve the lives of so many care workers and improve services for our patients as well.
Well, colleagues, as you can see, I'm not the Right Honourable Darren Jones MP, but I am going to introduce Darren. And first of all, just let me say, it's an absolute privilege, Darren, for you to be here, for us to have you with us here today. Really important, I think, that you got an opportunity to hear some of the worker stories, because we talked at the start of today's event about the fact that underneath all of the statistics, this is about real people's lives and the impact that decent work does or doesn't have on their lives. So Darren, really pleased that you can join us today. Darren, people will know, is a key member of the Treasury team that delivered, helped Rachel Reeves deliver the first Labour budget in 14 years. Lots of commentary about the budget in the press. Jeremy Clarkson didn't like every aspect of it. But I have to say, I think that was a transformational budget. It was a budget that was about investing in infrastructure, in our public services, and in growth, and hopefully getting this country back on track. And I know that budget, taken alongside Make Work Pay, the industrial strategy, Skills England, does really give us that opportunity to build decent work for millions of people in this country. So please give a warm welcome to Darren Jones MP, Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
Thank you, Paul. It's great to be here again. I've been in this room, in this building, so many times over the years, as a student, as a wannabe politician, as a politician in opposition, and now I'm very pleased to say, as a minister in the Labour government. So thank you for that warm welcome, and thank you to you, Paul, for your leadership here at the TUC and for your service to our movement. This is the home of trade unionism in Britain, and a reminder of our collective strength as a movement, because it is trade unions who have, over a century ago, helped form the Labour Party and to turn it into the greatest force for change this country has ever known. It is trade unions who fought for some of our most important achievements in government: equal pay, the ending of racial discrimination in the workplace, the introduction of the national minimum wage, maternity pay, and paternity leave. So many of these rights that we rely on and often take for granted today, hard fought for and hard won. And it is trade unions who remain at the forefront of the struggle to deliver a better deal for working people today. And that is why I'm pleased to stand before you not just as a proud trade unionist, but as Labour's first Chief Secretary to the Treasury in 14 years. Friends, in opposition, we campaigned for change, but we ultimately had to persuade Conservative ministers. Most of the time that felt impossible. Sometimes we won important victories, for example, the work that the TUC and others did to secure furlough payments during the COVID pandemic. But finally, with the Labour government, we have the chance now to just enact change, to make a difference, to make work pay for millions of people across the country. This is why one of the first acts of this Labour government was to deliver the first real terms pay rise for public sector workers in years, putting more money back into the pockets of workers and ensuring that we can recruit and retain the talent we need to power our public services. And then at the budget last month, the Chancellor took the action needed to fix the foundations of our economy, to invest in the National Health Service, and to start the work of rebuilding Britain. With 40,000 extra hospital appointments each week and £2.3 billion more for schools next year alone, with new funding to rebuild crumbling classrooms. We had to make some tough decisions, but they were necessary to drive economic growth, the number one mission of this government, while ensuring that working people don't face higher taxes in their pay slips. But the hard truth is that there are still fundamental issues with the economy that we have inherited. Too many people are out of work, including 9 million people caught in a spiral of inactivity. Many of those are young people, not in education, employment, or training, not being given access to get the basic skills needed to get on and succeed. A lack of hope, a lack of opportunity, and something that we should be ashamed of as a country. That is why last week the Prime Minister and the Work and Pensions Secretary announced new reforms to support people into work, backed by £240 million of investment, with a new National Careers and Skills Service to replace outdated job centres and a new youth guarantee so that no young person can fall through the cracks. These plans will make a real difference. However, unemployment is only one part of the story. It is the quality of work, as we've just heard in that powerful film, that matters too. And that is why we are here today. Because we all believe in the dignity of work, a belief that I know is shared by many businesses too. Companies like Richer Sounds, who have campaigned against zero-hour contracts and recognise that what is good for workers is good for business too. But the reality, as we all know, is that not everyone shares that view. And too often, work is low paid, insecure, and of poor quality. Failing to keep pace with a changing economy and not reflecting the realities of a modern, advanced economy. The TUC's own analysis shows that 1 in 8 workers are now in precarious work, and the problem is getting worse. Over the last 13 years, the number of people in insecure work has risen nearly 3 times faster than secure forms of employment. Bosses can hire and fire at will, as we heard, and real wage growth has been the lowest in the OECD. This problem isn't confined to one sector or one industry. It is pervasive, affecting workers across the whole economy. I saw this firsthand, campaigning alongside many of you and your members whilst I was chair of the Commons Business Committee in the last Parliament, campaigning against exploitation at work, against the unethical use of fire and rehire, against the use of technology to surveil and monitor, as opposed to helping workers be able to do their jobs more effectively, holding powerful bosses to account on behalf of workers. Long, hard years in opposition where I could only hold people to account, but not change the country. We all know that what we need now is real change. But all too often we hear the same old voices arguing for the status quo. Fewer rights, greater pay erosion, new restrictions on union activity. This is where 14 years of a Conservative government has left us. And where are they heading? Look no further than their new leader, the leader of the opposition. She thinks that maternity pay has, quote, gone too far and is now excessive. This from a party who argued in 1997 that the minimum wage would cost over 500,000 jobs. Never mind the fact that 500,000 more jobs were actually created in the years that followed. A proud legacy of the last Labour government that transformed my life and millions of families like mine. Meanwhile, the Conservatives are living in a bygone era, fighting the battles of the past rather than addressing the challenges and the opportunities of today. So what this Labour government will bring, and what we need, is a new approach. That is why we've already taken action to boost the pay of the lowest earners on the national living wage, which will rise to £12.21 an hour in April, worth up to £1,400 a year for a full-time worker. And for the first time, we're moving towards a single adult rate, so that 18 to 20-year-olds will receive £10 an hour guaranteed at work. Our approach is guided by a simple rule, that work should always pay. And our new employment rights bill is the first part of our plan to achieve that. We promised to bring it forward within 100 days. Many suggested it could not be done. But thanks to the tireless work of the Deputy Prime Minister, the Business Secretary, and my colleagues in government, we have delivered on that promise. And I'm grateful to Paul and the TUC for the support you have given it, because it represents the biggest upgrade of employment rights in a generation. It is a plan to modernise working conditions so that they reflect the world of work as it is in 2024. By banning exploitative zero-hours contracts, abolishing the scourge of fire and rehire, introducing day-one protection against unfair dismissal, strengthening sick pay and day-one rights to unpaid parental leave, new flexibilities to help parents achieve a better work-life balance, and action to tackle gender pay disparities, all underpinned with a tough new enforcement body, something that I campaigned for in opposition, the Fair Work Agency, which will make sure that everyone plays by the rules. But we also need to reset industrial relations in this country, because after over a decade of acrimony and distrust, it's time to recognise the contributions that unions make to our economy. So we are repealing the ideological anti-trade union laws put in place by the last Conservative government, and we will bring forward important new rights and protections so that you can organise freely and stand up for your members. But these plans aren't just about delivering a fairer deal for workers. They're also part of our plan for long-term, inclusive, sustainable economic growth. Because under the current failed model, businesses doing the right thing are being undercut by competitors who offer fewer rights and protections, which leads to a race to the bottom and does nothing to improve our productivity or improve conditions for growth and investment. Now, I know that some businesses, including smaller firms, will have legitimate questions about what this means for them, and that's why we will be working closely with businesses and industry to get the implementation of these changes right. But the key point is this: employment rights aren't the cause of low growth in our economy. They are part of our mission for higher and more inclusive growth. And our reforms will create a level playing field so that businesses can compete fairly, that they will build on the steps that we've already taken to help them to succeed, like establishing Skills England to create the highly skilled workforce that businesses need. And in the spring next year, we will also bring forward a modern and industrial strategy to target growth in key sectors like advanced manufacturing and life sciences to the benefits of workers across the country and businesses too. Now, I'm encouraged by the conversations that I and my colleagues have been having with businesses who support our plan. Polling from the IPPR shows that nearly 3/4 of employers believe that strengthening rights will make it easier to retain staff, while 7 in 10 say that better conditions will improve productivity. That's because make work pay is not a zero-sum game, where either the employer or the employee comes out on top. We all depend on economic stability, on skilled jobs, and reliable public services. We all need an economy that is growing, businesses that are succeeding, investing, competing, and yes, making a profit, enabling them to pay their workers a decent wage. And I'm pleased to see that Make UK are embracing this philosophy with their new Industrial Strategy Skills Commission, bringing together major firms like Siemens and JCB with trade unions, industry experts, and others to find a solution to the skills deficit in manufacturing and engineering. This is exactly the spirit of partnership and cooperation that we need, with all the voices around the table driving us forward, bringing reforms to the labour market, securing investment, and helping to grow the economy. So I invite you all to work with us as we implement this plan, a plan to make work pay for businesses and workers and the British economy, united by a single mission of sustainable economic growth built on solid economic foundations, turning the page on 14 years of decline by transforming the world of work so that it is fit for the future, raising living standards, driving investment, improving productivity, and providing dignity at work. To deliver the change that we promised the country, that we have called for so many years in opposition, but are now given the opportunity to implement, to secure a better future for working people, and to deliver the change this country voted for. Thank you very much.
Darren, if you could grab a seat. Everybody that registered for the conference was given the opportunity to submit a question or two for Darren. So we've got a couple of questions that I'll take now, and then maybe if we've got time, I'll take a couple of contributions from the floor as well. But first of all, Darren, just to say thanks very much for that speech, and it is fantastic to have you here in government rather than in opposition and actually delivering on that make work pay agenda. I mean, I think delivering that employment rights bill in the first 100 days, I don't underestimate how much time and effort and that took not only ministerial colleagues but also the civil service team as well. A fantastic effort right across government. So maybe let's take our first question, which is from, and we'll take three, Chris Warhurst, who's the director at the Institute for Employment Research. Chris?
Darren, good morning. It's a loaded question. I'll flag that already because I think I might have the answer if you don't. I suspect there's a lot of people in this room who are very supportive of what the government's doing, and they're pinning a lot of hopes on this. So my question is this: how will you measure progress on delivering making good work pay and the New Deal more generally?
Okay, thanks, Chris. Do you want to respond now, or should we take a couple more? Yeah, Barbara Plant, who's the National President of the GMB.
Thank you. We heard on the video about how challenging it is managing life with no guarantee of how many hours you work from one day to the next. So do you, the Chief Secretary of Treasury, agree that it is vital that all workers have a right to a contract that reflects their regular hours, not just those working part-time? Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. And I'll take our final question this round. It's Andy May, who's Media and Policy Advisor at the Centre for Progressive Change. I'm looking for Andy. Andy.
Good morning, Darren. So low statutory sick pay is the single biggest employment issue working people raise with Charity Citizens Advice, according to their latest report. Do you agree that a happy, productive workforce is reliant on an adequate rate of statutory sick pay, so that one that doesn't trigger poverty for workers who need it when they're ill? And will you personally meet with representatives of the Safe Sick Pay campaign to discuss how statutory sick pay can be, the rate could be increased?
Thank you, Andy. Chris, you should tell me what your answer is and we can compare notes. But my answer to the question, and I'm conscious I'm competing with the Prime Minister who's giving a speech at the same time, is in our plan for change. So in our plan for change, which the Prime Minister is publishing and announcing today, our first mission on economic growth will be measured by what's called real household disposable income, which sounds a bit wonky, but basically it just means that workers across the country should have more pounds in their pocket at the end of a Labour term in office, not less. There'll be other metrics, especially around probably employment tribunal performance, how rights at work are being implemented, and so on and so forth, which we will monitor in the normal way, especially with our government agencies. But the key metric for us is that real household disposable income will improve, and people will feel the tangible benefit of that after our time in office. Barbara, that links to your questions. I should declare I'm a member of the GMB, but I'll give everybody a nice answer, not just you. We totally agree, of course, as we saw in the videos just now. It's just impossible for you to have any security either at work or at home if you have no idea what money you have coming in the door. This is like something that we thought we'd abolished decades and decades ago, but it's come back with a vengeance. And that's why we are banning those in the Employment Rights Bill, so that people who do regular work have the right to a regular contract. And then, Andy, on your question, you probably know the consultation today has closed. As a government minister, I won't prejudge the outcome of the consultation. But what I can tell you is we've already agreed to lower the earnings limit that was in place previously and get rid of the waiting period so that people will be able to access sick pay more easily than they were able to in the past. And of course, I'd be delighted to meet with you.
Thanks, Aaron. I'm conscious we've got a break for a cuppa and then we've got another panel session before lunch, but I'm going to take 3 more. I'm looking for indications. I've got one at the back there, one here. These 2 have already been. and over here. So at the back there, Delphine.
Hello, Delphine Strauss from the FT. Minister, are you concerned that the increase in national insurance contributions is going to undermine wage growth on the OBR's estimates and potentially increase the incentives for employers to use gig workers rather than employees?
Okay, thank you. Colleague there. Oh, well, maybe actually, if we take this one here, because the mic's on its way down, and then we'll get the colleague at the front. No, just, yeah.
Hello there. I'm going to stand up because I don't think you saw me when I originally put my hand up because I am dead short. Hello. Hello, Minister. My name's Rebecca. I'm from the Equality and Human Rights Commission. My question, we have a vested interest in this because we will be responsible for enforcing some of the measures in the Employment Rights Bill. There has been discussion, sort of briefly touched upon this morning, about ensuring that the new rights that are conferred through the legislation are effectively enforced to make them meaningful and to make them have impact. So my question is, what consideration is the government giving to making sure that those agencies that will be responsible for enforcing these new rights are sufficiently funded to do so? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I've got a colleague here at the front, and that's us.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Paul. And thanks, Darren. First of all, I just want to say thanks very much for your work on P&O. My name's Jonathan White from the RMT, so we valued the work that you did on the Business Committee there. My question today is about a potentially transformative element of the Employment Rights Bill, which is the section giving the power to the government to establish the adult social care fair pay agreement and extend collective bargaining across that sector. And we welcome the commitment in the Make Work Pay to examine the potential for extending that across the rest of the economy. We were hearing this morning how bodies like the OECD and the IMF have recognised that it's a key lever for reducing inequality and raising wages. And we note that the EU has established a target of 80% collective bargaining coverage as part of its plan for growth in our major trading partner. So can we have a dialogue with the government about how we can explore extending collective bargaining and setting a similar kind of target?
Great, thank you for that. Delphine, on employer national insurance, it depends on what type of employee you are. So of course for public sector employers, as we set out the budget, we'll be supporting departments to cover the cost of that. And for small businesses and charities in particular, the scheme has been designed to reduce the impact on them. So over 50% of small businesses, for example, will either pay less than they did previously, or no more than they did previously, so that it's easier for them when they've got smaller amounts of revenue to be able to manage that transition. But of course, as you will know, we had a manifesto commitment not to increase income tax, national insurance on workers, or VAT, which often affects those with the lowest incomes. But we did have to get a grip of public finances, which is why we had to take that decision. Ultimately, though, to go to your question on wage growth comes from a more productive economy, both in terms of productive public services and the productivity in the private sector. So our wider work around driving investment, having more secure work, which improves productivity for workers, thinking about ethical uses of technology being applied at work, and so on and so forth, is a drive to improve the productive nature of the economy, which is the main driver for wage growth, and that's what we're hoping to see in the years ahead. And by the way, the OBR has already projected that wage growth will grow more quickly in this parliament than it did in the last parliament, and that's just from the starting point. Rebecca, and I suspect that may have been your question as well. Nice to see you again. The departments are about to go into the second phase of the spending review, where we will be doing a zero-based review for the first time, I think, in many, many years. So we're going to be looking line by line at every pound being spent by departments and arm's length bodies and others to make sure that we're spending the money we have in the best possible way, that it's geared towards delivering the priorities and the plan for change that the Prime Minister's setting out today, but to make sure that we are able to deliver on our promises. And the departments will then bid into the Treasury, having done that zero-based review, to think about how they want to allocate that money in line with those principles. We spend about £1.2 trillion a year already, so we've got a lot of money to spend. We've just got to make sure we're spending it as well as possible. And given that we've made commitments around enforcement, I suspect you guys and other organisations will be asked to contribute to the department's work over the coming months to think about what resources you might need and what we might be able to do to help. On fair pay agreements, look, as you know, this is a first in this country. It's really important that we get it right, because if we try to rush or we get it wrong, opposition to it may then make it very difficult. That's why we have talked about consultation and engagement. So to answer your question directly, yes, there'll be plenty of opportunity for you and others to engage with the government as we think about how to design and implement the manifesto commitment. But we are conscious that we really want to land this well and make sure that it works, so that we're able to then build off the success of that in the future, as opposed to creating a problem for ourselves by trying to rush it.
Okay, thanks, Darren. I'm conscious we're going to have to bring this session to a close, but I want to thank Darren for not only addressing us, but taking the opportunity to take people's questions and get involved in the discussion. We've got lots more to come this afternoon, including we've talked a lot about employers. I can see Stephen Phipson from Make UK at the back. We'll hear directly from employers, but genuinely, I don't think we can overestimate the impact of that employment rights bill, the potential positive change it will bring in workplaces, and the mantra, and hopefully it's come across this morning, constantly good for employers, good for workers, good for the UK economy. I'm sure that's a message that will be reinforced in the Prime Minister's speech this morning. Thanks, everybody. You've got 20 minutes for a cuppa, and then we're back in here for a session before lunch. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, sound check. 1, 2. 1, 2, sound check. 1, 2, 3.
We swapped around. Okay.
Check 1, 2. Mic number 1. Mic number 2. Check. Mic number 2. Mic 3. Check. Mic 4. Mic 4. Check. 1, 2, 3. Mic 4. Sound check. Happy?
I think it is on. Well, welcome back, everybody. And I think so far it's been a very good morning. I've certainly enjoyed it. And it's reinforced, really, the sense of the need for change. I don't think any of us could have heard from those panels or watched that video without feeling quite moved, really. So the moral, what you might call the moral or ethical case for change, has certainly been made and made strongly. We all care about this, and that's one of the problems, really, because I don't think any of us would be in this room if we didn't care about it. So part of the issue is, how do we make the case for change to people who don't feel that moral or ethical concern? And there I'd put it in our discussions in two buckets, really. One is the sort of microeconomic bucket. The first panel, there was a disagreement, which I don't think was brought out there, but might be now, between people like Damien, who think there isn't a trade-off, and Sarah, who thinks there might be, or maybe is. So is there a trade-off, or isn't there a trade-off? There clearly are things that go on which are unacceptable in any terms. Even if there is a trade-off, we should be prepared to pay that price. But there are lots of other things where businesses have to make decisions about where to put their money, about where to put their effort. If there is a trade-off, how should they spend that money? And then there's the macroeconomic issue. I don't know how many of you have worked in the US. I have. It's a really brutal place to work, particularly if you're at the bottom. And the American economy, you can say, depends on 11 million undocumented migrants, as well as a lot of other very, very poorly paid and badly treated people. And yet they have the fastest rate of growth of pretty well any major country. And you can see the same thing in Southeast Asia and in China. Brutal treatment of people, but a good rate of economic growth. Well, in the UK, we often say that we would like European standards of social welfare with American rates of taxation. I mean, arguably, we've got American or near American treatment of people with European rates of economic growth. But is that the case? Is there a macroeconomic trade-off as well as a microeconomic trade-off? Well, we've got a panel here today, and we might begin to address some of those questions. Let me just introduce them. So first, Kate Bell of this parish. Where's Kate? Down that end. That'd be a good idea if you stick your hand up when I say your name, because there are a lot of us. So Assistant General Secretary of the TUC. Kate Nowitzki.
Other Kate.
Who is Director of Dispute Resolution at ACAS. Stephen Phipson, CEO of Make UK. Dr. Danny Sriskandaraja, who is CEO of the New Economics Foundation. Sasha Romanovich, Chair of the Commission for Healthier Working Lives. And finally, Petra Wilton, Director of Policy and External Affairs at the Chartered Management Institute. Well, Nicola has set each of them an exam question. And I'm going to start with Philippa. Petra, I mean. Sorry, no, I'm starting with Sasha. Yes, Sasha.
There you go. Right.
Why does improving job quality matter for health? And what could we gain from getting it right?
Right, well, everybody, thank you very much for having me and for the setup. I'm going to focus specifically on in-work. There are lots of things you can talk about out of work. Sorry, see, I have two boys, so I'm used to having a bit of a playground voice, but the microphone definitely helps. So I'm going to focus specifically on in-work and why it matters. So where we are today is that we've got about 1.7 million people in the workforce reporting they've got some kind of work-limiting health condition. And many of them are reporting that work itself is either causing that or contributing to it. Now, why that matters is that then you've actually got about 300,000 of those people a year, 300,000 a year actually leaving the workplace, and they are significantly less likely to ever return to the workplace once they've left. And, you know, part of the work in terms of the health the Commission for Healthier Working Lives, and Christopher Rocks from the Health Foundation is here in the front row, if anyone wants to pick his brains in breaks. What we're really trying to do is to get under the skin of what are the causal factors and what can you actually do about it. And I think that, why it matters really sort of plays out on sort of three different levels. There's a societal level. We've all seen all the headlines in terms of, if people are leaving the workplace and are then declared unable to work, then there's all of the costs and everything that's associated with that. So societally, it's expensive to have a lot of people out of work. Do I think that's a good rationale for it? Personally, no, because I see people not as resources in services of an economy, but actually we want an economy that works really well in service of people. So there's a different societal one that I think is even more important, which is when people are in good work, when they're actually in an environment where they're learning skills, finding meaning in their work, making really great connections with other people, feeling socially connected and valuable, and in a place where they're not expended in their work, but actually when they're out of work, they've still got energy to be able to participate in their communities and help communities to thrive. That is really important. And we see time and time again when, I don't think we even use the term left behind communities anymore, but you see time and time in communities that have been struggling, actually one of the things that they're missing is the value that comes from people who have been building connections, building skills, who've also got the emotional and space capacity to be actually out in their communities. And we really, we lose that at our peril as a society, I think. The second one is just for companies. Most companies are struggling to fill roles that are really important to their sustained growth. People being ill at work, people being unhappy at work, people struggling, actually creates a real issue within companies. But also, you'll have all seen it. If you have a colleague who is ill, who is struggling with their workload, and the company does nothing to help them, it doesn't leave you thinking, oh, I'm going to bring my best here every day. It makes you start to sort of plant those seeds of discontent. And so a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here isn't the monetary side, it's actually how it makes people feel and how people are able to contribute if we don't get this right. Now, I think there's a really interesting thing in terms of health that I really would love to see us change, is that oftentimes in terms of health, we talk about it in this very binary way. You're ill or you're not ill. And you talk about it in terms of what people can't do rather than what people can do. I had real practical experience of this year. I have a chronic health condition, and some days I feel great and on top of the world, and some days I'm curled up in pain and just tucked up and I can't do anything. When I got my sort of latest diagnosis, a lot of my colleagues, they really cared about me, but they're like, well, you're ill, you should be in bed. That was the most disabling thing someone could have said to me, because some days they were absolutely right, and some days I needed to be showing that I could still bring value, still make a difference, even though I'm managing a condition that's quite challenging. So I think that's what good employers do. My employer actually was fantastic. They were able to work with me after a while as to, right, well, what is it can you do? Let's look at what adjustments we can make. Imagine the difference it would make to people with work-limiting conditions to consistently have that experience of, okay, show me what you can do. And, we see time and time again that you'll have people who've got a work, they've maybe diagnosed with a chronic condition. They're trying to come to terms with it. Imagine at that moment if the employer comes in and goes, right, we're with you. We're with you on this journey. Let's work out what you can do. I had the experience, I'll wrap up with this one as sort of a bit of a story, but with working with somebody who was really struggling with her mental health, and she'd been diagnosed with depression, and her GP had said, right, well, I'm just going to sign you off work. And I was having my weekly check-in with her, and I said to her, well, how are you feeling about it? She's like, well, I think I might need another 6 weeks off. And I said to her, I think that's not going to be the best thing for your health. What I'd like to be able to do is offer you the opportunity that you will start to actually re-engage, and if on a day it's too much, you just go home. Because actually managing your health is going to be about both of us together learning the boundaries that are going to be helpful to keep you healthy. And having you on your own, thinking about it, at home, is that making you feel better? And she's like, no. And so we were able to work a way through. She's now able to manage her condition. So good work makes people feel better, feel healthier, makes a difference to society and to businesses as well. Sorry, you were trying to. I said before, if you got a signal for me to shut up, and you could have just moved the mic.
I could have done it, taken it away. But just one more minute. What levers would you like government or unions or employers to pull to improve things?
I think in terms of the levers, probably the number one that we're seeing is early intervention and conversations to support people. Now, in some ways, that goes into the, gosh, that's difficult, that's loads of people to change. But in other ways, it's the simplest possible thing, is, you know, asking that question in the workplace of, okay, so what can you do? And what can I do to help? And not feeling your job is to solve all of those problems, but to ask those questions. So that's sort of employers supporting people to do it. The other is having a really good triage system. We know occupational health at the moment does not work to serve people, to actually help them manage and address their conditions in a really practical way. And I think getting that in play, those two simple things, but yeah. If we were able to address those two things, they would make a phenomenal difference.
Okay, thank you. So Petra next on managers. Sorry.
Yeah, so my exam question is, do managers want to see better quality jobs? Yeah. I could give you a very quick answer. Yes, of course. Managers are humans. They are often very much caught in the middle. They are both employees themselves, but they're also responsible for managing teams. We can have highly effective managers. We just heard an example there of a management dialogue, which was about listening. How do you manage someone back into the workplace? So effective management can be fantastic. I work for the CMI, which is the chartered management body for professional managers. We have 220,000 members, but that's just a small number where we've got 8.4 million people with management responsibilities in the UK. And as the changing labour market changes, it looks like we'll need another 2 million by 2030. It's a really core role in terms of that missing ingredient in terms of how do we get better quality jobs, how do we get a better quality workplace. Managers don't come in and want to do a bad job on the whole. Most managers are looking to work with compassion, but what we are seeing is professional managers are hugely supportive of how do we level up, how do we get to those high-performing organisations that are doing the right thing, are then growing, have high employee engagement, have fantastic practices, have high levels of innovation. It's a really virtuous circle where you have high-performing organisations. But unfortunately, as I said, only a small number of we've got 8.4 million managers, but so few have any management training. 82% of people that are promoted into a management position have no training or support when they take up that role. Many are technical experts. They might be brilliant at what they're doing. They might be a fantastic nurse, engineer, whatever role they have, but then they've suddenly got people management responsibilities. They have to have some of these difficult conversations about how do they manage their employees, how do they manage sickness, and then they've got their managers themselves setting targets which they can't meet. So then, of course, often the response is to close their ears, buckle down, and not have those conversations early on and look for a partnership way of working forward. So what we are looking at doing, where we've got highly competent professional managers, they're highly supportive. So 75% of our members, when we surveyed them on the employment bill, were highly supportive of the legislative changes coming through. So we are very keen to work in partnership with TUC, ACAS and others to see how can we support managers in embedding what is fantastic good practice. How do we stop 0 hours contracts? How do we have more flexible working, hybrid working, work that enables everyone to bring themselves, the best of themselves into the workplace? That's what ideally a win-win for managers, for employees, for everyone. But without training, without support, we've got a whole nation of accidental managers. We do much less management training compared with any of our international competitors. In France, it's 5 days training a year for managers. We now have the apprenticeship levy, which has actually seen an increase in uptake of using those apprenticeships to support managers, which has got very positive results. We've seen 20% increase in productivity, also in retention of staff and employer engagement. So it's a good news when you are getting those skills into the managers. But what we're also seeing, yes, we've got the employment bill, we've got New Skills England industrial strategy, and we've got a focus particularly from the current government, which we completely concur with, around how do we tackle those who are out of work, how do we improve skills opportunities for young people. But we're also aware that a lot of some of those all age, all sector opportunities, so those already in the workplace, need that upskilling, particularly for the new legislation coming through, but also to support new entrants into the workplace, often from disadvantaged backgrounds. So we are looking and trying to work more closely with DFE to say what do we do for those all-age apprenticeship programmes to really make sure they're not missing out. As some of that funding does go back towards younger people, we also need to create a broader workplace training agenda. And when it does work, we are seeing fantastic examples. We heard some awful stories earlier on, and that is very much down to very poor management practices. So how do we then uplift and share better practices across? So that's a big ask, but we have, it is an economic imperative. When you've got good management, you get higher productivity. It is also an ethical responsibility we see in terms of managing with compassion, which then produces those results and creates better quality of work for everyone, managers, employees, and business leaders. So it should be a win-win rather than lots of trade-offs, but we do need skills and training to make that happen.
Thank you. That's very encouraging. But I mean, where do you stand on the trade-off? Do you believe there is a trade-off?
Well, there is required investment in skills, which can be a trade-off. So you do need to have managers needing to make difficult decisions at times, and it is an investment in training, which is one of the first things that often gets left out, particularly with increased national insurance contributions, increased costs of employment. One of the first things to go is training budgets. So it is actually how do we make sure that training is prioritised and human capital is actually properly accounted for when we're looking at business performance.
And does government have a part to play in that, do you think?
Absolutely, government has a part to play in terms of what we're looking for is making sure there is training and support, working with ACAS and others to make sure that as the new employment rights are rolled out, there is support there, and there is funding that's promised to say, how do we roll this through? So it's not all about enforcement, but it's about creating those who are trained so that they don't have to go to tribunal later down if they have the conversations properly in the first place, it shouldn't be about the enforcement.
So if the government's agenda now is focused on growth, what would you have the Chancellor and the Prime Minister do as the next stage in what you want to see?
Our big ask would be actually to prioritise that investment in management skills, which are very much underweighted in all the current documents. So actually seeing that as a key driver of growth. When you read Skills England, you see a lot of focus on construction, AI, all those very highly technical skills, but you also do need, and it's not a huge cost, but you do need to really prioritise management investment as well.
Thank you. So Stephen, over to you. I mean, you're closer to the manufacturing end of things, where these kinds of things bite much more directly than they do in many other industries. So where do you stand?
They do. So let me try and paint that picture of UK manufacturing for you. And thank you again for this opportunity to speak to everyone today. So we look after the national manufacturing picture, all sectors, with tens of thousands of businesses. And UK manufacturing at the moment is extremely world-class related. We are 800 large companies, 200,000 SMEs in UK manufacturing. We're still always normally in the top 10 manufacturing countries in the world. It is not a declining industry. It is absolutely world-class. Manufacturing nowadays looks nothing like it used to, and this comes to the point. It's not about consumer goods in the UK, although you could argue a car maybe is a consumer good, but it's a pretty sophisticated consumer good. It's about advanced manufacturing, so we're world leading in areas like aerospace, space technology, medical technology. It's those sorts of high-end manufacturing jobs that we have in this country. And when we survey all of these different companies, and there's 2.6 million people in the community of manufacturing in the UK, 85% of them are fully supportive of the changes to the Employment Rights Bill. And the reason for that is that very often the problem is not about the rights and costs of the economic angles of this about employment of workers. The problem is the shortage of skilled workers in this country. And the issue for most chief executives is about retention and about whether they can attract the investment from their corporates into the UK, not based so much on the economics nowadays, but based on whether you can actually put engineers in those factories. We're seeing lots of new projects disappearing from this country at the moment because of that. And to put it in perspective, we're sitting here today, we've got 56,000 vacancies in the manufacturing sector. They're paying an average of 15% above national wages. If you're a welder, by accident, you want a weekend job, there are 7,000 welding vacancies at £50 an hour at the moment, and they can't get anyone to do them. We have a serious problem in the skills issue in this country. And so we have absolute common cause with the TUC, for example. We are working, not unusually, but, on this issue, supporting the Employment Rights Bill, making sure we have a clear focus on the skills agenda going forwards. And that's really two different aspects of this. The manufacturing sector's got to go through an enormous transition over the next 5 to 10 years to net zero. You can imagine, we've seen some of that in the news already with what's happening with the steel industry. You look at that across the whole of industry, maintaining our position globally, maintaining our destination position as the place to come and invest, because we are the most innovative country in the world, without a doubt. This is where everything's invented. And to do that properly at scale here, we need to make sure we've got a clear industrial strategy around the transition, which is why we're all working together on the industrial strategy, and we welcome what the government's doing there. It's absolutely the right thing to do. But the most important thing is skills. If we look at those 56,000 vacancies, I would say the apprentice system, if you look at it through an engineering perspective, is a total disaster of biblical proportions. We have looked, if we go back to 2016, when we started the levy system, and we compare apprentice starts from then to last year, we're down 42%. We've absolutely gone off on a wrong track about doing estate agency apprenticeships and all sorts of other things, but the core provision, which keeps us in that top 10 of those skilled engineering jobs, we're not paying enough attention to. So part of the industrial strategy and part of the actual work we're doing on the Employment Rights Bill is with an eye to how do we encourage more training and skills and working properly with government to get the right processes in place to give our youngsters the right opportunity to have what is highly paid, highly skilled jobs. So the trade-off we see, particularly on the big international companies, is about whether this country over the next 10 years is going to have the right skilled workforce, and Employment Rights Bill seen as a way of retaining them for many of those manufacturers. Of course, there are always going to be manufacturers that are on the outliers of this and using wrong practices, and we welcome the push by government to bring them up to the right standard. That's absolutely vital. But for the rest of them, it's about retention, it's about long-term investment in their staff and making the UK the place where most of those new technologies and the decarbonisation agenda, I can tell you, if we get it right, is going to create more than 100,000 new manufacturing jobs in this country. So the opportunity's there. We just have to make sure we've got the right strategy, the right skills agenda, and the right employment rights base to keep those people in the sector. So it's that sort of different trade-off that people are looking at.
Right, thank you. So who have we got next? Kate.
Thanks so much, David. And thanks for having me here. And it's just an opportunity to say massive thanks to all my colleagues who've done such a fantastic job to put on today. So the question I've been asked to address is, can employers afford to keep improving rights at work? And Stephen has stolen some of my thunder, which is great, because the first thing I was going to say is I think employers can't afford not to. So if you think about the challenges that employers have been very vocal about over the last couple of years, skills shortages, as Stephen said, striking figure that I don't think we can repeat enough, employers here invest half the amount of their European counterparts in skills. So when we talk about why do we have skills shortages, it's because employers are not putting their money, with some honourable exceptions, where their mouth is and investing in people. The epidemic we see of insecure work is part of the reason for that. If your workers are too cheap, you're much less likely to invest in their skills and developing them. And so a better paid employment model is a key part of addressing that skills challenge. It's also, as we've very powerfully heard, a key part of addressing that challenge around health and inactivity, where, again, employers have been pretty vocal about, we don't have enough workers, our workers are having mental health challenges. I think nobody listening to the panel this morning could not kind of understand why too many workers face mental health issues in the workplace today. An agenda about better quality work is a key part of addressing that as well. I also think dealing with technological change, we hear a lot about how we're going to use the potential of AI. We heard from the international evidence this morning that actually technological change is best managed when you get the insights of the people who work in your organisation. That's what collective bargaining, that's what worker representation is a route to doing, as well as delivering better employment relations. And also managing that process of change, ensuring that that carbon transition produces the good quality jobs we want. So short answer is employers can't afford not to. But I thought I'd try and take on this question about trade-offs a little bit. And I think we do need to think about this in kind of short-term and long-term basis. And I think the conversation is often a little bit confused between the two. We do get a bit frustrated with some business organisations sometimes trying to claim both that their companies already do all of these rights. There's no need for these changes. There's no need for legislation because we have an excellent model of employment in this country. And in the same breath, this is a huge cost to our workforce. Not both those things can be true, basically. And I think sometimes we do need to call out some of those arguments and say, which is it? Is this a huge cost because you accept that we have the poor practice that we are talking about here and which we heard so vividly this morning? Or is it, this poor practice is here and it's going to take some costs for adjustment? Now, I think we should accept that there may be some short-term adjustment costs of that. When you look at the government's own impact assessment, it says they're possibly around 0.4% of the wage bill, basically. I think most employers could cope with a 0.4% pay rise. We've seen significantly larger pay rises across the economy. So if that is, if that is the scale of the adjustment cost, we can probably cope with it. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be supporting employers in doing that. Of course, we think more funding for organisations like ACAS, better health and advice, better quality guidance for employers to make sure they can implement these changes is going to be really, really important in actually getting this right, ensuring these changes are implemented in a way that works for business and for workers, and ensuring that they're effectively enforced. Because if people don't know their rights, if employers don't know what those rights are, enforcement is much likely to be less effective. Just a little bit on that short-term costs. We talked about, well, it's happening at the same time as the NICs rise. It's been announced at the same time as the NICs rise, but it's not actually going to come into practice at the same time as the NICs rise, which is April, where I think we're quite unlikely to have seen the passage of the employment bill. And while, we will say we want these changes in workplaces right now, I think, the scale of the bill means it is going to have to be rolled out in a kind of developmental way. So employers are going to have a bit of time for these adjustment costs, and I think we should take that into account. But in the long term, it is about a different type of economy, and we think that economy, and I think the evidence we've heard this morning, is one that is better for everybody, that's more productive, and that delivers better for workers. Our estimates suggest there's about £13 billion of potential benefits from the health impacts, from the limits in the reduction in workplace conflict, from many of the other benefits that we've heard talked about this morning to the bill. But I also think, and this is really my last point, we do have to think about, when we're thinking about growth, when we think about, are there trade-offs in our level of economic growth? What type of growth do we actually want? And what is that growth actually for? I think it's really interesting, David, that you brought up the example of the US. I think it's quite difficult to see that as a successful model right now. I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but the experience of so many workers in that economy is not one we want to replicate. We know that there is a better route to growth. That's what the European evidence, that's what the evidence from the OECD has told us, and one that is able to produce good quality growth, but one that preserves the health of people across the economy, that preserves their living standard, and frankly, that preserves our democracy too. And I think we should keep that in mind when we're talking about trade-offs as we go through this discussion on the bill. And I'll stop there.
Very helpful, thank you. I mean, I might come back to you, Kate, later on to ask you the question then, what's the next step? Once this has been done, once the legislation is in, it's not going to be enough, clearly. What would you do next?
Do you want me to take that now?
You know now, do you? Okay. What would you do next?
I mean, there's a huge agenda. I think it's worth saying that the legislation, and it was really good to hear the Minister say this, when you look at the government's document, which is called Make Work Pay, I think it's called the implementation plan, it's called something like that. The bill is the first start. We've got to deal with that issue around status. That's absolutely critical, and we think that needs to be done this Parliament to avoid some of the potential impacts that we were talking about on that first panel. Colleagues from RMT raised the issue of widening sectoral bargaining. I think that's a really important priority as well. We know the benefits. We heard them again. We've got new challenges around technology, around the use of AI. We have a long set of asks around how you can make sure that AI is implemented in a way that works for everybody, that I don't think the government is going to have time for in this bill. And I guess it is fair to say that this bill doesn't necessarily address all of the skills challenges that employers and workers are talking about. So there's a big agenda there. This is definitely necessary but not sufficient. But I think we should recognise just what a big difference it can make to workers' lives and to set our economy in the direction we actually want to see it going.
Thank you. So, I think who is it next? Danny.
Thank you. So I've been set the question, what are the economic and fiscal gains that rising job quality can bring? The short answer is lots. The slightly longer version is productivity and tax are the two that I thought I might focus on this morning. There really are lots and lots, and I suspect many of us know, but two feel very timely for the conversations we're having, not just today, but in society today, which is, we talk a lot about productivity in this country and how we have a chronic issue about productivity that's not rising. To me, there's a really obvious link between that and decent work. Because if, as Sasha, you said, unless you have a healthy workplace, unless you have adequate health and safety rules in your workplace, unless you're looking after employee well-being, unless you have effective line management, and so on, you're not going to have as productive a workforce as possible. And that's something that we often miss. So economists and policymakers often talk about productivity as if it's something out there, that it's a sort of crude measure of, input in and output out, and it's just the ratio of the two. We all know that it's much more than that, and there's a sort of human dimension. And for me, the human dimension is about people. And Petra, I loved your point about accidental managers. Because I think line management is something that is, David, it's an area where there isn't a trade-off. And I know this from practice. I've been a charity chief executive for 15 years. In my last organisation, there was a great example where we had several thousand staff. We looked around, discovered that we almost 1,000 of them were managing people. They were accidental managers because, history and path dependency meant that there were lots of people just had, one person that they were line managing. The organisation hadn't really invested in the quality of line management. So when we were running a change process, we decided to reduce the number of managers and invest a lot more in the quality of line management using, I think, as you said, the levies and resources that are out there for employers to use that are often unused. And it turns out, I've not been there for a while, but the staff surveys started to show that the quality of work for staff was starting to improve because they felt more supported by their manager. They felt that they could talk about flexible working that suited their needs and lifestyles. And we were also able to introduce new management principles. At my last organisation, we call them feminist leadership principles, and we try to change the nature of management itself to be more inclusive. And so it's that sort of stuff that we, especially when the way that we approach economic policy making gets lost in these big high-level conversations about productivity. I fear the same when it comes to tax. Look at any chart about the sustainability of our public services, and it will tell you one thing, which is we need to raise more resources if we're going to have any chance of delivering decent, high-quality public services in the years and decades to come. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to have to, I hope, raise more taxes on wealth and extreme wealth in particular. But when it comes to those of us who work, surely there is an obvious link that we don't talk enough about, the fact that if you invest in decent work, if people feel motivated, they'll be more productive, they'll work longer because they're happy at work, they'll probably have more chances of worker progression and get paid more. And if your tax system works, that means you're delivering more resources while they're working, critical to delivering public services. But the longer they work and the happier that they are, the more likely they are to have sorted out something of their own retirement plans and saved up for their own pension so that the state doesn't need to intervene and support those who are in post-work poverty. So these linkages are clear. And it comes back, Kate, to your point about the short term and the long term. We talk about the short-term pressures, like what are we going to do to close this fiscal gap or that fiscal gap? The long-term solution is about investing in people so that we have a better chance investing in public services. And I wanted to just close saying, so those are sort of instrumentalist arguments for why decent work helps economics and helps the fiscal situation. I just wanted to make the point that it's also important to reverse the question. Let's not ask what decent work can do for the economy or for the tax base. Let's ask what our economy should be doing for decent work. And I've now been at the New Economics Foundation for almost a year. Some of you will know NEF. It was founded 40 years ago by a bunch of alternative heterodox economists and ecologists who worried in 1984, when Margaret Thatcher was hosting Ronald Reagan for the G7 summit, they held an alternative summit because they were worried that there was this rising orthodoxy, a rising ideology that we now call neoliberalism, Thatcherism, Reaganomics, whatever you want to call it, was going to pull societies apart and fundamentally convince us that the market was good, that the state was bad, and that the economy should be in service of short-term profit. And that was 40 years ago. And we've somehow backed ourselves, the ideology has won so triumphantly that we find ourselves locked into these instrumentalist arguments, right? Whereas to me and to the founders of NEF, the economy should be in service of human flourishing. That we choose to organize our economy and our society in ways that should nurture human potential. And yet we've convinced ourselves that the only way to organize our society is by harvesting the products of people's labor, to maximize the output that you can get per input unit, and that there are these trade-offs that undermine human flourishing because it's the price we have to pay to have an economy that works. And I think it is about time that we ask some of those other fundamental questions to introduce a new ideology that will put humans or people and planet first rather than just profit.
I respect the passion there, but the question I'd have is...
What's the trade-off?
Growing productivity is clearly the key to rising living standards. You can't have rising living standards without rising productivity. So if you were Chancellor, what would you do in your next budget to deliver the kind of economy that you want to see?
So I do lots. I suppose creating more incentives for everyone to invest in the things that will drive productivity growth. Skills is a good example. You know, I don't think that the system we have for paying for the investment in skills is adequate. I would, you know, at NEF we actually have an off-the-shelf policy, if you're interested. We call it a national skills wage. And the idea is that employers will fund investment in skills through an NI rebate rather than corporate tax rebate, that can then be used by all employers, not just big ones and not just those in profit, and that those employees who go on a training program are paid a living wage, so that there's an incentive to go. It's a tweak like that would allow a sort of step change in the investment in upskilling, and we know we need we're desperate for that. But all the way to the other side, which is thinking about the quality of growth. If I were Chancellor today, I would think this is as good an opportunity as we're going to have in the political system and the sort of timelines to sort of say enough of the fetishizing of growth as GDP in an aggregate way. We need to measure it in a much more qualitative way, and we need to get serious about distribution. I hear that what Keir Starmer has said an hour ago takes us a step in that direction, so we're going to be talking now about real household disposable income. That's good, because it's about putting money in people's pockets, so that it improves lives. But unless we talk about the distribution of that money, we're lost, and I fear that this Labour government will also be lost, because, you know, it is not the case that real household disposable income is being distributed in any way near a fair way. And so if I were Chancellor, I would also try to challenge this orthodoxy that this is the only or best way of measuring success of a society.
Okay, thank you. As the former chair of the UK Statistics Authority, I have a vested interest in GDP. Anyway, Kate.
Oh, it's your fault.
Thanks, David. Well, I also had an exam question, and my exam question is there really a shared agenda here for workers and employers? And the insights of the panel so far, I could speak for far longer than my allotted 3 minutes, so I shall stick to my script as prepared, but the desire to bounce into other areas is strong. Is there really a shared agenda? I think that's actually quite a challenging question to answer. We've heard really strongly and clearly the arguments here, and unquestionably, both personally and professionally, from an ACAS point of view, absolutely subscribe to the value of good work. That's unquestionable. However, the way the question is phrased sort of has that little bit of loading in there, doesn't it? And there's a point in here, I think. At the heart of the employment relationship, there is an imbalance of power, necessarily. The employee is more dependent on the employer. And I think that's a thread that runs through and underneath some of this. Clearly, there are circumstances in which that's less obvious, and that goes to the points I'd like to make. In ACAS, we are on the receiving end of something like about 600 collective disputes each year and about 100,000 individual workplace disputes each year. And in all those cases, there's that thread around the contractual imbalance of power. And I think when we look at this whole piece, it's the opportunity that we now have with the Good Work agenda to redress the balance so that the shared nature of the agenda becomes more equally shared, so that the balance is greater between the two. And we've seen compelling presentations this morning around where it's so very, very unequal, and in in the precariat area, there are so many cases there which don't even come close to our world of work, you know, my world, and that of my colleagues who are here today. And what we do know in ACAS is that we commissioned some research a couple of years ago. The cost, to pick up on the economic themes that have come through this morning, £28.3 billion cost to employers, just to employers, not the wider economy, not to the individuals, not to anybody else involved. £28.3 billion, the cost of just that individual conflict. And if that's a manifestation of the extent to which this agenda isn't currently shared, I think it's quite a powerful illustration. I think the good news is everything that's been talked about this morning talks into the different levers that we have for rebalancing and getting that greater shared agenda. We've talked about the law, the Employment Rights Bill, and everything that entails. And there's that sort of wider ecosystem of regulation, which I think plays into this. And maybe I've been in this game too long, but when I think back over decades, she said hesitantly, you know, there was a time when we didn't have, for example, gender pay gap reporting, when that sort of ecosystem of other regulations wasn't in place, and that's all for the good that's there, and that's been growing and expanding. So I think regulation is key. I think the practice and operations within business is clearly key, and is much of what we've talked about today. And I noted particularly the earlier point in the previous panel about labour market flexibility being totemic in the narrative, and that being a barrier to progress in this space. That particularly struck me. And I think there's something about the societal and wider culture point in this place as well, in terms of leverage. So there's a lot of common ground in this room. I think we've certainly had conversations with ACAS and seen how the demand, you know, people are demanding more from their work in certain areas. I'm only hesitating about that because I'm actually really conscious. We've heard such a lot about those areas of the workforce where the ability to demand more from your employer, to request flexibility, to have that hybrid working, to increase your T's and C's. For many people, that's not the reality. But there are some areas of the workforce, and I think to Stephen's point about where it's really severe skill shortages, people are able to call the shots a little bit more than perhaps they did historically. So I think in those areas of regulation, business practice, culture and society, there are some levers to be pulled on there, which will then enable that balance to continue to be redressed. So it does take us closer to it being a shared agenda, and so that the inbuilt inequity or imbalance of the work of the employment contract is mitigated. And one thing that I would certainly like to know we could aim for is a kind of very particular ACAS thing, but we take hundreds of thousands of calls on our helpline each year, the vast majority of which come from employees, not all of them. And a common refrain is something along the lines of, my employer has just done this to me, they can't do that, can they? And of course, they already have. And that's the inequity to be addressed.
Thank you. Well, let's move on to questions, and then we'll come back to the panel. And let me take them in, say, groups of three, and we'll see who wants to answer them. So, gentleman in the front, second row here.
I will stand up. My name is John Spain. I'm from Advice Now. I looked at that title and I thought, yeah, this is going to be interesting. And what the panel all said was interesting, but it was a very different question. Speakers talked about work environment, and so did practically everybody else. And work environment is important. But what about the work itself? Some jobs are fungible, anybody can do them. Some jobs are not, you need particular skills. We did hear about skills and training, but I did not hear anything about making jobs happen, arise in the economy, which people either can do or can be trained to do. And I thought that was going to be part of that title. I was clearly wrong. I would have failed this exam.
Gentleman at the back there.
Well, panel, thank you for your comments. I'm Johnny Timpson. I'm Johnny Timpson. I have a disability. I only chair 2 companies, but I was previously a government disability ambassador for the financial services industry, and the industry was failing people that were neurodivergent. So we set up GAIN to tackle that. I also work with the University of Edinburgh Business School in supporting healthy aging at work. So, but thank you for your comments. And I guess it's, you know, for me, we need to underpin the Act with a smart and joined-up policy that supports lifelong skills development and crucially, healthy aging across all dimensions of health, physical, mental, and financial. And that includes vocational rehabilitation and management skills development, as one of the panelists focused on. But we also need to support people who deal with a whole raft of issues that fall out of insecure and fractional working. But we also need a benefit system that's fit for purpose, to support people in work and when they fall out of work. I had to resign from the Prime Minister's Dementia Chamber Group earlier this year because of the disaster that was carers allowance. We were being failed. Carers were having to incur overpayments and penalties because of carers allowances. Frankly, we talked about statutory sick pay this morning, but that benefit hasn't changed since 1976 other than in name, and frankly it's not fit for purpose in a modern Britain where people need to increasingly work and care and do so for much longer. But the point I was going to make is we've not talked about disabled people, and for me, for too long we've had a tick box disability and carers confidence scheme that is failing people, and we need to repurpose those schemes, capture and share.
Thank you. Lady here.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Kate Roberts and I work at Focus on Labour Exploitation, or FLEX. As my colleague Peter said this morning, we're a research and policy organisation. And I wanted to, I was reflecting on what the speakers were saying about investing in workers, and just wondering again about your thoughts on how the commitments in the Employment Rights Bill around improving access to rights fits or doesn't fit with our immigration strategy and increasing reliance on these very restrictive work visas, often temporary, and with either no route to settlement or no right to bring dependents, and how, to me, that's so contradictory with what the panel was talking around about standards of living, right to family life, but just the very practical things, again, mentioned by audience members around, just becoming sick. If you become sick and you're on a restrictive visa, it's very likely you'll be dismissed and you'll have your visa curtailed. If workers have no route to settlement, which increasingly we're moving towards, again, it's super extractive. We're getting migrant workers to come here during their productive years. And again, in reality, whatever the law says, they get pregnant, they get sick, they're going to lose their job, their visa will be curtailed. I just think these immigration policies are really, really undermining the important principles that are set out in the Employment Rights Bill. And I just wondered the panel's reflections on that.
Very good.
And of course, no recourse to public funds in so many of these work visas.
Yeah, absolutely. So shall we take them in order? The job content, maybe Stephen or...
Yeah, sure, I'll have a go at that. Let's talk about jobs. It's very interesting. And actually what we're seeing in manufacturing is job content is actually changing quite a lot. We don't have manufacturing, and we do public perception surveys, and a lot of people still think it's lots of people sitting in production lines banging away at fly presses. I mean, there's none of that in the UK anymore. We can't possibly do that. They're very, very, very jobs. But what's happening with the types of jobs is that they're evolving very quickly. So digital technology in manufacturing is meaning that there's a whole new load of skills required. So part of this effort is upskilling the existing workforce, investing in them to make sure they can keep pace. So the amount of automation that's going in now, the amount of robotics that's being used, a service technician working at Jaguar Land Rover is nothing like it was 10 years ago. That job now is about looking after robots and about understanding how the mechatronics works in the factory, and a whole different set of skills to the ones they had 10 years ago. So employers are having to invest constantly in upskilling their workforce, and that's going to accelerate as we go through the transition, and there's a whole raft of new technologies coming out. The sorts of jobs we've got, and actually what you're doing on a daily basis, will change. Of course, the challenge is we still need all the basic skills. We still need welders. We still need tool makers. All of the new technologies still rely on those basic skills. So we have to attract the right people in, and especially with the youngsters, we need to get them excited about doing these types of jobs, and it's a combination of those more traditional skills and some of these very new technologies that are being introduced at a rapid pace into our manufacturing base. So there's a real, whole spectrum of new types of work, job roles, which didn't exist 5 years ago, which is quite exciting for many people, actually. We need to enthuse the youngsters about it.
Yeah, I was going to pick up, and I think that there's just so much to cover in like a short bit. So it wasn't we were ignoring it on purpose. But I think there is something that I think it's important to draw out in terms of just actually job design, and a lot of work still operates in the way I was doing a picture for someone of a boardroom, and you look at a Victorian boardroom, you look at today's boardroom, they look pretty much the same except slightly different clothes. And so we already know that in certain sectors, job design is basically overloading people in giving them impossible workloads to deliver, which causes them stress. Actually, often in caring professions, where actually there isn't just the stress of having too much work, but there's the stress of having failed in your very purpose for being at work, which adds an extra dimension. So there is something there in terms of actually making sure people have got healthy workloads. But there is also something about reimagining how work can be done. Christopher and I were talking to someone in the transport sector, transport and logistics. We know that people sedentary for a long period of time is bad for your health. It's not surprising that people end up with lots of musculoskeletal issues if they're sitting down for a long time. So, they're looking at, well, how can we redesign that to give better shifts, better patterns that actually help people actually manage their health? We know that night shift work has a long-term differential in terms of people's health. How can you reimagine and design that? The hopeful bit I have, there's got to encounter a team up in Sheffield who are doing work with people who work in oil rigs, who are actually looking at work design to the dimension of the impact of tides when you're going out to the oil rig and what impact that has on your health and then actually your safety on the oil rig when you're out there, which is a level of job design that I find incredibly heartening. But I do think that reimagining work, and I think to Stephen's point, with AI, Inema Martinez, who I think is still at UCL, she has this brilliant thing around thinking about how can AI be used to augment human beings. And it shouldn't be that they do all the interesting creative stuff while human beings do all the repetitive robotic stuff. We're not robots, we're plants, we're animals. So thinking about how we can actually take off the repetitive and use AI to do that, I think is a really exciting thing for us.
We've only got 7 minutes left because I'm enjoying to have us at lunch at 1 o'clock. But the point about disability benefits, I think, is well made. Can I move on, though, to immigration? Because my question there, really, as a supplement to yours, is who here speaks for immigrants who are working in very poor conditions? I mean, inherently, the TUC probably doesn't. Or peripherally, I don't think anybody here on the panel for immigrants. So who does? Is the question.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, it's a really, really good question. I think part of the issue is that, again, the very nature of very temporary work visas. I mean, my colleague Peter this morning mentioned the agricultural seasonal worker visa, where workers are recruited from all over the world to come for. It's a visa that is a maximum of 6 months. It's non-renewable. It's very hard to organise workers who are here for such a temporary period and often working in very isolated conditions. So yes, it is a massive issue. Having said that, overseas domestic workers in private households are very well organised by Unite the Union. So there are, it is possible to organise migrant workers. It possibly needs a slight, maybe the traditional model of organising is not always going to work, but definitely visas that keep migrant workers very temporary and isolated are a massive barrier to organising for very obvious reasons.
Thank you. Danny, you wanted to...
Yeah, I think there's... I used to work on migration policy 20 years ago and thought things could never get worse. but they've gotten worse in so many ways, including to your point, David, which is that we've got a system that has now, especially post-Brexit, pushed back into sort of the shadows, if you will, a lot of irregular migration. So where people don't necessarily have the rights and entitlements that, say, EU workers did. Only 10% of the 1.2 million people who crossed our borders in the year to June 2004 came as migrants intending to stay for more than 12 months, came from the EU. Right? What a dramatic change in the composition of flows. But then, as you exactly say, those people then not only have EU entitlements, but they have diminishing sets of entitlements. And there's this sort of myth in migration that the US is the best demonstration of, which is, or the lesson is, there's no one as permanent as a temporary migrant. Right? And yet policymakers, and again I use the US example, who think that these are flows of people, of commodities almost, of inputs that can just be turned on and off. You can just sort of create a hostile environment and they'll all leave. And that's how it's gotten worse, that we've lost the ability to not just sort of regularize and provide entitlements and voice to people who come and go, but we're increasingly sort of commodifying even that relationship in a really dangerous way.
Maybe I could just add something on that one, David. I mean, I think, it is harder to organise workers for, migrant workers, but trade unions do have not a terrible record on it. You mentioned migrant domestic workers, and one of the things trade unions contributed to doing was removing exemptions from the minimum wage from some of those workers, standing up and representing them. If you visit an Amazon picket line, it's the most international place in the world. That is a diverse workforce from I don't know the stats, but a highly, highly diverse workforce which has been organised because they face a common issue. And I think that is the route to organising, is where people face a common issue. I should also say, we are against those short-term visas, and we know it is a means of creating exploitation. And when I was on the Low Pay Commission, just one of the most depressing conversations we had was talking to some workers who'd come from Kazakhstan, I think, saying, we thought the UK would be amazing. We were so looking forward to coming here. We had images. We wanted to travel around the country, and it's been awful. I would never recommend anyone coming here. I would tell my friends and family, do not come to the UK. It's been one of the worst experiences in my life. So it's not only the actual exploitation we're carrying out, it's the image of the country. It's a true image of the country we are in, but that has consequences as well. So I think absolutely needs to include that. And I just wanted to address the point around disability. Obviously, the bill and the plan on Make Work Pay includes that pledge around disability pay gap reporting. That's a tool, it's not an answer, basically, but it is a way to shine a light on some of the issues. I think maybe just the other thing I'd add is that I think we know that when we see poor employment rights, it's those already most disadvantaged in the labour market who suffer most, those most likely to be pushed out, to think that it might be harder for them to get a job, who think that they might lose their job if they speak out. And so it's 100% not sufficient to address the issues you're talking about, but I think raising that floor of rights is really important, particularly for marginalised groups.
Great. I think I need to bring this to an end. But just summarising perhaps a bit. I mean, my exam question with the panel was why good work matters, and I think we've heard a very powerful set of answers on why it matters. I think there's general agreement in the room, as well as on the panel, that good work does matter. And also what we've heard encouragingly is that most employers also believe that good work matters because they support the Employment Rights Bill. And I think, too, we've also heard that the trade-off is possibly there, but if it is there, we haven't reached the point yet where moving the dial, moving along that continuum, will be damaging, that we could take further action to make good work better, make work better. And then finally, as so often in these kinds of discussions, we've heard the need for greater investment in skills and management. I think I've heard that in 40 years of going to conferences. So let's try keep on pressing for that. Anyway, thank you for that, and thanks above all to our panel for their excellent contributions.
And thanks so much, David, for excellent chairing as well. All I need to tell everybody is that lunch is being served in that room directly over there. And after lunch, you are straight into breakouts. You should have them all on your registration details, but there's a choice of talking more about the Fair Work Agency in here, which has been a topic of a lot of conversation today already. Room 3 for the importance of collective rights, for fairness at work, and room 4 for talking about what more needs to be changed to make decent work real for working families. So please enjoy some lunch, go to a breakout after lunch, and then do come back here. And if you stay till the end, there will be drinks. Thank you very much, everyone.
So I think we're going to try and start. So hopefully all in the right room in relation to this session. So great, I'm Mubin Haq. I'm the Chief Executive of a Financial Fairness Trust, and we're supporting the TUC in relation to this conference today. So for those of you who don't know the Financial Fairness Trust, we're an independent funder. We support a range of policy and research work related to people's personal and household finances. So we work across a range of issues from incomes, wage policy, social security, to how people spend their money, the cost of living, and the sort of funds that they have left over, so the assets that they have. I'm really delighted to be here today to be talking about the Fair Work Agency. It's something probably a lot of us have been working towards over a number of years, and in various different guises, it comes up as, you know, really important new institution that we do need in terms of enforcing rights. So you'll know a lot of strong evidence that there is in relation to this, and if I can just give one example of non-compliance, and that's 1 million employees did not get any of a paid holiday they were entitled to last year, and that's particularly important for those at the bottom. So they are 5 times more likely, less likely to get that paid policy than those at the top. So the Fair Work Agency will bring together the existing state enforcement functions as well as functions relating to holiday pay and statutory sick pay. And the Employment Rights Bill also gives the government broad powers to extend the Fair Work Agency's remit to cover other employment rights. So that could be quite interesting in terms of what else is covered by that. For example, adding in new areas such as discrimination, family-related rights, trade union rights, and new laws in the bill itself. So there's potentially big changes happening here in terms of more state enforcement of employment rights, although questions remain about how quickly this is going to happen, what extra teeth the agency will have, and whether the new agency will have sufficient resources to actually do its job. So just talking to Margaret earlier on, we spend amongst the combined authorities at the moment around £41 million, which doesn't seem like a huge amount of money. And just talking to Manoj, actually in Australia, they spend 177 million, but that is Australian dollars, so slightly less. But they have got a much smaller population, so I'm sure we're going to get into resources in relation to this discussion. So we're going to have, as with other sessions, some introductory remarks in terms of, from each of our speakers. They'll have about 5 minutes to give those opening remarks. We'll then open to Q&A. So I'll introduce each of the speakers in turn. So if I can start with Margaret Beales, who is currently Director of the Labour Market Enforcement. And that's actually going to be abolished when the new agency comes in. But prior to that, Margaret was Chair of Gangmasters Licensing Authority and was involved in the transformation of the GLA into the Gangmasters and Labour Abuse Authority. So Margaret, over to you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about one of my favourite subjects, which is the Fair Work Agency. I was really delighted to hear Darren Jones saying that he was looking forward to the creation of a tough new body where everybody plays by the rules. And I thought, and I went and had a little word with him afterwards about the money. And he answered very properly about the money in terms of, well, there's a whole spending review process. So I need to make sure that we put in really good, solid evidence to the spending review so that Darren Jones can get his tough new body, because that's what he wants. The position of the Director of Labour Market Enforcement was set up under David Cameron's government because they decided that setting up a single agency would be too disruptive of the work of the agencies involved. And we're talking about the National Minimum Wage Team, the Gangmaster and Labour Abuse Authority, and the Employment Agency Standards Inspectorate. And they also contemplated a bit of the health and safety executive. But anyway, they decided that instead of creating a new body, they'd create a new post, and that is the Director of Labour Market Enforcement. And my job is to, every year, which is a slight contradiction, every year to write a strategy. And I have to present that to ministers at the end of March, and they then have to look at it, and they then have to agree whether I can publish it. It's my views, but they can say whether or not I should publish it. There's an extremely good document here, which was published on the 14th of November, which is my strategy for the current year. And it's got lots of good stuff in it, as has just been demonstrated by the chair. But what I do is I assess the scale and nature of labour exploitation, and then I make recommendations about what the three bodies might do about it. And I occasionally stray and talk about what other people might do about it as well, because one of the themes of my strategies is the need for joined-up thinking between different bodies, and they're not just the three bodies for which I have a degree of responsibility. I also produce an annual report, and the purpose of the annual report to say is whether the strategies have made any difference. And I think that's quite an important thing to do. And I'm hoping that the middle of this month we will publish a special bumper edition. It's meant to be an annual strategy, but we've been a little bit under time pressure. And so I'm going to be publishing a strategy that covers 2021 and 21-22, which were the two strategies that Matthew Taylor produced, plus my first strategy, which didn't make any new recommendations, but endorsed various aspects of Matthew's strategy. So that will be coming out at the middle of next month, and that will be our attempt to assess what difference the strategies have made. And in some senses, that demonstrates why we need to have a Fair Work agency, because it's not very joined up at the moment. The bodies work quite hard at being joined up, and they meet together and they do things like joint webinars. But there's a certain element of them all having to work within their own remits as well. And that I think that while I've been producing a strategy for each of them, they have all been producing their own strategies within their own governance arrangements. And that does mean that it's a bit dislocated. There are also things that will be done in terms of powers, that they will have common powers as between the bodies, and that's a good thing. So a tick from me from the government for actually delivering on a single engagement, a single enforcement body, as opposed to the last one who said they were going to do it, but there was never parliamentary time, or there were other priorities, or etc., etc., etc. Because it demonstrates that this government is taking workers' rights really seriously. So given that that's a given, what are my aspirations for the Fair Work Agency? I think it's really important that there is a consistency of approach as across the different levels of enforcement, and I think that is something that people have commented to me, that the EAS inspectors do one thing, the GLAA inspectors do another thing, and the national minimum wage people who are it's a responsibility of the business department, but the enforcement is subcontracted to HMRC. They themselves do things differently as well. So a consistency. One of the things that I'm passionate about is the transparency of what the Fair Work Agency can do, because I think that we're all public servants and we should be publicly accountable for what is done. So I am looking to the Fair Work Agency to publish timely annual reports that actually say what's happened, what difference it's made. In fact, if it were just down to me, which of course it isn't, I would have quarterly updates on those as well, so that you can see what is happening in terms of enforcement. I'm not talking about reporting case by case, because I understand that can't be done. But I think it's really important that there's a transparency. I also think that it's quite the advisory committee is something that I really think is got a very important role in terms of assisting, bringing to the agency the perspective of the union dimension, the business dimension, and also independent experts, and that degree of scrutiny will be really important. I think that they need to always be conscious of the value for money aspect. I think over time I would welcome expansion of the remit of the Fair Work Agency. I think it's quite a big thing to introduce it all in one. So a staged approach I'm okay with, but I would welcome a degree of impatience, not recklessness, but a degree of impatience about making further progress. Shall I stop there and let other people talk?
No, I mean, that's really interesting. I was just wondering, in relation to the expansion that you just mentioned there at the end, what else, where else would you like to see it go?
I mean, obviously there's things like holiday pay, and holiday pay is going to be quite tricky because of the way it works. My real ambition is to address the status question, because I don't think that enforcement can work well with the existing rules, because there's just too many loopholes. I talk to people about the inspectors coming in, and because of this and this and this and this, somebody is deemed to be self-employed, or they're not self-employed. But it shouldn't be, and I say this with a lot of respect to my national minimum wage colleagues, it shouldn't take 6 months training to know whether you're paid correctly. And that's how long it takes to train an inspector.
Yeah, no, that's quite a stark statistic. And, just thinking through in terms of the resource that there is, and, I mentioned there was £41 million spent on this. How much does that actually, sort of resolve some of the problems? Like how far are we from actually having the sort of organisation that we need? Like, are we just, what kind of percentage scale of a problem is tackled by those agencies at the moment?
When I talk to the agencies, and I know Phil's at the back and he'll be able to give more colour to some of this, I have various priority areas in terms of where I think the labour exploitation is most problematic. So we've got agriculture has been there for a while. Adult social care has come up, and we've done a lot of work on adult social care. And if you look at one of the annexes to my strategy, there's a diagram in it that shows how complicated it is to enforce the rights of workers. So I think that's important. So it's page 15. But so we do adult social care. We do hand car washing, which is, I think it would be very good for the nation to wash their own cars. It could improve their health and all the rest of it. But construction is an area that we all know we should be looking more at. And Phil is nodding. He does not have the resource. We all think it's important, and he does not have the resource. So that's just a practical example of where the enforcement bodies are always having to prioritise, and they're using their best efforts, they're doing their own risking assessments and so on. But there is always a priority, and that means some people are getting left out.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Margaret. Okay, I mean, there'll be plenty of time for questions as well, and we'll explore this in more detail. So I'm going to turn next to Manoj Dias-Abe, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Bristol. At the moment, his main research project investigates how Britain thinks about, rationalises and regulates labour migration and how that's changed over time. And you're going to be talking a bit about co-enforcement.
Yes, that's right. Thank you so much for that introduction. It's been a real pleasure to be here. I've really enjoyed hearing from everyone earlier this morning, and it's great to be able to hear from people like Margaret about what's happening on the ground. As an academic, I study it, but there's always a big distinction between what we do and what actually happens. So I think, I mean, we've heard plenty today about, I think, how for a lot of people, the British labour market's not working, and I think the lack of enforcement or the challenges we face with enforcement have a large part to play in it. Statutory employment rights obviously determine the terms and conditions of a lot of workers, and they're not getting what they're entitled to. And I think there are three, for me, big reasons why that's the case. Number one, resourcing. Number two, lack of coordination and enforcement gaps. And number three, I don't want to say lack of, but insufficient, let's say, strategic enforcement. So on the coordination issue and gaps, I think Margaret's addressed that really well. I'm not going to say much more. Let me just make a quick point about resourcing before I speak about the strategic enforcement dimension. I mean, Sarah O'Connor mentioned that we just do not have the requisite number of inspectors. The ILO says that we should have 1 inspector for every 10,000 workers. I think Britain right now it's about 0.29 inspectors for every 10,000 workers. But it's not just about inspectors as well. It's about having the resources to commission studies, to find out about patterns of non-compliance. It's not a simple matter to find out this information. It requires resources to get at it. So that's really important, and I thought the comments from Darren Jones earlier today were quite encouraging, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. On the strategic enforcement point, and I'm using this as a term of art based on the way that it's spoken about in the literature, what we're talking about is lots of different things. We're talking about enforcement agencies proactively enforcing rights as opposed to waiting for workers to come to them with complaints. We're talking about targeting specific industries and occupations and populations that might be experiencing not just labor exploitation, but just your run-of-the-mill violations as well. And obviously one population that we really need to be paying more attention to is the others workers on work visas at the moment. And I think people from Flex made that argument very eloquently earlier today. And another dimension, I think, of strategic enforcement is learning to enroll other organizations in the work of the enforcement process. Unions, I think, are one very obvious group that you would need to be working much, enforcement agencies need to learn to work much better with. But I also mean, ethnic organizations, a lot of different types of community organizations as well. And it's clear to me that, of course, that the Fair Work Agency intends to operate on what they call a social partnership model. So as Margaret mentioned, having trade unions on the board. But I think what I'd like to say is that we need to be embedding those partnerships in a much stronger way at the ground level, not simply about having unions on the board. We've had experience of that before, and when you speak to some of the union reps that have been on, for example, GLA, it hasn't always necessarily been a happy experience. So we need to really think about embedding those relationships at the ground level. There is a emerging literature from around the world where people scholars look very closely at how these partnerships could work. In the United States, people call it co-enforcement. In Australia, it's known as regulatory tripartitism. And there's some really interesting data coming out, I think, data points coming out about how this could work in practice. I'll just, do I have maybe another 2 more minutes? Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, but I mean, what can it achieve to have these stronger partnerships? Well, first of all, I think you'd be able to get much more accurate data about what's going on in particular workplaces. You'd also get intelligence about patterns of compliance in particular industries and amongst particular occupations. Unions, even if they've got a few members in a workplace, can be the eyes and ears in a way that regulators just cannot be. And of course, unions can do things like can perform a triage function, right? Like you can make sure that they only pass on complaints, for example, that have some merit to it. Maybe the final point I'll make, I could perhaps speak about some examples where this has worked really well in the Q&A section, but how do you do it properly? I think it's about not ad hoc collaborations. I think it's about formalizing these relationships and making them quite serious and sustainable. And let me just quickly raise one example that from San Francisco, the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement entered into a multi-year agreement with the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a very large NGO in San Francisco, to enforce labor rights, where they paid the organization $500,000 per annum to actually provide certain deliverables, to run certain number of know your work rights sessions, to disseminate information, to refer a certain number of cases. And I think we need to be looking at, systematizing those relationships in a similar manner here as well.
Great. And Manoj, to what extent does that happen now? Is it just like non-existent in terms of these relationships with enforcement agencies, or is it, just not systematic?
I think, Margaret can probably answer this much better than I can, but my understanding is that a lot of they're open to receiving information from unions and other parties about instances of non-compliance, and they may go and take action and enforce in those particular workplaces. But it's not systematic, that's right, and it's ad hoc, and it's not necessarily the case that these organizations know that they have the capacity to work with regulators in this way. And perhaps unions might, but certainly some of the other organizations, civil society organizations I was talking about, do not.
Yeah, and we heard earlier about migrant workers and how they could be locked out of some of the enforcement activities going forward. So, like engaging with community faith-based organisations would be key too.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about the example of the overseas workers on the ODW, the Overseas Domestic Workers Visa. There's organisations like Kalyan who have great knowledge about what's happening in this industry, good relationships. The workers repose a lot of trust in those organizations. So those are the kind of organizations I'm thinking that could work really well in a co-enforcement type model.
Yeah, great. We've got Kate Shoesmith next, who is Deputy CEO at the Recruitment and Employment Confederation. And I know your boss, Neil, has been quite vocal about the single enforcement body and the need for resources, so I'm sure you'll touch on that.
Yeah, do you mind if I use that?
Sure.
What? You're saying that my boss is vocal? Yeah. Didi's laughing because we know he is. So, yes, in a very positive way. Thank you very much to TUC colleagues for the invitation to be here today. I feel like we are all going to be singing from pretty much the same hymn sheet with slight variations on a theme here. The reason Neil Carberry has spent so much time talking about this is because we've been waiting a very long time for a single enforcement body, and we spent an awful lot of effort, us as the Recruitment and Employment Confederation, many other colleagues, talking to Matthew Taylor back in the day, and with the greatest of respect talking to Margaret in her former role as well as her current role about why this is such an important step forward. So for us, looking at this from a place as a professional business body where we can set a compliance standard for our members, where we can really encourage that best practice in terms of how do you recruit and retain people in exactly the right way. What we need that to be really strongly underpinned by the right legislation, and then when there are bad actors out there, that they are forced out of the industry, because that's important to every business, that you end up with the right players thriving in that environment. So there's a rationale for all of this that helps everybody. It helps everybody get to the point where we can all be on the side of winning, really, and doing the right things by people. So in terms of how would we say, I think it's the Fair Work Agency could support stronger enforcement, very similar themes. So I apologise in advance, but I suppose the good thing about that is that although I may not say anything that's fundamentally different from my colleagues here, that it's good that we are all giving a very consistent message to government. So hopefully that will be considered in the round. First and foremost, if you're thinking about how you bring together these different actors and agencies into one place, that's all well and good as long as the overarching framework. I think that's the point you mean about that strategic enforcement piece. Similar phrasing for me is that they've got to have the right framework. So maybe there is a role for some form of director. Maybe that could happen. Is that if we think about it, because you've got to really set that at a central level, and everybody understand how those constituent parts come together. What we would hate to see is for each of the different agencies to continue to do their relevant roles, but there being those gaps between where things just they disappear into the ether because nobody's quite sure who should be picking that up. And that doesn't help anybody, and it particularly doesn't help those workers that need the support at the time. And it doesn't help the businesses that are raising an issue and don't know where to go with it. So that's really important. Having said that, I think it's super important that we understand each of the constituent parts that come together into a Fair Work agency and what do they contribute to the whole. So we are big advocates for the resourcing and why it needs to be enhanced, if anything, because there's so much knowledge that's there, I would say, from my direct experience of working with a number of these different organisations as they're currently constructed. They really do understand. They don't have the resource to do enough. And so we've got to allow that to work properly. Don't want there to be any diminishing of that knowledge, understanding. So the one that we work most directly with most often, as you'd expect, is the Employment Agency Standards Inspectorate. Those guys know what they're doing. They fully appreciate the sector. They understand what it represents. They understand what they need to do. We want that knowledge to be sustained. It's super important to what we do in terms of when I talk about our compliance framework. That basis of how we have that to and fro really matters. We would like there to be enforcement that goes across the whole of the modern labour supply chain, though. So when I talk about things falling between the cracks or the gaps in the system, there's too often situations where there might be multiple intermediaries in an employment scenario. So you might have organisations that act as payroll providers, umbrella companies, and for all intents and purposes, they are not recognised as the employment agency of that worker. And so where does the enforcement sit when something goes wrong? Equally, there's a number of times that we come across, I was just talking about this, there's a number of times when we come across issues where an individual has been sold a scheme, a payroll scheme that sounds really, really attractive because they get more take-home pay. The only way that works is if there's tax avoidance working somewhere in the system, to be honest. That's the only way it can possibly really be working. So what are we doing to properly look across the labour supply chain, allow us to think about future-proofing that, and quite honestly, I know from talking to, and this won't upset any of my colleagues, umbrella companies would love to be regulated. The ones that are working well, they need, they want that regulation. They want to be defined in the law. They want that place to be understood so that everybody understands what their take-home pay is from day one. There shouldn't be any doubts of that. Then I think there's the other side to what does a Fair Work agency bring. So if you've got really strong enforcement where you know the boundaries of what's working, one of the roles that enforcement bodies can do when they're resourced properly is they can educate. They can provide you with an understanding of what matters and why it matters. And there is a distinct difference between a new enterprise, setting up a new business, coming on stream, employing people for the first time, and making mistakes with holiday pay. And when you're talking about pounds and pence, and sometimes you look down the national minimum wage name and shame list, and you can immediately see, where that is clearly an issue where it's something that's not gone right in the calculation because you just divide it by the number of workers, versus it's obviously they have avoided national minimum wage. You can see it. So where's the education piece for all of that? How do you understand, particularly if we're talking about changes to statutory sick pay, talking about holiday pay, really being clear on those remits, understanding what they mean, giving businesses that education, allowing workers to understand what it should mean for them. And that's where I wanted to leave it, is the last bit, is that an awful lot of the engagement and the communication, it definitely flows via business organisations such as ourselves, and we're really grateful for that. We found it a good process in terms of the consultation exercises that we're going through with the Employment Rights Bill. And we work really effectively with organisations like the TUC. So and I was talking to a colleague earlier about what we did ages ago with the Citizens Advice, where we could provide a fact sheet which really explained agency worker rights in simple language. You could have that and it was clear so that everybody understood what they needed to do. But if it's so difficult for an individual worker to be able to find out how to make a complaint anonymously, where's the communications on that? That's got to be part and parcel of the enforcement regime going forward too.
Yeah. So we heard earlier today from Sarah O'Connor about some of the additional costs for employers, and particularly, kind of thinking about smaller employers. They may not understand all of the regulations, feeling as if they need to farm this out. Do you think that's coming up in terms of what you're hearing?
Yeah, we're right now, I think most businesses would say they feel under significant pressure. So they've experienced an economy that's been hard going. So that's partly what's informing where we are. So if I take my own sector, if you look across the recruitment market, it's been a tough 12 to 18 months. We've never seen such a phase of where permanent hiring has been as static as it has been for the last 2 years. Every other time it rebounds relatively quickly. You've got businesses carrying COVID debt. You've got changes happening to national insurance contributions. Yes, minimum wage is going up and it's not as high as previous rates of increase, but it's going up, and it's not the knock-on of the national minimum wage rate floor. It's the increments of the levels above, because you have to demonstrate that progression. Businesses feel all of these things, and they feel the costs of changes deeply. So when you get to a situation where there is any form of change, development, that's the piece where businesses are very cautious. And so we need to be able to pull that together and say, actually, what's going to help you in the longer term in terms of thinking about what do you do, which is being able to mitigate some of these costs, because it will be the right thing to do for your people. They'll be with you for longer. They'll be more loyal. All of those things. That messaging is quite hard at the minute because it just can feel like it's quite a cost-heavy burden.
Yeah. And what can government do to help? I mean, this will give it to James soon.
I think some of the things that we're really appreciative of how the Employment Rights Bill, there's been that clear progress in terms of thinking, okay, this is what we're looking at, but we've got a framework for thinking through. The secondary regulations won't necessarily hit home until 2026, so we can go through that long phase of proper consultation, bringing together all the different voices. That matters. At the same time, there should be some quick wins in some of this, and that thinking for me of, okay, how do you resource effectively? And I know this is a big challenge when we're talking about £22 billion black hole and all those things. How do you resource effectively so that you've got enforcement that's acting now? Because we can see some of the issues.
Okay, so we don't have a 22 billion black hole anymore, I don't think. So we've raised lots of taxes and all the borrowing that goes along with it. So thanks for that, Kate. So lastly, we've got James Stevens, who is the Senior Lead of Enforcement in the Employment Rights Directorate within the Department of Business and Trade. And this falls within your team. So James, what's the timeline for this?
And how much money is it going to have?
Yeah, we'll come into that, yeah.
So, boring. I think I'm not going to answer any of those questions. So, hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. So, yeah, I head up the teams in the Employment Rights Directorate that look after the existing enforcement system. So, my teams sponsor, amongst other things, the Director of Labour Market Enforcement, the relationship with the National Minimum Wage Enforcement in HMRC. We do not sponsor the Gangmaster Labour Abuse Authority. That's sponsored by the Home Office, but we work very closely with them. And we're also responsible then for, as Margaret says, abolishing some of those bodies and creating the Fair Work Agency. My teams are also responsible for other aspects of the enforcement and resolution system, though, which I think is important. So my team also sponsors ACAS. I think Kate's still in the room unless she's hello, Kate. And also our relationship with the Ministry of Justice and the Employment Tribunal. Unlike other tribunals, the Department of Business and Trade actually retains some control over the rules, so it's not completely left to the Ministry of Justice. The reason I say that is one of my frames of reference through all of this is, it's obviously the title is about the Fair Work Agency. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the distinction between the Fair Work Agency, and we've sort of latched into old speak of the single enforcement body and what I think is different about those two things. But actually, my frame of reference is, how do people get to resolve and enforce their rights? I don't think we should start from the what should the Fair Work Agency do, because actually that's not what matters. What matters is that people can enforce their rights and can uphold their rights. And actually, however good the Fair Work Agency is, however much money the Chief Secretary has promised it, I'm very glad to hear that all my spending review dreams have been answered, and Margaret sorted it for me. Ultimately, and this is my key thing, this is why I'm so glad we've dropped the name of the single enforcement body, because it's never going to do everything, right? You are always going to have, there will always be a role for ACAS, the Tribunal, the Equality and Human Rights Commission, the Health and Safety Executive within government. But actually, if this thing is going to be effective, as others have said, it also needs to engage with broader civil society, trade union movement. I'm so glad people talked about things like citizens' advice. But actually, and I'm sure other people in the room will have read it, and I bang on about it to people in a very boring way, probably the best thing that I've read in the last kind of year and a bit was a piece of academic research, which, given I'm about to say it's the best thing I've read, I can't even remember exactly what it's called, but it's about a house of multiple occupation, and I think it's Great Yarmouth, or somewhere in North Norfolk. I'm really good with geography. And it's about actually the struggles that migrant workers have with lots of different aspects of their lives, housing, sort of social security and other things, but also employment, and where they get that help from. And I think Kate put me onto it. And they've never heard of ACAS. They're never going to go to the tribunal. They're not going to go to HMRC or to do the national minimum wage, because actually they haven't got the time, capacity, trust in the system, and all of those types of things. And actually, again, if we're going to change things, I think if the government is going to realise its vision in Make Work Pay, you've kind of got to get to those people, right? And the only way you get to those people is, as this brilliant piece of work outlines, is you've got to get to they were helped by, I can't remember the name of the book, but I can remember the name of the charity. I think they were helped by a migrant charity called Gyros, who basically helped people with lots of those aspects. But what they focused on was getting people what they needed back, not taking some kind of, case to the tribunal. It was can you actually just pay this person the 50 quid that they're owed, because at the moment they can't afford to eat. And I'm not saying that's good enough, but there is an aspect of that we've got to kind of fix. And that, for me, is the thing around. So one of the things that I always think about, and I talk to my teams about, so I was here for the last government as a civil servant. I'm never entirely sure I'm supposed to talk about the last government, but never mind. As Margaret knows, I tend to sort of not be very good at being the civil servant bit. The last government's vision of a single enforcement body was basically, as it said, manifesto commitments, take the bodies at the moment, put them together, everything will be wonderful. There was more to it than that, but that was the sort of manifesto commitment. The thing that I talk to my team about is different on the Fair Work Agency, is the level of ambition. So obviously you have Make Work Pay, the Employment Rights Bill, and the Employment Rights Bill only actually delivers some of Make Work Pay. There's lots of other aspects of it. That is so ambitious in terms of their agenda, as you'll have heard about this morning, for kind of workers' rights. That agenda only works if you can then up the enforcement. And again, you will have all seen a lot of the feedback in Parliament and other things, a kind of constant line of criticism for the Employment Rights Bill is it whacks about 15% on top of the existing employment tribunal in terms of volumes, and bluntly the system can't cope. And I think anybody who has anything to do with the employment tribunal knows, not universally, not in every part of the country, not for every type of case, but we know that it's actually, it's in some cases it's very hard to get a resolution quickly. Certainly for somebody who needs their responsibility. I had a case, not against me, I should have that, but the case that I'm involved in was due to be heard last week. A judge wasn't available. It's been rescheduled for, I think, another 14 months' time. That's the delay. It is a complex case, so it's sort of there's understandable reasons. But actually, that sort of takes you to, you can't realise the vision of Make Work Pay without either some magic wand to fix the tribunal, or actually you invest in state enforcement. So for me, the sort of, no pressure for my teams, what I basically say to them is, essentially, if we don't get the Fair Work Agency right, make work pay doesn't work. The kind of upgrading workers' rights doesn't work. And actually, the thing I really like about the Fair Work Agency is also this thing around, as Kate said and so eloquently put, it's almost the bit of make work pay that everybody agrees on, because actually businesses have a really strong interest in, as I think Kate called them bad actors, but the kind of bad actors being ejected from the system. And that might be, you know, shutting down hand car washes, but it's actually just those people who are kind of getting a competitive advantage by not paying tax, not paying the worker properly, doing something unmentionable to somebody. But, you know, we have no interest as a country in that, right? So that's a thing where the thing that's got to also be different, I think, about the current system, about the kind of previous plans of the Fair Work Agency, that's why we're putting so much emphasis on the kind of fact that it will be a tripartite body. It will be, and Margaret and I have had lots of conversations about it, about whether it's going to be transparent enough and those types of things, but the whole idea of it with the advisory body is that it's very much I think Neil, I'm going to quote Kate's boss, Neil. He said the Fair Work Agency in Parliament should be a creature of the labour market, not a creature of government. And I think that's right? I think it has to be something that kind of I don't know where everyone in this room comes from, but everybody sort of who works in businesses, good businesses, everyone who works in trade unions, everyone who works in different kind of community organisations feels that they own, feels that they know they have a role in shaping, but also that they then understand what's going on. And of course, it needs sufficient resources. If it's going to take on new functions, it can't just take on new functions kind of within the existing resourcing envelope. But as I always point out to Treasury colleagues, judges are expensive, right? So actually, if it can take on some things from the tribunal, there's definitely other things. I don't agree, by the way, about the allocation of money within the system, because you add in the 50-odd million that we give to ACAS, the money that goes into employment tribunals, you know, actually there is some resource there. I'm not saying it's enough, but there are other things that you can do. And I think one of the things that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Margaret, but I think one of the things you've struggled a bit with in your role, not personally, is this sense of actually, how do we know that the existing money is being spent properly? How do we know that it actually is delivering value for money? And again, the Fair Work Agency just gives us a real opportunity to join up some of that thinking. At the same time, as I also completely agree with Kate, you know, you've got to retain the specialisations, right? You've got to retain knowledge of sectors. You've got to retain people being specific enough to know what's going on in areas. But the ability for us to actually join up the thinking and also join up the partnership working, I think is a kind of, it's a massive opportunity. So, yeah, I can't talk about timelines for actually setting it up. I can't talk about the amount of money in the conversations we've got with Treasury, but I can tell you that you know, we in my teams, and certainly ministers from my conversations with them, are absolutely committed to this, and certainly have a really high level of ambition for it.
Yeah, so thanks for, I mean, I think you're the kind of civil servant who does give a bit more than other civil servants, so that's really, really good.
Chatham House rules.
I'm not sure what I'm praying under that, actually, but just in terms of the downsides and some of the risks,
yeah.
What's kind of uppermost in your in the thinking in relation to the new agency?
As in downside risks for the creation of it?
Yeah, like, you know, what might be lost potentially. So I kind of like think about the sort of EHRC and when that was created,
yeah.
and the sort of other quality bodies going, and, you know, there were some downsides to that. Is that kind of like part of thinking?
I'm a civil servant. I spend my life thinking about risks, right? That's sort of what we do. Look, let's be clear. I probably end up saying things that I shouldn't.
No, go ahead.
Like the civil service, if in doubt, right, central government, what can we do? Let's do some reorganisations. You know, that's a sort of bit of a big organisation thing. I don't think it's a civil service specific thing. Let's move some... If we get the right structures, everything's going to work magically, I think is a bit of a kind of, you know, I've been a reasonably senior leader in a number of different organisations, and there's always a bit of like, we just do a restructure and it'll fix everything. And part of the risk is that actually, in all honesty, the hard stuff is actually a lot of the cultural stuff. It's do we want to work together? Do we want to be open? Do we want to be transparent? So part of my concern about this is that almost you focus too much on structures. There's definitely risks around, there is a really high level of ambition, but a really high level of ambition requires sufficient funding, and as I say, I think there's kind of questions around, I'm not going to go into our negotiations with the Treasury and things like that, but there's kind of aspects of that. There's definitely risks around how we work with other organisations. So one of the things in Make Work Pay, and a couple of people talked about it, about this is a single place for kind of business and workers to go. Well, what does that mean for ACAS, right? I don't want to actually add more confusion. There is a risk that it tries to do too much. Somebody talks about it taking on discrimination cases. I'm not sure if the HRC are in the room, they'd like that. In fact, they've just said to Parliament they don't. And actually, I'm not sure that's the gap in the system at the moment. That's not personally kind of where I would go, but that's a personal view that I'm not supposed to have. And then absolutely, there's a bit of, and kind of Kate was talking about, isn't it? You know, I in one of my teams, it's kind of interesting arrangement. One of my teams directly in my team is in my directorate is the Employment Agency Standards Inspector, and I was with them in Bristol earlier this week. Small group of people, but really, really committed, but also really specialist, right? They really understand that kind of level of understanding around kind of what employment businesses have to put up with, but also the regulations and the legal framework. And Phil's in the back, and you know, I think Phil would say, you might say differently, but you know, actually the Gangmaster Labour Abuse Authority got some incredible specialisms that in some ways are really, you know, there's some overlap, particularly when you look at things like the care sector, but there's some overlap. There's also a lot of stuff that's really different to what colleagues in NMW and HMRC. And there's a sort of bit of, if you smush everything together, that's going to make things more efficient. But actually, sometimes it doesn't. So I think the thing for us, I really like Margaret's phrase of, I really like it so much I can't remember it. But the kind of, you know, being impatient for things to happen, but kind of sensible. And I think that's where we've got to aim for. We've got to aim for kind of pace. And again, I'm not sure every day I felt like this, but I'm sort of happy that the government set a commitment to do the legislation with 100 days, because it's given us a really clear timeline to work to, which I'm really loving and my teams are really loving. And that's been good because it kind of creates momentum, and we've got to keep that momentum up. But equally, we've got to act sensibly, we've got to think about the risks, we've got to acknowledge that we in central government do not have all the answers, because actually, as I say, I think everybody, you know, presumably the reason why people are in this session is because they care about this subject, and people have lots of different areas of expertise, and we've got to kind of learn from that. But it's doing that at the same time as also delivering it at pace.
Yeah, and I'm going to open it up, but I really liked your Great Yarmouth.
I hope it's Great Yarmouth.
Or
it is Great Yarmouth.
It is Great Yarmouth. But for the dangers there is kind of like relying on kind of like quite under-resourced organisations, often migrant organisations. And it's quite interesting, Manoj, you talked about actually in, was it San Francisco? Yes. Kind of like funded by the government. Do you see any of that potentially happening?
Can I plead the fifth on that one? As in, I can't talk about funding models, and but I think the whole point.
Does it sound sensible?
I love the idea of 500 grand for one city for one, like, you know, that sounds good. Like, ultimately, it is substantial, and but ultimately, and again, Margaret's sort of done some good work in this space. We've got to find, my sort of starting point is we've got to find a way to reach into those communities that bluntly don't have trade union representation. You know, the poultry factories of North Norfolk. I grew up in Ipswich, and I had a weird job chicken packing in a factory near Hollesley Bay Open Prison when I was about 18. You know, I still remember it now, but there are not union reps there. Most of the workforce were either on day release or were kind of, you know, people who had who recently come over into the country. They don't know who kind of the FWA are, ACAS are, and you know, we've got to find a way to reach into those people. So, you know, it might be, and I think this is one of the great things about having a lot of the funding in one place, not all of the funding, but a lot of the funding in one place, having advisory board with unions, with businesses, with other experts on it, is they can kind of advise whether or not it's more sensible to put whatever the sums of money this body has, whether it's more sensible to put it into inspectors based on the ground, inspectors based in team, funding a migrant charity. You know, that's sort of why it needs to have that external frame of reference.
Great. Could open it up to questions. So, colleague Fair first, and then we'll come to you over here.
Thank you. I think that, yes, this is on. I'm Dee Dee Doak. I'm editor of Recruiter magazine. I know Kate and her organization well. I would like to take the discussion back briefly to the umbrella companies and contractors versus non-contractors. I thought the comment about taking 6 months to figure out, what kind of pay you get was very relevant. But most of the conversation around the Fair Work Agency seems to be around migrant workers, vulnerable workers, and so forth. The first part of my question is there a place within this Fair Work Agency to deal with the vagaries of umbrella companies? And then also, I read a piece from the, forgive me, I think it was Department of Business and Trade this week about new guidance for employment agencies about dealing with the payroll companies and so forth. And it looks like very much the government is handing that responsibility over to recruitment agencies. But is that an interim position, if you will, while the Fair Work Agency gets itself together and figures out how they can enforce compliance with the payroll rules that does not make employment agencies responsible for it, which is complicating the whole situation. I'm sorry if that was a bit
No, that's
jumbled,
great.
but
To the other colleague in the front, yeah.
Hi, I'm Shantha David. I'm the head of legal services at Unison. Hi, I know a few of you on the panel. James, you said you won't talk about how this will be resourced. I understand that. But have you considered, and has the panel considered, that this is another means for individuals to seek enforcement? Has the panel considered any other type of enforcement in the sort of class action, US-style class action scheme, so that, or group actions? Because ultimately, if you want to target a rogue employer, who some of you mentioned, trying to fix one employee's or one worker's problem won't solve the problem within the employer, where the initial and ongoing problem remains. And then the sort of related question then is, if you have an individual seeking enforcement through the Fair Work Agency, what happens to their existing employment tribunal claim? Will limitation expire, so that if the Fair Work Agency doesn't deliver, then you have no recourse to the employment tribunal, even with limitation moving from 3 to 6 months in due course? So you might have a situation where it takes a long time within the Fair Work Agency to seek a resolution, and then you also don't have recourse in the law. So those two questions.
Okay, great. And I think there was some, and yeah, the colleague just over there.
Hello, my name is Mary Olberg, and I'm a senior policy researcher at Citizens Advice. I was really interested to hear the comments about the need to work with community organizations, frontline organizations, advice organizations. I wanted to say that we're very interested in that as Citizens Advice. We have offices all over England and Wales. There's a Citizens Advice Scotland that also has offices in Scotland. And we'd be really keen to work with the Fair Work Agency, and I'm sure other frontline organizations would too. And I just wanted to echo what Manoj said about the need for that to be formalized and structured, because there are definite blockers right now in terms of us, for instance, sharing data that could be really valuable for enforcement agencies. But because that engagement is quite ad hoc at the moment, we have no guarantee of how that data is going to be used. So as just one very concrete example, we see about 100 to 150 migrant care workers every month. across England and Wales. And we know that they have serious issues, and we would love to be able to share, where in England those issues are happening so that there could be enforcement in those places. But we can't do that because we can't guarantee that that data won't be then shared with the Home Office, and the GLAA sits within the Home Office, so we have to safeguard our clients, but also our reputation, so people don't think that they're coming to us and then their data is going to be shared with the Home Office. So these things really need to be ironed out. I want to say we're very much there for ironing them out. The other thing I wanted to say, and sorry, this isn't so much a question as a comment, all of this, but there was some talk about, we shouldn't just be smushing all these agencies together. And I agree with that. I think we need to think about what is logical from a worker perspective, and there needs to be a strategy that takes that into account. Because right now it's, you have multiple employment issues most of the time. You don't just have one, and you need to go to so many different places. So, you don't have a pay slip or your written particulars, go to employment tribunal. You don't have your minimum wage, go to HMRC. You have a discrimination issue, go to EHRC or tribunal. You're a migrant care worker or a migrant agricultural worker, go to UKVI, because they're the ones technically enforcing your employment rights. So it needs to be logical and strategic, and it really needs to be from the perspective of those vulnerable workers. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we had questions around umbrella companies and employment agencies. We had something about enforcement and class action, and then this sharing of data and the Home Office, and also how we route people through the system. So, Kate, can I come to you first? You can pick any of those.
Yeah. I suppose what I've heard is it would be really useful to get some clarity on all of that, wouldn't it? And I recognise the position that we're in, so I'm not looking at anybody in particular in terms of timings. I can make it abundantly clear how we feel, I suppose, is that, and it doesn't just come from a personal perspective. It's just that evidence base of what do we know. So we know that there are a number of people that work in multiple different ways. So on any given day, there are 1 million people that are working as a temporary agency worker, a contractor, freelancer through multiple different arrangements. Just got to get to grips with the fact that when I said we've got to understand the modern supply chain of the labour market and how it works today, that's where we've got to be. And you've got to have that embedded understanding. That might add, another month or two to Margaret's HMRC inspectors training, but it's super, super important. And I just don't think it's right that you're passing that liability onto other businesses to be regulating in some way or enforcing in that way. Every company should be doing its due diligence. It should be looking at its supply chain and being absolutely clear, am I working with organisations that I can see, for instance, that they are providing pay slips, that those pay slips make sense, that there's a written statement of particulars. If you can't see that, how do you report that? That has to be an enforcement body's job. That can't necessarily be another business body's job. And I just, Mary, of course, that working with community organisations is really important, I think, from our perspective, and we've had that good, positive working relationship with Citizens Advice in the past. And the thing that is always in my mind is how do you make sure that the people with the most to lose don't lose out, because you don't want to put anybody at risk. And I think that's always the piece, is what can we do to report things so that people remain safe, because there are organisations like ourselves that could do the group reporting, if you like, and then make it so that it's not necessarily one individual has to put their head above the parapet.
Margaret.
There's a lot to go for, isn't there?
You don't have to cover all.
No. What I was thinking more philosophically in a way, and reflecting some of what people have said is stuff that's in my latest strategy, to be honest. I mean, the business about better dialogue with community organisations. I have as a theme for my strategies improving the radar picture of the enforcement bodies, because I think there's a lot of information that is relevant that is not reaching them, and I'm aware of the firewall issue in terms of the issues that creates in the minds of the organisations and in the individual. And very often the immigration enforcement is more benign in practice, but there is no commitment to that So, for example, adult social care workers are not being sent home after 60 days, but nobody says that. So what they believe is that there's a risk of being thrown out of the country after 60 days, and that affects them. I mean, we talked about working with community hubs, and that's, recommendation 9 of mine is all about how can we work better with the people who know what's going on the ground, and the whole range of issues. I mean, I've a great regard for an organisation called the Highfield Centre, which operates in Leicester with garment workers. And one of the things that they do, if somebody comes and they've got a problem at work, but they'll also have a problem that the roof's leaking, the landlord won't do anything about it. And for them, it's the totality of it, and trying to get that more joined up approach. I'm not sure it's about bringing more people into one organisation, but it's about having better dialogue across organisations so that the expertise is there. But from the person who's got the issues, it's not for them to do the joining up. I think that's a really important thing. I'll stop there. I mean, I could talk about a lot of these things, but James is dying to come in.
James is dying. So. Yeah, lots of things. So I guess on the kind of umbrella company thing, like the one thing I would say is like the Fair Work Agency, state enforcement generally, any of the bodies now, they can only enforce the law, right? So that's a sort of separate question, which if it's okay, I'm not going to get drawn into, which is the regulation of umbrella companies. But the point is, the Fair Work Agency can't make up new things it wants to investigate. It can investigate. The way we've done the legislation, if we get it through, is to say it will, named on the face of the bill are the existing responsibilities, holiday pay, statutory sick pay, but it also has an amazing power to take on additional area, effectively what we're calling labour market offences, and then it lists lots of the legislation. If people are making a Labour Party offence, the Fair Work Agency can do it, but it can't do things that aren't. It can't regulate things that are currently not regulated. It just won't have that ability. So that's a separate question. On the kind of question of collective action and other things like that, I'd really like to talk to you separately. Kind of, let's sort of do a proper chat about that, because it's what I would say is there are models for this already, right? National minimum wage. It goes out. It gets a complaint from a worker. It then goes and looks at kind of lots of things and does. That's why you sort of. Sometimes when people complain about national minimum wage investigations taking a very long time, it's because they're looking at the state of play for thousands of workers. That's sort of the model. Similarly, the relationship with the tribunal, there will be finite resources in this system. You will not be able to give people multiple kind of, don't like the Fair Work Agency's view, going to go to the tribunal. So we'll have to work out exactly all of those relationships, but I really welcome a kind of conversation about that, as well as the kind of broader stuff around unions. On community groups, again, I think it's similar. Like, this stuff's really hard, right? The relationship particularly with immigration, migrant status, people who have no legal status to work in the UK, that stuff's really tricky. It's really hard. How we kind of incentivise people to come forward at the same time as actually the government has a commitment to crack down on illegal migration and working with no legal status. So again, we will not be able to solve all of this, but I think part of the issue, and the Fair Work Agency cannot be, there will never be enough resources for the Fair Work Agency to be able to handhold somebody who comes forward through every single issue that they're facing, fixing the roof and everything else like that. That's not going to be its job. But we can make it easier. That's, I think, the kind of goal we should set ourselves, which is actually making some of those routes easier. And as you say, I have personally at least in the first phase, no desire for it to take on things like the role of the HRC, but it can potentially signpost people better. And Phil, who's sitting at the back, one of the things I know that the GLEA, for example, currently struggles with sometimes when they do investigations is actually they have limited powers to do certain things. And actually, again, potentially if we get the Fair Work Agency right, you will have a body that will have access to a broader range of powers that means that sometimes it won't be a kind of, well, I'm sorry, it's not for us, it's for that person over there. It may be able to do more.
Okay, great. I want to get some more questions in, but was there anything else you wanted to add, Manoj, to what we've covered a lot of this ground, but please feel free.
I would just say, look, I just wanted to touch on the kind of this idea about this ecosystem of enforcement, and I think that's absolutely right, that we will always have this ecosystem of enforcement, but we really do want to be getting to a point, I think, where government enforcement, as opposed to keeping the onus on workers to enforce their own rights. I think that's the kind of direction that we want to be heading in, because we know that workers only enforce their rights individually once they've left the employment relationship, and people want to stay in employment and just be given what they're owed, and the only way you can do that is if you have a government agency that takes their enforcement function seriously.
Yeah, great. Okay, so there were some more hands up. Chris over there in the middle. Oh, there's a mic coming.
So thanks, Movement. Chris Warhurst, Warwick Institute for Employment Research. I just want to, it's something to do with James. James, you're absolutely right that structure follows strategy. So first of all, you decide what you want to do, and then you build the way to do it. But going back to your great Yarmouth example, effectively there you've got people who don't know the system, and even if they do know the system, don't know how to access it or don't trust it. So in one sense, the Fair Work Agency has to have their backs without them ever even knowing it. So in other words, you've got to be proactive. So I've got two questions on that. One's for you, one's for the rest of the panel. The first one is, given that responsibility for work is diffused and fragmented across different departments, how confident are you that you can work across those departments in order to be able to cover the bases for them? And the second question related to that is for the whole panel is, given its importance to this government, did the government miss a trick by not creating a department for employment?
Okay, great. And the colleague over there on the end.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Lindkogel from MMT UK, and we're working on a job guarantee policy. My question was in kind of picking up on some of Manoj's point about the importance of trade unions in enforcement, and thinking about some of the anti-trade union legislation that's been passed over many decades. And in terms of thinking about joined-up government, is kind of repealing some of those barriers to trade unions fully protecting their workers, part of a joined-up strategy of having less breaches of protective legislation and making workers feel more empowered to speak out and to protect themselves.
Okay, great. Was anyone else who wanted to come in? Oh yeah, just that.
Hi there, Patrick Brown from the House of Commons Library, and I suppose full disclosure, I'm also an employment tribunal member, so I have perspectives on labour market enforcement from both ends. I guess my question is what can be done or needs to be done to actually publicise the Fair Work Agency? And I was struck by the point I think Kate made that for a lot of our most vulnerable workers, they're not even aware of the existence of ACAS after however many years of great work that ACAS has been doing. If people already don't know to go to ACAS for help, what are the chances that they will be aware of the Fair Work Agency and know that that's a place to go to get their rights enforced?
Great, thank you. So we had a question about whether or not we needed a separate government department, whether or not the question about repealing some of the trade union legislation, then how we go about promoting the Fair Work Agency. So Manoj, I'll come over to you first.
Yeah, I wanted to address that trade union legislation point kind of tangentially, but I mean, some of what we're talking about can be achieved administratively, there's no doubt about it, but some will require, I think, legal changes. So in terms of what I was talking about in terms of co-enforcement, there are two provisions in Australia where which I think are pertinent to the conversation here. One being that the Fair Work Ombudsman there, which is the body responsible for enforcing employment statutory rights, has the ability to deputize community organizations, participants to accompany them on actual site visits, and that's underpinned by legal provision. And the other one being that trade unions there have right of entry rights to enter workplaces to investigate suspected contraventions of legislation. And so that's neither of those two terms are contained in the Employment Relations Bill. But I think if we wanted to more seriously embed that type of co-enforcement model going forward, we do have to start thinking about legal changes as well as just purely administrative changes.
Great. Kate?
Yeah, there was a number of things there, weren't there? And in terms of the last point there about the communication of it all, I think that's the reason I highlighted it is because it feels so important, and that if you don't have the wherewithal to understand where you might go in the first place, how do you do some of this? And this isn't meant to be a glib example, but one of the things that came to mind is sometimes we do some brilliant government campaigns that are aimed at entirely the wrong audience in some ways. And my example that came to mind was when we were working on Kickstart, which is all about opportunities for work for young people. Mass amount of work went on in terms of getting the message out to employers. So employers put their hands up and said, yeah, I'll give young people an opportunity that need some work experience. That's great. We did loads and loads and loads. And the communication to young people was an afterthought. And I think we all bear collective responsibility for that. And we ended up with things like adverts on smooth radio. I don't think that was necessarily their audience. So you just really got to think about a proper communication strategy and give this due consideration, because otherwise, don't let's write that from here. Let's write it with the audience in mind and get the right people, the right actors to participate in it. And I go around in circles on the question of a department for employment, actually. I think one of the things that you can do is that you have different government departments holding each other accountable when it's so that's probably where I'm more sided with at the minute. Yeah.
Great, and I'm not sure if I'm too old or too young, but I'm not sure what smooth radio is.
There you go. See? Far too young. That's the answer.
Margaret, any of those?
James and I just agreed that we'll be a Department for Employment and he's going to be the Permanent Secretary.
Sounds good.
That's what he said.
Sounds good.
I'd like to focus on the communication thing because it's something that I think is really important. I mean, it's a slightly extraordinary thing at present. The GLAA, by virtue of being an arm's length body, has its own website. And we find that the National Minimum Wage Team and the Employment Agency Standards Inspectorate post things on the GLAA website for themselves, because it's easier to do than try and use the own website, which comes through the gov.uk, which is no doubt all sorts of stuff there for all sorts of good reasons. But the net effect is that you don't end up with timely communication, which I think is really, really important. So I think that we've got to think about making sure that there's a really good website. We also need to think about the whole point about where do workers get their information from. I've been hosting a series of roundtables about for my strategy for this coming year, and the last two have been about Fair Work Agency. And one of them has said, well, I think the Fair Work Agency is going to be needing to use TikTok, and we sort of think, is that comfortable? But the whole business about where are people getting information? I mean, we produce leaflets. We produce leaflets in multiple languages for people who maybe struggle to read. How are we going to do that sort of communication in a way that is truly effective? And frankly, that gets back to the point about community organisations, because they've got a better idea about how to reach people. And I think that's really, really important.
Great. So James, you're going to become a TikTok star, are you?
Yeah, it's great. Sorry, we need to finish. I know in a second.
Yeah.
But I for a while worked for Grant Shapps, the Secretary of State. He was very good on TikTok. That was his big thing. Everything needed to be literally. I shouldn't say these things. I should just stop. But yeah, I completely agree. I personally, your question, I think the only one that's not been answered, the kind of one about how do we get agreement across multiple government departments. Like even if you had a single department for employment, you'd never, you're not going to, that's not going to take on immigration functions, right? Government's complicated. This stuff is complicated. It works by relationships and it works by listening and it works by understanding and trying to work at it. We're just going to have to keep going. I think with other government departments, what I would say is, this is absolutely one of the government's top priorities. And as I said at the outset, make work pay is an absolutely massive priority for the government, fundamental to their entire vision for the kind of society that they want the UK to be. It doesn't work if the enforcement doesn't work. So kind of from that point of view, we've got a lot of there's a lot of goodwill's the wrong word, but there's a lot of people who are invested very heavily in making this work. Of course, there'll be kind of things, there'll be bumps in the road, there'll be things that kind of are tricky to work through. But I actually think there's a lot of there's a lot of momentum behind it, and we just got to keep that going.
Can I just say one other thing briefly about communication, and that's education of our young people. I don't think our young people are well enough educated when they leave school about what the world of work is going to be like. I mean, I know GLAA has done some really good work in terms of with the Skills and Education Group about a level 1 qualification in workers' rights that's being rolled out in FE colleges, and that's really important. But I think we need to invest in our young people, and one of the things that they found from the pilot was that the young people tell their parents, and so you can actually spread through young people. You can also ensure that the people are better informed, and I think that's something that we should think a bit more about.
Great.
Another government department, of course, because it's development for education. But
Good. Well, look, I know there's coffee and cake outside and you're kind of desperate for that, but I found that really reassuring in terms of where we're at, in terms of a momentum, which James talks about, and the level of ambition. It's not going to fix your roof in terms of Fair Work Agency, but it's going to do lots of good stuff. So can we just thank our panel for their insights?
Hi, can you give us a thumbs up if you can hear us? Awesome. Can you please say, count 1 to 5 for me, please?
1, 2, what? 1, 2, 5.
Perfect, awesome. That's okay, that's okay. Thank you. Cheers. All right, you can see what is happening, you know, once you're going to be on the screen, you're going to be on the screen. All right, thank you, Stephen. So you're muted, so we won't hear you from now on. once. Let's communicate via the chat, otherwise you and I will be heard in the room, okay?
I can't test whether you can hear the air conditioner over chat.
Can you hear me? Okay, I cannot hear you, so if you
Testing. There we are. Michelle, can you give me a nod or a thumbs up if you can hear me? Fantastic. And Michelle, just while we're waiting for people to take their seats, can I check you if you could unmute and just check that we can hear you? We're going to make a start, if people don't mind. I'm conscious of time, and I just think we've got such a fantastic guest to hear from now. It's a real pleasure to be joined by Michelle O'Neill, who is the president of the Australian Council of Trade Unions. It's incredibly this is you joining us, Michelle, at this moment in time is incredibly useful because it feels like you're a couple of years ahead of the journey that we're starting out on now, 6 months almost into a progressive left Labour government. But just to do a bit of brief introduction for delegates on Michelle. Michelle began her working life as a waitress and then went on to work in the community sector with homeless young people and then to work in the clothing industry. Before being elected as Act2's president in 2018, Michelle represented workers in the textile, clothing and footwear industry as an organiser and then branch and then national secretary of the Textile, Clothing and Footwear Union of Australia. She's represented her union nationally and internationally and led hugely successful campaigns to win world-leading rights for workers throughout global clothing supply chains, a model of supply chain accountability for workers which increased paying conditions for some of Australia's most exploited workers. But Michelle's also here to talk to us about how Act2 and its affiliated unions have been winning for workers in Australia throughout the last few years of having a progressive left government. Michelle's going to cover some of the context for us about Australia, both before and since new rights have been introduced, about the legislation process, about how those meaningful new rights were won, about the arguments that unions have come up against and how they've defeated them. And that for us, in the middle of driving through work pay, getting the Employment Rights Bill legislation through and the employer lobby that we're coming up against, Michelle, we have so much, I think, to learn from your experience. And so without much more further ado, I will introduce you. And then after hearing from Michelle, we'll have time for some questions and answers. So please do be getting your thinking caps on, and I'll come to as many of you as I possibly can. But Michelle, over to you.
Thanks very much for that very generous welcome, Shan. And I want to begin by thanking the TUC for the opportunity to join you all today. Sadly, not in person, but with you virtually and, of course, in spirit and solidarity. I'm actually here in Brazil at the ITUC Global Council meeting. So I've been very ably assisted by Stephen from the TUC with getting online with you today, and thank him for that. I've been asked to talk to you about our experiences in winning change for workers in Australia since the election of a Labor government in 2022 and what might be some of the lessons for the UK. And firstly, to remind you what the story was in Australia in 2022. We were coming off the back of a really close to a decade of a conservative, vicious, anti-worker, anti-union government who had attempted to pass waves of anti-union laws during its years in power. And we'd also had over a decade of wage stagnation, growing inequality, and with a rising share of our national wealth going to capital instead of labour. They talked about the need for a strong economy, but what they really meant was an economy for the strong. And as with the UK, Australia faced a really sharp spike in inflation as we emerged out of the pandemic, causing an acute cost of living crisis sitting right alongside record profits for business. Some of the major challenges we faced were 31% of workers were in a form of insecure work, including 2.7 million workers in casual work. More workers than ever before had been forced to work multiple jobs. We had stagnant wages, real wage growth of just 0.5% over the 9 years of the Conservative government in Australia, and collective bargaining coverage at a record low with only about 14% coverage. bargaining effectively being constrained to an enterprise-only level. We had a stalling in the closing of the gender pay gap and incredibly high levels of workplace sexual harassment. Since we succeeded in defeating the previous government in May 22, which, as you can see, still makes me smile, we've been able to pass 4 tranches of industrial relations legislation and many other smaller bills. And I won't take you through the over 40 significant changes in our laws, but I will take you briefly through 4 major areas. And the first of these is getting bargaining and wages moving again. And key wins in this area include the introduction of what we call a comprehensive multi-employer bargaining stream. This is in other places called sector or industry bargaining, and it can be, at different sizes and levels. And as I said, as opposed to what was previously an enterprise-only bargaining stream. We've got rid of a lot of the red tape and loopholes that was undermining bargaining. It's now very easy for a union to reinitiate bargaining after an agreement's expired, and employers are now effectively prohibited from seeking to cancel a collective agreement. This was a weapon that the bosses had been using to force workers to agree to substandard agreements by having a cliff that their wages and conditions fell off at the nominal end of agreements. This is now gone. We've won 3 consecutive significant annual increases in the minimum wage, and that happened partly because we got the federal government to play an active role in recommending to our Fair Work Commission that there should be higher minimum wages set across the economy. We've seen a wide range of changes to clamp down on, and in some cases, criminalise wage theft. And changes in the law that allowed that to happen. The second area is reducing insecure work. We've made secure work an object of our Fair Work Act, which is the pillar of our industrial relations legislation. We've finally put in place a limitation on the use of fixed-term contracts of no more than 2 years. And we've already seen a sharp drop in their use. With a wide range of really amazing stories of employers just moving workers onto permanent arrangements to avoid what would have been challenges to the arrangements they had in place. We've won same job, same pay laws. So labour hire or agency workers now have to be paid at least the same rate as if they were directly employed by their employee. These are similar to the EU's Agency Worker Directive, and this was a major loophole in Australia's industrial relations law. And it's already seen workers win some huge pay increases and permanent jobs in those areas. We won for the first time rights for gig or platform workers through minimum standards in pay and conditions for employee-like contractors working for digital labour platforms and in road transport. And we determined that rather than have some endless fight in the courts with Uber about who is and who isn't technically an employee, we simply campaigned to have laws that cover any worker, however they're defined. The difference there, of course, is I'm saying the word worker, not employee. And that has, so that it would cover any worker, however defined, that either has low pay or low bargaining power. And finally, we've won guardrails around who can be treated as a casual worker after the last Tory government let employers call anyone a casual. And in Australia, a casual worker is similar to your 0 hours contracts, but we typically have minimum shift periods and a 25% loading on the base pay to make up for the lack of paid leave entitlements. The third area is gender equality. We've also made gender equity an object of our Fair Work Act, and succeeded in rewriting our equal pay laws, which has led to wins for workers across all the care economy, especially in aged care and now early childhood education and care. We've also introduced far stronger rights to flexible work, 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave for all workers, including casual workers, better paid parental leave, and obligations on employers to prevent sexual harassment rather than just have a policy about what it is and how to report it. We've got stronger rights to complain and stop sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace, and we've outlawed pay secrecy clauses. And the fourth area is delegates' rights. And for every unionist in the room, you'll understand the importance of this. We won the right for the first time ever for a trade union workplace delegate or shop steward to have the legal right to represent the industrial interests of their work comrades in their workplace. And practically, this means delegates can have access to paid time to meet with workers, communication rights, rights to facilities in the workplace, and paid training to help them do this vitally important work. We're now working with our affiliates to train up to 10,000 delegates, over 10,000 delegates actually, in these new rights just in the coming few months. And we learned many lessons from legislative change over these 2 decades, which we sought to implement at the time. And I hope some of these lessons are useful for you here in the UK. So the first one I'm going to say is be prepared. Movement-wide development of the detail of what was needed, affiliate and membership ownership of and willingness to fight for these changes was critical in us winning them. Remember, we lost an election 3 years earlier. We thought we would win, so we had plenty of time to prepare. Secondly, move quickly. As you know too well, the political capital of a new government is often quickly drained away. Do the hard stuff first. Power is fleeting. Our first major industrial relations bill got through the Parliament within the first 6 months of the new government. Thirdly, campaign with the messages that work. From listening to our members, but also through detailed research about the view of workers, not just members, we knew that the following arguments would work. Workers needed to see wages moving, more secure jobs, and respect at work. And we urgently needed to be talking about and did about getting wages moving in a cost of living crisis. In fact, in the last election campaign, we ran with Australia needs a pay rise, a slogan I think we borrowed from Francis O'Grady and the TUC and retooled for our own purposes. Workers weren't getting their fair share of economic growth, so we continually campaigned and pointed out that this was because big business was greedy, and they were supported by Conservative government, and they were making record profits and holding back wages, including by exploiting loopholes that turned good permanent jobs into low-paid, insecure ones. The first industrial relations bill that we got through quickly had 26 parts, but there were only really 2 that we publicly campaigned on. We didn't run public campaigns on every element of them, just the top 2. And the top 2 were because of what we knew about what people cared about, and that was bargaining to get wages moving and respect for women at work. Fourthly, the lesson was we put workers front and centre. We presented the human face of the reforms that we were trying to win. We campaigned and lobbied broadly and continually in all forms of media, with all new government MPs, and with the key crossbench politicians in our system who would have the deciding votes on whether these became law, because the Labor government needed to get these laws not just through the House of Representatives where they had the numbers, but also through our Senate, our upper house, where we needed additional votes from crossbench senators. We identified, to do this, we identified, as well as broadly campaigning, identified and trained and supported a real crack team of mighty 30 rank and file members to be our campaign ambassadors. They were the faces of the campaign in all sorts of ways, and they were really diverse and drawn from across our affiliates, regions and sectors to relate their real worker experiences at every opportunity in the halls of Parliament and in conventional and social media. Fifth one, I'm going to say, stay united and disciplined. All unions use the arguments that work that I've just took you through, and mostly resisted the temptation to stray into other more niche areas. Key to this was early agreement across the movement on exactly the reforms we wanted to win, and clear and effective lines of communication to those negotiating the changes and the key leaders across the movement. So our movement wasn't worried when we were talking about all of the detail publicly all the time, because they were well informed about where we were in the discussions and negotiation. And this discipline includes not taking the bait from the media, the bosses, or the Tories. I was also asked today to answer the question, how did unions win the arguments that employers were putting up against the legislation? And I think the answer to that is that in many cases, we completely ignored them, or we quickly pivoted when asked about their responses back to the issues of wages, secure jobs, and respect for women. We fought on our territory and tried to avoid getting drawn into theirs. For example, employers complained that the reforms would sap productivity growth. And so rather than get lost in a debate on whether or not this would be true or would be the case, which we, of course, thought that it wouldn't, we thought this is not the ground we want to be arguing on. We simply said that productivity growth had grown well ahead of wages in the past decade and that workers hadn't got their fair share. If they had, they would have been $10,000 better off. So a simple cut-through message in response. Remember who it is that we need to persuade. Winning arguments in the business press is just not going to happen, and it's actually irrelevant to winning the fight. The sixth point was promote disunity in our opponents, finding common ground with the more reasonable employers and employer groups and make that public. That might involve making some strategic compromises that unions could live with, but it split the business lobby. Effective implementation of these new laws has really been our top priority because what we know is when you win something, if you don't use it, you will lose it. And we wanted to make sure that unions were growing, that we wanted workers to win, and critically, we wanted the laws so well embedded that when a hostile government eventually gets back into power, the changes are just too hard for them to unpick. So how have we worked towards that? We've done early education and strategic planning, a comprehensive delegate and membership information and education program, making sure our members were ready to use what we'd won from day one of a new law being operative. Early leadership forums on explaining the new laws and encouraging union leaders to think about using them strategically to grow. Continually sharing experiences across unions about what's working and what's not and what are the lessons we've learned. And then setting the best legal precedents under the new laws. Bad legal precedents can really quickly undo a major legislative win. And so to avoid this, the Australian Trade Union Movement wanted to set the best possible precedents on the key questions that matter by bringing the best set of facts to a legal A-team for the movement. And to get there, we agreed across the movement to decide on the key issues we needed to set precedents on, collectively identify the best scenarios, what would be the strongest argument and which unions had them, and put them on a shared registry that everyone could see. And then we had all of those matters reviewed, and then we had an expert panel. I won't go into the detail, but basically we had a very detailed process that the whole movement was part of, deciding how we would get the first cases run and how they would be supported by the whole movement, not just by an individual union. So we had a legal coordination fund that assisted with that. And of course, the ACTU also made our own interventions. This has made a big difference. 14 matters have gone through this process today. We've won 8 of them and 6 of them are still in the system. We haven't lost one yet. I want to touch some wood as I say that to you. Continuing to tell the public story is, of course, also critically important. We have an election coming up between now and May. We have an opposition government that is already publicly campaigning to say they would wind back some of these changes. So we want to make sure that we keep these wins live and relevant to working people, publicise them and celebrate every achievement, every lift in wages, every improved condition that workers have. And we keep our members front and centre to telling that story. So I know we're short on time, but I want to say, has all of this been worth it? Yes. And the reasons, I'll give you a quick snapshot. We've had more real wage growth in the past 12 months than under 9 years of the Tory government. This has helped annual wage growth to reach 3.7% on average since the change of government, almost double the average under the previous government. Collective bargaining coverage has really picked up, growing by about 20%. And that alone has lifted economy-wide wages by 0.5 or by $6.3 billion just in the last 12 months. Bargaining coverage, it continues to expand. The number of workers covered by agreements filed for approval every day has doubled. And thanks to our new equal pay laws, which finally address the systemic undervaluation of work done by women, the gender pay gap is now closing 3 times faster than it was under the Tories. On current progress, it will close for full-time workers in 9 years. I'm going to give you an example. If you're a 9-year-old girl today and it keeps closing at the new faster rate, by the time you're 18, the gender pay gap for full-time workers will be gone. If you had been a 9-year-old girl under the previous government and the rate was closing at the glacially slow rate it was closing under them, you would have had to wait till you were 44 to see that gender pay gap close. This is massive. And this is in large part due to aged care workers and early childhood education and care workers finally winning the pay they deserve. Multi-employer bargaining's now started. We've got negotiations taking place in aged care, disability services, early childhood, independent schools and coal mining. And the number of workers on fixed-term contract has dropped by about 15%. And finally, I want to tell you about the worker in a childcare centre who told me about how she was going to be able to stay in the job that she absolutely loved because she could finally afford to pay the rent. And the face of a flight attendant who is a single parent and was on a labour hire arrangement, but who just got a 25% pay increase overnight under those new same job, same pay laws, and can now quit her second job and spend more time with her daughter. Comrades, I know you're off to an impressive start with the introduction of the Employment Rights Bill by the Starmer government in October. All strength to you with winning its passage and implementation. If there is anything more that the ACTU or Australian unions can do to support you in winning all your demands, we're of course willing to work and win together in our global struggle to win more power and rights for workers in the UK, in Australia and across the world. Strength and solidarity to you all.
Thank you, Michelle. I hope that you can hear that rapturous round of applause there. Certainly, you have given me such a sense of optimism. Wages up, bargaining coverage up, gender pay gap down, fixed term contracts down. That really gives us, as you say, first 100 days, we got that employment rights legislation, but we know there is such a way to go. And the experience that you have had has shown us that there is a pathway forward, that it's certainly, I'm sure there has been difficulties at times. You talked about the need to keep the movement united, about the need to make strategic choices, about the need to prioritise. You didn't say this, but I'm going to infer and read into it also that there's a degree of what's pragmatic. We need to have aspirations, but we also need to be pragmatic. We need to be a critical friend, but we need to be a constructive friend, somebody that government wants in the room, that we can help and be there. And that creates lots of choices and challenges for us as a union movement, wanting to push and deliver for our members and deliver those tangible working improvements for people. And a win anywhere in part of the world is a win for workers everywhere, because we know there is that global solidarity, that improvement of the situation for workers in terms of their rights, and that working class solidarity that will lead to that improvement overall here in the UK, in Australia and globally. We've got time for 3 questions. So I can see a couple of hands already. If I look to the room for an indication, and then we do have a roving mic. So I've got one question here, I've got one question there, and then a question here. That may be all we have time for, comrades. So can I ask you to be as quick as possible, please, just to hear from everybody?
Thanks very much. My name is Peter Vilchnik, and I'm from Focus on Labour Exploitation. And I just wanted to quickly commend as well the creation of the Workplace Justice Visa, which addresses many of the points about the exploitation of workers on restrictive visas that we've spoken about earlier today. And I think this really allows workers to access their rights in the first place by giving them some form of leave whilst they find new employment, and really protects them from an unscrupulous employer using their immigration status as a way to coerce them into exploitation in the first place. And that was one as well with civil society organisations, with the trade union movement in Australia, and really is an impressive way of dealing with a lot of these issues that we've been seeing. And I think this is also opportune moment in the UK where not just Australia, I mean the Republic of Ireland, Canada, New Zealand, Finland are all implementing similar systems such as this, and I think this is a real opportunity to take that on and to move forward in a way that stops this race to the bottom by relying on restrictive visas as a way to treat workers as commodities rather than, real people.
Thank you. One second question just over here, and then one at the front. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Nigel Cotgrove. I'm a low pay commissioner. One of the things that we're grappling with in the UK is improving the enforcement of new rights for workers. And I wonder if you could say a bit about how that's worked out in Australia. And for example, I understand that unions now have the right to enter workplaces to enforce breaches in legislation. And I'd be interested to know a bit more about that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nigel. And then lastly, Rosa.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michelle. Rosa Crawford from the TUC, Stephen's colleague, and just thank you so much for that really inspiring example of what is possible to win. Congratulations for all that you've done. Just a question around the elections coming up. I'm sure you are worried about the rise of the far right, as we all are here globally as well. Have these real concrete tangible improvements to workers' wages, living conditions, quality of life helped to offset the threat of the far right? Is this something that you're able to really point to prevent people drifting or going to the far right in your campaigning? Thanks.
Fantastic. So 3 great questions that, Michelle, I'm going to have to ask you to answer as succinctly as possible. We can go a couple of minutes over. So the question from Flex around migrant workers, from Nigel on enforcement, and then finally from Rosa on the rise of the far right and organising improvements and how that helps to fight against the far right. Over to you, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. Thanks for those questions. Flex, of course, it would be another whole presentation and discussion about what's happened in terms of migration and migrant workers that you are. It's great to hear that you know of the workplace justice visa and the work that the Australian Union Movement is doing with other civil society organisations to make sure that we end the exploitation of migrant workers in our country. This is a really important element of that. It's something that really stops that terrible weapon used by employers that if the boss controls your passport and your paycheck, the level of power they have over you, of course, is a recipe for exploitation. So trying to break that nexus, make sure that workers knew that if they raise complaints and issues in terms of exploitation at work, they were safe to be in the country while those issues were resolved. So thanks for that comment. And there's a lot more work to do, and we all know the battles across the world we're facing in terms of attacks on migration and attempts by the right and conservative forces to divide the working class and divide people and blame migrants and use this sort of racist campaigns to try and further their own power. So, yeah, a really important area that I'm, of course, happy to follow up with anyone as well. Nigel, we had legal rights in terms of right of entry. Unions, it had existing right of entry to workplaces, but it had been severely constrained. We've opened up those rights in a way that means that we no longer have, for example, constraints on exactly where we would be told we had to be if we were going into a workplace and trying to speak to workers. And there was just so many ridiculous sort of bureaucratic red tape around what you could and couldn't do and what you could and couldn't speak about when you were in a workplace and how you could access workers. So the combination of clearer rights for union officials to get into workplaces, and matching that more effectively with our health and safety laws, but also, as I mentioned, those delegates' rights that give delegates the rights to access information and support come together in a way that really does shift the power in terms of our ability to reach workers, make sure they know their rights, and then be able to organise and represent them. And we I haven't got the time to go into the exact detail. Of course, again, we are happy to provide more information, but it's that combination coming together that is effective. And of course, we can enforce that through our Fair Work Commission. So if there's breaches to that, we can take the employer to the Fair Work Commission for a breach of the Fair Work Act. And lastly, Rosa, in terms of the elections coming up, well, it's a challenge, and we will see, I reckon, is the answer to this question, because it is something that when I mentioned during the last part of what I was talking about how important it is that we talk about what impact these changes have, that we don't just sort of move on to the next battle and what do we want to win next, that we actually do make sure that it's understood by workers that as tough as it still is, and we are still in a cost of living crisis, so it's not like things are rosy for working class people. It's tough. So as tough as it still is, being able to see the hope, being able to see that the trajectory is one where wages are going up, jobs are being more secure, and having confidence that under a Labor government, this will continue to happen, which of course means they have to play their part in how they tell this story. But us being able to talk to workers about that, and then really critically being able to show that already the Conservative opposition party have been clear about winding back the multi-employer bargaining laws, winding back the rights for casual workers, and a whole range of things that they have indicated they're looking at, because they're probably a bit scared to be explicit because they know we will go hard if they tell the whole story of what their agenda is. So I think we're very conscious that it's upcoming election, very conscious that the far right is organised, and of course our opposition is looking to Trump, which has boosted up their confidence, and we need to take that head on in terms of making sure working people realise what's at risk. So Sian, I've kept it brief, I know, because you've got a great agenda, by the way, but I hope that answers the questions.
It certainly does, Michelle, and thank you so much again for beaming in by the power of technology from Brazil and joining us today. And thank you to our colleague Stephen. I think you've, as I said earlier, you've given us a real message of optimism, but also that note around cementing the wins. We can get some wins now, but we need to make sure we are cementing them. We are making them future-proof. They aren't something that can be wound back. Crucially, we're putting workers front and centre, and we're celebrating our wins. It's something that I think we don't do enough in the union movement. And I'm so glad, Michelle, that you've been here today to celebrate some of those wins that you've had with us, give us that sense of optimism. And just thank you so much for joining us. Colleagues, we've now got another panel, so if we can wish Michelle a big thanks one last time. I think you now have a panel on realising the full benefits of the plan to make work pay. So thank you very much.
This is our final panel of the day. Huge thank you for staying to the end. Huge thank you to my amazing panellists who are making their way up to the stage for making sure that we end with an absolute bang. We have a fabulous panel who I think are now all on the stage. That's great. Let me take you through who they are, satisfyingly sitting in somewhat of the right order. I've got on the far left Steve Akehurst, who is Director of Persuasion UK, the first person to coin the term the blue wall. Remember that? Let's hope it's confined to history, and is an expert really on public attitudes and what they mean for communications. I have got immediately to my left here Michael Ford, KC, leading employment rights expert, Deputy High Court Judge, Emeritus Professor. His reputation speaks for himself. Really glad to have you here to contribute to our debate today, Michael. I have got here Paul Kissack, who is the Group Chief Executive of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation and the Joseph Rowntree Housing Trust, and previously held Director General roles across government in the UK, and I think probably comparable roles in New Zealand, Paul, it's fair to say. And finally, Jenny Tennyson, expert in all things data, from technology to governance, strategy and public policy, founder and executive director of Connected by Data. So you might ask, what is the golden thread that is running through this panel? And I think, for my part, the golden thread is that we've talked all day about the ambition of the Employment Rights Bill, about the opportunity to achieve change, but also of the government's really welcome wider agenda with that plan to make work pay, to think about how we can really achieve that shift in the UK jobs market to that higher pay, higher productivity sorts of labour market, that there is an increasing consensus, at least in this room and from representatives from different political and civil society and employer perspectives, a strong and growing consensus, I think, about the need to create. And we wanted to end the day with a chance to sort of think big about some of the issues that the initial Employment Rights Bill will not inevitably address, but which we also think will need to be part of the ongoing change that we need to see in this country if we're really to realise the benefits of make work pay. So coming from very different experiences and perspectives, I hope this is going to be a chance to really wrap up the discussion, talk about some of those bigger issues, then over to you about whatever else you think we also need to make sure is still part of this growing conversation. So I'm going to turn firstly to Michael and to say really, as we talked about at the first panel this morning, if you can remember that far back, we talked a lot about the government's commitment to move towards a dual system of employment status and a simpler framework. There's a commitment in the plan to make work pay to consult on the detail to ensure that we've got differentiation between workers and the genuinely self-employed. What I'd really like to hear from you, Michael, is what's your view on how critical that change will be to the success of the wider package? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Nicola. I mean, I was hoping to give a speech of Castro-esque length, but I understand I've only got 5 minutes. And of course, the ERB is, the Employment Rights Bill is breathtaking what it undertakes. So I don't want to be too critical of what it started doing, but there's always a but, isn't there? And it is a bit odd that the ERB, we've still got this three-tier employment status, and the ERB doesn't erase that. So some of the rights restricted to the ancient category of employee, that's retained in the ERB, with the day one unfair dismissal right and the fire and rehire right to unfair dismissal. The provisions on zero-hour workers, although they're not restricted to them, those two are premised on there being a worker, and as we know, some of the those who work under casual or arrangements, or as they're called, can end up not having worker status, paradoxically. And then thirdly, of course, we've got the genuine independent business undertakings. Now, just to sort of mansplain for those of you who aren't on top of all the case law, the drift of the case law in recent years, I think, has been very positive, that especially since Uber, it's very hard to think of a case involving somebody who looks like a worker where the courts have ended up saying they're not a worker. So I think the drift is favourable. There is an exception in Deliveroo, but that was a somewhat odd case for reasons I won't go into. So the drift of the case law is positive and towards inclusion. But there are three tried and trusted legal techniques for taking people outside of the protected categories. And the first is to deny them personal service, which is a necessary element both for being an employee and for being a worker. And the technique of choice there is using substitution clauses. And provided those clauses are genuinely wide and the practice corresponds with what the clause says, they can work. And in some cases, employers ensure that the practice corresponds with the clause because, for example, they'll make the supplier of the service work very long hours or very many days continuously, so they have to use a substitute. The second is, of course, the bewildering range of intermediaries we see popping up in the relationship, not only agencies, which we're used to, but also umbrella companies and personal service companies. And the problem there is, of course, to be employed by someone, you need a contract with them. And so these intermediaries fracture the contractual link between the individual. So that's the second method. And the third, of course, is the use of agency workers, which is a tried and trusted way of taking people outside of the employment category because they end up not having a contract with the user, so they can't be an employee or worker of its. But by the same token, they aren't controlled by the agency, so it's deemed they're not an employee of its. So they're the third one. So, of course, the pressure to use these methods is greatly increased by the bill, because if you want to get outside of the zero-hour contract rights, try and argue that people aren't a worker because the arrangements under which they work are so casual that they're not subordinate while they're working. Or if you want to take them outside the unfair dismissal rights, start using agency workers, for example. And so what Mark Friedland a long time ago called the paradox of precarity is that workers in these vulnerable positions end up being taken outside of the very categories that are meant to protect them. So they end up being factually and legally vulnerable. So, of course, the programme is plugging the leaks, because the last thing you want is the bill to prompt a rush to the exit, which means people are taken outside not just of the bill, but also other legal protections given in other statutes. And it's a formidable regulatory challenge, but I don't think it's beyond the government. And I'm just going to say some things about that. The first thing is it's not easy at the moment to legislate to protect people who don't have a contract with the body you want to be the employer. The best example we've got at the moment is in the Employment Rights Act, Section 43K, which applies in whistleblowing and kind of makes de facto working for someone who determines the terms and conditions into an employment relationship. So that's model one, but you can't simply impose that model on the vast diversity of working arrangements, because some of the underlying rights won't work without reformulation. Take an agency arrangement. Take unfair dismissal. An agency worker's assignment may be ended, but the contract with the agency continues. There's no work for them to do. They're not being paid, but their contract hasn't been ended. So it's hard to identify a terminating event upon which the whole unfair dismissal edifice is built. And equally, it can become very hard in tripartite or multi-party arrangements to link the right with who's responsible. Often the issue isn't so much identifying what the scope of the right is, it's identifying who the duty holder is, who's going to be the employer in that circumstance. So that's the difficulties. Now, I'm just going to suggest three things I say that are important to this. The first thing is making work pay, and a lot of the Taylor Review and so on have often talked about clarity, simplicity, the models are too difficult. I think there's a virtue in uncertainty. I think there's a real problem with a clear checklist approach to whether someone's a worker or employee, because it will just give a target to be hit. It gives a target, like personal service does now, that employers or others will think, right, those are the things we've got to take them outside of. So you can see a certain virtue in a test that's open textured and that isn't clear if you want to avoid the kinds of gaming techniques that we see, and to cope with the vast flexibility of working arrangements. The second thing, and I think that has to inform the legislative response, is you want to make sure that the legal duty, is linked to the person who has factual responsibility. So whoever's taking the decision to effectively end this person's working relationship, to use an open-ended term, ends up being the person who has the duty. And the third thing I want to say is I think the correct approach is actually to focus on a negative. I think that's where the test of worker under UK law gets it right. Is this person genuinely operating an independent business on their own account? Because if they're not, they're a worker. And if they're not a worker, then the issue is identifying who owes the duties towards them. But I think that's where our legislation is great, because it focuses attention principally on the negative.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Lots to think about there and to, I think, discuss afterwards, maybe over a drink, maybe in questions. But I think we are very conscious here at the TUC of the risk, because we see it all the time with new employment rights, that the minute a new right is introduced, the industry, to try and avoid it, pops up at the same time. And thinking through now what minor measures might be need to be put in place, even, and could be presented as active anti-avoidance measures to make sure that the sorts of effects that you have described don't pop up, I think is really important. And I'm really glad that you've shared your thoughts about what sort of changes might help to mitigate against some of those risks which are clearly real. I'm going to move on to Jenny on a completely different area of future policy development. Jenny, Make Work Pay does make some recognition of the opportunities and risks that new technologies might bring. But in your view and your expertise, what more should be done to make sure that new developments in artificial intelligence are going hand in hand with good jobs?
Thanks, Nick. I'm going to talk about 3 different ways in which AI is changing the world of work, and then some suggestions about what we should be aiming for in order to counter that. So one is one that will be really familiar, I think, for a lot of people, and that's the kind of where AI is actually used to make decisions about workers. So that might be during the hiring process, it might be during performance management, or even like robo-firing and the kind of firing process. And there are real challenges around that, because in order for AI to work over workers, you have to measure a whole bunch of stuff about what workers are up to all of the time, and that leads us to over surveillance of workers in their day-to-day work, whether that's how long they spend going to the toilet, where they move around the office, even the new kind of affective technologies. There's a really good report out from the Institute of the Future of Work at the moment around affective technologies, i.e. that read your body language and your excitement on your face in order to see how engaged you are with your work and make judgments about you because of that. And all of that kind of surveillance reduces a sense of agency for workers. It has a real potential for discrimination to be embedded into the way in which AI operates over different types of people, because we express things differently, because we have different kinds of needs at work, and we work differently and should work differently. So there's that set of what will be termed algorithmic management type of technologies that we have to worry about. Second set of technologies, AI technologies in particular, we have to worry about is where they're changing the nature of work. So, for example, we see a lot of public sector organisations, doctors, police, social workers, and so on, starting to have AI assistants that work alongside them, transcribing the conversations that they have, summarising those out, maybe making some recommendations about what they do next, maybe even drafting those letters for them so that they can send those out to referrals. And while that's in some ways welcome for a lot of very overstretched workers who have a lot of kind of admin tasks that they need to get through, at the same time, that can lead to an intensification of work. It can mean that workers are left dealing on a human level with more complex cases, or they become just the kind of respondents to an AI that says, click the yes button here to say, yes, you agree, we should be doing this. And that's their only kind of engagement with the task. It can mean that the relationships between, in particular in that kind of place, public sector workers and the people that they're working with change, and they're not able to exercise the kind of care and compassion that actually brings them satisfaction at work, right? So it can the introduction of AI can change the nature of work to turn it into work that is no longer satisfying and good work from the perspective of the worker. And then the third thing, which will probably be also very front of mind, is about how AI is changing the job market itself. So we've already seen a lot of this around creative industries, the use of generative AI sucking up all sorts of like writing and art and scripts and all sorts of things that mean that workers can be replaced in that sector by AI technologies for the kind of for any kind of writing job or design job or whatever. And we see that not only in the creative industries. I think it's going to be spreading into a lot more places where any place that you do writing as a job, whether it's research, consultancy, you're going to see those kinds of large language models coming in. We already see call centers being changed because of the introduction introduction of chatbots. We see people viewing generative AI as kind of their pocket interns, which has real implications for the workers who are coming in at the lower levels and just starting out in their early career, and the kind of opportunities that they might get. So there's a whole kind of set of the ways in which technology, and particularly AI, are going to change what's available in the job market. So what does this mean in terms of what we need to be looking at and working on? Well, first of all, there are existing rights around data collection, around automated decision making and so on, but we need to be stretching those and pushing those to further in order to be able to fight back against the use of technology in the workplace that in ways that are really damaging to us. Talked about being able to go in and inspect workplaces. What about being able to go in and inspect code and inspect the impacts of these kinds of technologies? Second thing is that to shape technologies to work well for workers, they need to be consulted really early in the process of those technologies being developed and deployed within the workplace. So, and that's not just in the particular workplaces, it's also at the kind of industrial strategy level. So how can we get more kind of co-creation of the workplace with workers being involved from the outset in the shaping of technology and technology adoption? And then the third thing is ensuring that there's the right kind of support around for workers at all stages. I talked about the pocket interns, so early stage workers, but also those who are adapting to the changing world of work. And of course that means more rights and legislation, things to push for around that. It means, I think, doing some real work with the public sector and how the public sector adopts technology, for example, in the way in which it procures AI technologies on a day-to-day basis. And also, I think there's a need for more skills and capacity at the union rep kind of level in order to be able to detect where this kind of thing is happening and be able to know what to do about it.
Thank you so much, Jenny. It's just so much to think about in terms of how technology is already changing our jobs market and people's experiences of work, and how we can make sure we've got the representative and legislative frameworks in place to catch up with it. And I feel like we're only scratching the surface really of what we need to think about in that space. I'm gonna move on though to Paul, who will know that across the day our debates have talked about here a whole range of other priorities that cut across government departments that will also have a role to play in successfully making work pay in its fullest sense, whether that's skills, whether that's technology, as we've just heard about, whether that's social security, whether that's procurement. You have worked in government, you work across a whole range of social policy areas at Joseph Rowntree. So I suppose we're interested in what you think beyond employment rights are the wider areas of policy that need to sit alongside this agenda to make sure that it works pay, and also just reflecting maybe a bit on how government works. What would a genuinely cross-government approach look like, and what could that achieve if we could actually get that moving right? Over to you, Paul.
Great, thank you. And you're right, I'm not going to talk about employment rights, partly not because it's not important, but because you've spent most of the day talking about employment rights. So thinking about that wider question of where does decent work and where do employment rights sit within a broader policy agenda? And for me, that policy agenda is primarily around a sort of concept of economic security, which is sadly lacking for many millions of families in the country at the moment. And decent work is both a consequence of greater economic security and also a driver of it. But one of the things I want to do is just reflect on three other drivers of economic security where I think it's going to be important over the coming years that the government develops, frankly, stronger policy agendas than they have at the moment. So the first of those is around care. And there is a fairly clear correlation between having caring responsibilities and the likelihood that you face a degree of economic insecurity. So certainly when we look at poverty, which is obviously a very strong focus for the foundation, you are much more likely to be in poverty if you face certain caring responsibilities. If you are a lone parent, if you are a parent within a large family with with more than two children. And we also know there is a huge a penalty, in effect, a care penalty for those who are undertaking unpaid care work. We recently did modelling on that. I'm not here to peddle JRF reports, so I'm not going to start quoting from them. But you can go on our website and look at the calculation made around the penalty people face from stepping outside the workforce and undertaking caring responsibilities. So there's a big set of questions there about the relationship between care and work. We sometimes talk about having a care economy. That feels like a debate that's been going on for a long time, but we haven't really cracked that, not in any meaningful way. Alongside it, of course, we do have sort of formal childcare offer being rolled out. That is a very positive thing in terms of allowing people greater levels of security as they go into work. It's not without its problems. There is a need to extend it to those who are in it's only available to those in employment, those in education. We talk about skills questions. There's a disincentive there for people to go in upskill if they cannot access free childcare, just as those who have no recourse to public funds, of course, can't access it as well. So a set of issues around care which have to be part of a wider debate about making work pay and decent work. The second is housing. I don't think you can understand economic security or poverty in this country without understanding housing, partly because, broadly speaking, the lower down the income distribution you are, the more large proportion of your money you are spending on housing. And in many respects, I sort of see the parallel piece of legislation to the employment rights legislation is the renters' rights legislation, because both of them play to questions of power within systems which are currently geared away from people who are earning, basically. I mean, this is the other front where you've got the owners versus earners question, and at the moment we have a housing system which does very well for owners, both through the tax elements of that and mortgage elements of that, and the powers they have to terminate rental agreements. And in many respects, the legislation that the government's brought forward is to reset that. So it feels to me very much a parallel piece of legislation. Here, one of the things I think we do, just in terms of the policy debate, need to talk more about, and my experience in Whitehall was that this was never really talked about and is only recently started to come to the fore, is that the housing policy debate is obsessed with supply. We need to build more houses. We do need to build more houses. It then becomes obsessed with the planning system and how that needs to be liberalised. But it's all about how do we build more and more and more. Actually, some of the more fundamental challenges we have within the housing system are about how we distribute the stock we have. If you're building lots of houses, but the rate of movement of houses into the private rental sector is almost as much as you're not actually building more houses for people to own, you're building more houses for wealthy people to buy up and rent out to others. So you've got to look at how the stock of housing is distributed and the way in which the system is delivering what it is set up to do right now, which is diminishing home ownership, diminishing social housing, and growing private rental sector. And we're going to have to shift that balance. And until people have security of where they live, and indeed the ability to move around the country to follow jobs and opportunities that come up for decent work, then we're always going to be trying to build decent work with this sort of drag anchor of a housing system that is failing too many people. And then the third area I was just going to mention was social security. Can't come to a conference like this and not talk about social security of the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. The social security system does not do what it is meant to do, which is to provide security. It's been reduced over decades. We have one of the lowest rates of universal credit that we've had in 40 years. We have a campaign which many of you, thankfully, are involved with, so thank you for that, around a guarantee of essentials. So this is, can we link the basic rate of universal credit in this country to the actual costs people face? You would have thought that would be a basic policy element in designing a social security system that would bear some relation from the actual cost people face to the amount of money they take. There is no relationship between the cost people face and what they receive through social security. To be fair, there never has been. This is not a new thing. The system has never been designed in that way. And what we've been calling for quite a period of time now, and I think we're starting to make progress, start chipping away and seeing some progress, is to try and get a clearer link between the costs people face and the basic rate of universal credit. And to be honest, for too long, the debate in the country has been about reducing rates of universal credit to create sharper incentives for people to go into work. Universal credit rates are now so low that hardship is becoming the barrier for people to get into work. If you are reliant on universal credit and you're subject to a sanctions process, you're going to struggle to engage with the process of getting into work and upskilling. So we have a social security system which is a barrier to people getting into decent work, as well as actually being dehumanising for those people who are within it. So when I think about these sort of how do you fulfil the wider benefits, make the wider benefits of decent work, you've got to be looking at those sort of wider drivers of economic security.
Thanks so much, Paul. It's also true, and when we think about all of our own lives and the things you need every day to help you be able to get to work, and you think about the state of so many of those services and systems that you have flagged out, of course it makes intuitive sense that we've got a whole stock of problems that are making it harder for people to get into and to stay into jobs, and I agree it's really important that remains an active part of the conversation. I'm going to move now, finally, last but very not least, to Steve. Steve, who worked with us and IPPR on the employer polling that's been referenced throughout the day, showing support for the Employment Rights Bill, but who, I think also will share with us his reflections in the context of what we heard from Michelle over there in Australia via Brazil, because, we know very much at the TUC that showing people that their lives are getting better and that new rights are delivering change is really essential, and that winning that public argument about why these rights matter and why changes in the way that your employment rights are structured can deliver real improvements in your living standards is a really essential part of what we need to be talking about. Steve, we know that the government's priority will absolutely always be delivering for voters and winning the next election. From your perspective, is there public support for better jobs, and what is the best thing that anyone can do to make the most effective case and to keep this issue high up the political agenda?
Makes sense, yeah. Well, thank you very much for having me all. Slightly nervous to follow someone from the legal profession, policy experts, technology. Polling is slightly more dismal science than those things, but I still think can be useful and important in thinking about this challenge. Why? Because public opinion does play through into policy outcomes, whether we like it or not, and arguably it should do, which is to say politicians' perceptions of where voters are, structures their permission, the permission structure they feel in certain areas, the stakeholders they listen to, the stakeholders they don't. So it does matter alongside all of the kind of the harder stuff around policy and law. And I was quite struck by Michael's phrase about case law, which is that the drift is favourable. And to a large extent, I think the word drift is a good one, and it actually describes accurately the public opinion. If we're talking about median public opinion anyway, the drift is pretty favourable. And in the social science literature and academic literature, public opinion is often called thermostatic, which is kind of a pretentious way of saying that it is often quite responsive and reactive to the world generally. So, which is sometimes when voters feel something's gone too far, they'll start to support going in the opposite direction, right? And what happened in the 80s, for example, crudely speaking, is there was this sense that trade union rights and employment law and all this kind of thing had gone too far and was too restrictive, and that made a kind of permissive environment for the Thatcher government to roll some of that back. What I would argue now is that actually it's the opposite is true, which is when you do focus groups on this and including in red wall seats, including with really important parts of the government's electoral coalition, Conservative to Labour switchers, there is this overwhelming, just pervasive sense that things have gone too far in the other direction. And therefore people feel like things need to be dialed back a little bit, which is to say people feel instinctively that it's just become too easy to exploit low-wage labour, that jobs have become too insecure, that pay has become too low. Essentially, there's just too much flexibility, too much deregulation. And honestly, that basic sense that things have gone too far, that basic thermostatic sense, creates a lot of structure, right? Creates a lot of permission. Not for every single idea, but it does create a pretty positive operating environment for governments and for campaigners, right? So you're going with the drift, you're going with the grain of public opinion for the most part on this. And this is actually, as I said, especially true in red wall seats among Conservative to Labour switchers. So one interesting thing you see in focus groups or polling is places there is a bit of a geographical divide. So places in the north of England that had historically strong trade union presences, actually they have voters, particularly of a certain age, that are generally quite favourable to trade unions. They had parents that were in them, even if they're not in them themselves. And so they are kind of, again, just instinctively kind of open to the idea of stronger trade unions and stronger employment rights. And also they can remember a time when it was not so permissive in terms of employer rights. So again, that speaks to a good kind of starting point. What is it? When I think about, and when we think about public opinion, I think it's worth thinking about things that pull people towards a position and things that pull people away. Very rarely are people universally in favour of every idea all the time, or unambiguously in favour of stuff. Particularly swing voters kind of get pulled in different directions. And the thing that pulls people in your direction, I would say, the message that really cuts through every time I've ever seen it tested with voters, is just this idea about control. And I think Paul mentioned it around security, and the core of security is about control for people. There's this pervasive sense that no one is that life in Britain is kind of beyond people's control, and there are all these forces beyond people's control, and that cuts through into. I've seen that in the housing when I do polling on housing. I've seen it when I do message testing on climate and energy, and you see it in the nature debate, and you see it in the employment debate, which is there's this sense that even if people are not directly affected by insecure work, they are they know someone that is, and they feel that it speaks to this idea that basically too many people don't have control over their own lives. And by that, particularly a word that gets used a lot is predictability. So one of the absolutely most popular policies you can test is this ending the 0 hours contract idea, which I know gets pushed around a lot in the press and criticised a lot, but it's just a slam dunk with most voters because there's this pervasive sense that, well, I wouldn't want to wake up and get a message from my boss that, sorry, there's no work for you today. Right? How can someone plan a life? How can someone plan a family? How can someone plan for the future when they don't even know where their next pay packet is coming from? So it's quite basic, but it is very pervasive, and everybody kind of now knows someone, particularly in those red wall seats. People know someone affected by that kind of work, and so that sense of, I honestly think, control and predictability and giving people the dignity of being able to plan their life is by far the strongest argument when you're making this case in public, as well as a fair day's pay for a fair day's wage, sure, but that thing about predictability and control is very powerful and is very much on your side and brings people towards your side, I think. And yeah, it's also that core of securonomics in some ways, I suppose, and as Paul said, it bleeds through into other areas like housing as well. It's not to say that there are still things that push people away from supporting things like employment protections. You see it in groups and in message testing a bit. There is a need to kind of make sure that basically people can't take advantage of these laws. That there is a kind of feeling that people have of well, this is a nice idea, but will it be taken advantage of by people who are kind of shirking or people who are kind of taking the piss or whatever? And this is unfair, I think, but it is there, and it particularly struck me when we were discussing sick pay in focus groups, that, again, I don't know where this came from, and I don't think it's reasonable, but there was this, it almost became a welfare conversation. Oh, well, if you make it too generous, people will take advantage of it. And so I don't think it's catastrophic, but I thought there is a tension there where you need to be careful that you're acknowledging that there needs to be some checks and balances, and you need to make sure that people are still doing the job they're employed to do, and all of that kind of stuff, which I'm sure you can get through talking about probations and all of that sort of thing. But so it's not like a limitless or a blank check, but I do think the operating environment is very favourable. And I don't know if you remember Mitt Romney famously, many years ago now, said, corporations are people too, my friend. And to some extent, employers are people too as well. And so when you do polling of employers, you find many of the same themes, which is what we released with the TUC a couple of months ago. I was genuinely shocked by how positive a lot of employers were when you poll them. So when you get outside of the industry groups and outside of the big kind of lobby groups, and you just poll people that manage, managers basically, senior managers, people that manage people, they were overwhelmingly favourable to this agenda. And I promise you, I wrote that polling with absolutely kind of straight bat. I was expecting it to be very close, and it wasn't actually. And that is partly because these people, employers, live in the same country as voters, right? They are voters. They see that things have gone a bit too far. And also they can see the benefits of a happier, more secure workforce for their company or their organisation. And again, that doesn't mean it's a blank check, but it does mean that essentially once you get beyond the kind of lobby groups who make a lot of noise in Westminster and in the media, generally speaking, employers are pretty well disposed to most of these changes, or at least that's what we found. And again, and that was consistent across small and large employers. I didn't see very much difference there by employer type. Again, we were talking mostly to middle managers and senior managers, so maybe not the top sort of C-suite people, but still, I think that's important. So yeah, I think those are the main things I would say really. The Labour electoral coalition, and we're talking about a Labour government, if you look at it, in the 90s, it was quite together on kind of cultural issues, but it was quite divided on economic issues. It's actually the opposite now. So the Labour electoral coalition is quite divided on things like immigration and identity and stuff like that, but it's incredibly united on economics, which is to say, like, basically all parts of the electoral Labour coalition, running from sort of young kind of professionals in the blue wall all the way up to kind of swing voters in the red wall up to Scotland, that this is quite a fractious coalition united by a desire for like stronger government intervention in the economy, stronger government action to kind of give people a sense of control and predictability in different forms of life, to kind of regulate some of the excesses of deregulation, basically just economic interventionism and kind of muscular social democracy. And this agenda fits very squarely in that kind of bracket, I would say. And that is what is basically pushing, is what makes the operating environment good for you, I think. And in general, I don't think the government should be spending too much time worrying about kind of pockets of the right-wing media ecosystem that kind of cause trouble on this issue. And it's a bit of a hard job for government to sort of distinguish between good faith opposition and bad faith opposition, and that's not easy, but there's a hell of a lot of bad faith opposition out there. And I will say, if I can provide one thing here, is that I've spent quite a lot of time looking at this issue in different ways, and most of the media coverage is not very representative, and most people don't have much time for most of the opposition that comes from kind of certain pockets of industry, and those as messengers, they're not as trusted as they used to be, for a whole bunch of reasons. So again, it's not a blank check. I think there are certain things that you need to be careful of, but you definitely have, I think, the drift of public opinion is on your side. Media opinion is not public opinion. Lean into those themes about control and predictability, and sort of the dignity of having control over your life and being able to plan your life. Yeah, and you definitely can win the public opinion battle on this. In many ways, you already are. So thank you very much.
Steve, thanks so much, and what a positive place to end. That we're almost at time. I don't know if anyone's got any immediate questions they want to ask the panel. I'm very conscious that we are standing between what has been a very long but incredibly productive day and some drinks. Okay, I'm going to take one very quick round. We're going to do really quick flashbacks, and then we're all going to go in the other room and have a drink. So cool. Yes, a couple. I've got a gentleman at the back with. And I've got a woman here in the black shirt.
Sorry, Winston Murray from the PCS. I just wanted to know about AI, because it seems to be very popular in taking over so many jobs, especially in government, council, and the supermarkets. AI doesn't pay taxes. And once those jobs are gone, the tax revenue is also gone. I just wonder, is there anyone looking at the popularity of AI to see if they can try to control it or slow it down? Because I imagine that when AI becomes very popular, more and more people will lose jobs.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've got AI and job losses. There's a gentleman next to you, and then woman here, and then we'll go back to the panel.
Thank you. Yes, Rhys Martin. I work for the Society of Radiographers. This question about sort of dignity and housing, and one of the big issues we find for our members, especially when they're living in cities, is that they're stuck in leasehold properties. And this is a real issue. Ground rents, escalating service charges, people unable to move, people unable to start families, no control over where they live. And it's a massive problem, and it's money going out of people in their jobs, especially in public services, straight into unaccountable freeholders. And I really think there'd be great to do some joint work on this to make sure that Labour doesn't long grass it, which they seem like they are doing, and it needs action now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. So one on housing, and it's just a woman here, the blonde hair.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mary Olberg. I'm a senior policy researcher at Citizens Advice. My question is mainly aimed at Michael. I was really interested in your comments on employment status. It's a really big issue for us. Our advisors say that when people come to them about employment issues, one of the first things they have to look at is employment status, just to understand what rights people have. And currently the burden is very much on workers to determine or to challenge their employment status, mainly through the tribunal system, which we know isn't very accessible, especially for more vulnerable workers. And I would expect, and as you were saying as well, that this is likely to get worse, that we'll see more use of employment status to avoid statutory rights as they're strengthened. I was wondering if there's anything that could be done now, or as we wait for this complicated question to be answered, as we've been waiting for many years already, and whether the Fair Work Agency could have any role within that, whether they could have a role in deciding employment status. I know that and then to have employers or workers challenge that through employment tribunals if they don't agree with what has been decided, because it feels often we're talking about these big companies like Uber and Deliveroo and so on, these very complicated cases, but we see a lot of very simple cases where people are simply being told you're self-employed, even though they're very clearly not. But there isn't really a very clear way to challenge that, or an accessible way. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Really important question. Okay, I'm going to go right to left along the panel. I'm going to let people answer any of those that they feel they want to, or you can speak to my question, which is what is the one thing you would do if you had your hand on the lever of power now to advance the agendas that we have talked about on the panel today. So Paul, I'm going to come to you first. Final words on any of that or something more widely.
So I feel confident that other members of the panel are better placed to answer most of those questions. I'm just going to pick up the leasehold one, actually, and basically just say I agree. I mean, if you want to find the most antiquated systems in this country, you can't do much worse than go to housing and leasehold, freehold, all of those arrangements. The previous government made some strides on leasehold and backed away in the end, but I think you're right. We don't want that to be long grass. I also just wanted to pick up one of the words you used there, because it was just picking up. You used dignity. Really important word. I think that goes alongside control, predictability. But a lot of these things are about respect. That is the other word that we hear a lot, and we do quite a lot of our, we frame some of our arguments around the concept of respect. People just want respect, and the unpredictability of 0 hours contracts or, poor rental agreements, etc., is just what people are sort of in that thermostatic way, are sort of pushing back against. If I had my hands on levers, what's one thing I would do? It would be in the social security system, because we need to invest in that system. It would probably be abolishing the 2-child limit right now.
Thanks, Paul. That's great. Michael, over to you.
What short-term fixes? One, sort out personal service. Stop that altogether, so it's no longer substitution clauses should have gone. If you're factually working for someone, but you've got a theoretical power to send someone else along, don't focus on them. So that could be sorted out. Secondly, you could have a presumption. That's totemic for some people, but personally, I think doesn't make that much of a difference. I think tribunals want to decide whether they're a worker or not, and I'm not sure a presumption would help, but you could do that. That's another quick fix that would help. I think the idea that the Fair Work Agency should enforce this sort of thing is an excellent proposal, because these are the sorts of things that are apt for collective enforcement, because they don't just affect one person, they affect everyone. It's not like discrimination claims. And the final point you raised about employers, I take it you mean employers say, well, they found all those ones were workers, but you're in a different position because your factual arrangements are different. You're not a worker, which does happen. Or we've changed the contract subsequently, which, for example, they did in Deliveroo. Then I think that's about tribunals using costs, actually, that saying, using those sorts of sanctions if employers are doing that, or treating this as an attempt to contract out. So the weaponry is there, and I think it's probably being used, but of course you face a different test on the ground, because you face people who aren't familiar with this morass of case law.
Thanks so much, Michael. Jenny?
Yeah, so obviously I'll take up the question about AI and the concerns about job losses. It is one of the biggest concerns that the public has around AI is the implication for the job market. And frankly, the kind of narratives that we see coming from government and in the mainstream are also oriented around economic growth, innovation, productivity, and the idea that if you're not adopting AI and taking it, and then you're being left behind. We have a real job to do to change that narrative, to shift it back to us being in control of AI and choosing where to adopt it. In our and part of the changes around the narrative, part of the changes around actually getting some strong regulation. At the moment, there's not even anything on the horizon around that. The focus is all on stuff around kind of AI safety rather than the things that would be needed in order to secure stuff around this. I think one of the lessons that we need to learn from previous industrial revolutions and previous times when there's been a big technological change is that there is real need for countervailing power against those who have who are dictating the pace of that technology adoption, and it is really the role of the union movement is one really needs to be strong around this. So there are places where there is some work on like industrial strategy and how we push back around the adoption of AI and what that looks like at that kind of level. So there is some stuff going on, but I think it is something to be concerned about and to act on.
Thanks so much, Jenny. And Steve, final word to you.
Yeah, very briefly. I'm not a policy expert in this area, so I will lean on communications, which I still have a slightly deluded faith in. Having been, did in a previous life briefly work in the government communication service. So I've seen it at its best and its worst, but I think it does matter here. I mean, there's still a lot of people that don't even know these changes are happening, which is, from a political point of view, slightly risky for the government because they might not get any credit for it. And secondly, I assume it might cause issues in terms of people not quite knowing that their rights are being strengthened. So I guess if I could have my on the levers of power. Hands on the levers of power, I guess, some kind of a big kind of government communication campaign around this, I think, would be good. And also, frankly, from a political point of view, the government probably should be, I think, slightly more confidently selling the changes that they're making in this area. From a political point of view, but also from a policy point of view, I think that would do a lot of work and a lot of good from a progressive point of view too. So I will say that.
Thanks so much, Steve. A really practical but important place to end. Look, huge thanks to my panel. Huge thanks to all the speakers across the day, to all of the TUC staff in the room, out the room, more widely, who have worked so hard to make the event happen, and to everybody who has come, especially to those of you who have stayed the course till the end. I'm just going to give everyone a round of applause all at once. If you would like, please come and join us for a drink next door. Thank you.
you.